We're not CNN, MSNBC or Fox News. We are your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks Live, where all voices matter.
It's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
We begin tonight with the punishing storm system barreling from the Midwest to the Gulf Coast. You can see hard-hit Minnesota, where more than 2 feet of snow sent dozens of cars spinning out of control. The storm snarling travel with thousands of flight delays and cancellations. At Chicago's O'Hare Airport, for example, 6-hour holdups. And now the threat heads east, putting millions more at risk from thunderstorms, hail, and maybe rare and dangerous tornadoes. Our Angie Lastman is in Green Bay tonight. And Angie, it's looking messy where you are.
Hallie, the storm already packing a punch, 10 inches on the ground in Green Bay with strong winds continuing overnight, millions at risk as we head into tomorrow.
Tonight, heavy snow pummeling parts of the Midwest. In Minnesota, this powerful storm system leading to icy roads and reduced visibility. Minnesota State Patrol reporting dozens of crashes and spinouts, urging drivers to stay off the roads. The state slammed with more than 2 feet. Residents and crews working to keep sidewalks and streets clear. Blizzard warnings now stretching throughout 7 different states. In Wisconsin, 25 inches. Dangerous blizzard conditions causing travel chaos. In Sheboygan, Michelle Barron is prepping for up to 10 inches.
How have you guys been preparing?
Yeah, we've been shoveling and salting and everything, doing as much as we can.
Oh my gosh.
In Texas, more wild weather. A massive dust storm reducing visibility for drivers with wind gusts up to 55 miles per hour. The National Weather Service issuing an advisory. Meanwhile, in Hawaii, heavy rain triggering flash flooding. Water rushing through neighborhoods.
It was up to my waist. That's actually the worst I've ever seen it.
This house collapsing during the storm. Back in the Midwest, the storm also impacting travel, with thousands of delays and cancellations reported, including at Chicago O'Hare, where the FAA earlier today reported average delays of nearly 6 hours. Back in Wisconsin, residents here bracing for more wind and snow.
I've been tired of this for the last probably 45 years, almost 46 of my life. Yeah, you would think that I would be used to this by now, but absolutely not.
Angie is joining us now from Green Bay, where, Angie, it's obviously still snowing, it's still windy, but this storm is going to look a lot different as it heads east.
Far from over, Hallie. That blizzard conditions will continue in Green Bay overnight with an additional foot of snow possible. Meanwhile, a tornado watch in effect for the southern half of this storm, extending from Texas to Illinois. The storm system on the move tomorrow, impacting 56 million people with the potential for severe weather. This bringing damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour and tornadoes possible from Washington, D.C. to the Carolinas. Hallie?
Angie Lastman, thank you. Tonight, President Trump wants U.S. allies to help reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz in the Middle East, as a top official warns higher energy prices could last weeks. And with the war against Iran entering week 3, the president's telling our Kristen Welker he's not ready to make a deal just yet. Raf Sanchez reports.
Tonight, with Iranian attacks still choking global oil supplies, President Trump's call for other nations to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz is going unanswered. The president had listed the UK, France, Japan, South Korea, and even China as potential partners. But so far, none of them have committed to sending forces, leaving the U.S. with no clear plan for protecting oil tankers in the critical waterway.
Is the Strait of Hormuz safe for shipping right now, Mr. Secretary? No, it is not. That's one of the objectives at the end of this conflict, is to reopen the Straits of Hormuz. That's going to be an increasing focus of our military going forward.
Mr. Trump also telling NBC News Iran wants to start ceasefire talks, a claim Iran denies. While the chair of the FCC renewing threats to revoke broadcasters' licenses after the president criticized media coverage of the war. Meanwhile, Iranian-backed militias stepping up attacks in Iraq. This video from a militant-affiliated channel shows an explosive drone careening through a U.S. base in Baghdad, although a defense official says there are no American troops stationed there, while an earlier strike damaged the roof of the U.S. embassy, prompting a State Department warning for all Americans to leave Iraq immediately. 6 U.S. service members died in western Iraq Thursday when their refueling plane crashed, their names released overnight. Today, Iran firing ballistic missiles at Israel, wounding 6 people. While in Lebanon, authorities say Israeli strikes against Hezbollah have now killed 850. And Israeli jets are dropping not only bombs, but also leaflets.
That cloud of paper came down in this neighborhood in central Beirut. The leaflets are from Israeli intelligence, and they call on people to rise up against Hezbollah, and they threaten that Israel will do in Lebanon what it did in Gaza. On this side, you have QR codes where people can get in touch with the Israeli military.
More than 800,000 Lebanese, around 1 in 7 in this small country, have now been displaced, the government says. These kids sheltering in a Beirut public school and waiting to go home.
Raf is joining us now from Beirut. And Raf, President Trump's also telling NBC News it's not even clear whether Iran's new supreme leader is still alive.
Yeah, Hallie, the president saying he may actually have been killed or at least very badly wounded, which is why he hasn't appeared in public so far. Mr. Trump also saying if the new leader is alive, he should surrender, which is something Iran has indicated it's not going to do. Hallie.
Raf Sanchez in Beirut, thank you. Just in tonight, oil futures spiking again to more than $100 a barrel. Brian Chung is monitoring all of it. And Brian, this could affect way more than just gas prices, right?
Yeah, that is right. The gas prices rose to over $3.70 today. That's up over 70 cents from before the war began. And analysts tell me that prices are likely to touch $4 a gallon this week. As Energy Secretary Chris Wright said today, Americans will feel it for a few more weeks. Now, rising jet fuel costs could also be weighing on airfares, with Deutsche Bank saying domestic advance booking tickets have jumped 15 to 57%. And prices at the grocery store could rise, too. And that's because a lot of the nitrogen needed for fertilizer also travels through the strait, which the American Farm Bureau Federation warns could raise costs for farmers firing up for spring crops like corn and also wheat. Hallie?
Plenty to watch. Brian, thank you. Also tonight, the new alarm bells from the CEOs of the country's biggest airlines, urging Congress to end the DHS shutdown as travelers navigate major delays and TSA workers miss their first full paycheck. Aaron Gilchrist reports.
Travel trauma impacting airports across the country tonight. Passengers recording long lines at TSA pre-checks from Austin to Philly and similar scenes from Houston to Atlanta.
It's crazy. I'm really disappointed.
It is stressful for sure. And even more stressful for the people who aren't getting paid and are at work.
After TSA workers got a $0 paycheck on Friday, the major airlines now ratcheting up pressure on Congress to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. The CEOs writing in a letter, Americans who live in your districts and home states are tired of long lines at airports, travel delays, and flight cancellations caused by shutdown after shutdown. In the month since DHS funding lapsed, more than 300 TSA agents have quit, many of the remaining agents calling out and picking up odd jobs to make ends meet. The transportation secretary calling on Democrats to end their protest over immigration enforcement and vote to restore Homeland Security dollars.
We can get to a better place if they would just come to their senses and negotiate after they open it up.
The airlines predicting a record 171 million passengers will fly this spring and are asking lawmakers to approve a bill protecting TSA worker pay in future shutdowns. Meanwhile, security lines snake in and outside the Fort Lauderdale airport and all through ATL, with travelers doing their best to fly above the chaos.
I just appreciate those that are still with TSA remaining on the job. So I can wait.
Aaron is joining us now from the airport in Atlanta. And Aaron, especially given crowds like what's behind you, folks are being warned now is not the time to cut it close.
Yeah, you're right, Hallie. This airport is telling people to check its website for TSA wait times because the TSA app is also shut down. And there's also a warning for people to get here 3 hours ahead of time. There's other news from Southwest Airlines tonight as well. It is ending its service at 2 major airports, Chicago O'Hare and Dulles International, in early June. Hallie?
Aaron Gilchrist, thank you. Also tonight, the new controversy around some former DOGE staffers for what they revealed during depositions in a civil suit. Here's Julie Sirkin.
Former employees of Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency in the hot seat tonight.
You don't regret that people might have lost important income to support their lives? No.
Deposition videos from January tied to a civil lawsuit going viral online. Lawyers asked former DOGE staffer Justin Fox about projects flagged as diversity, equity, and inclusion, including a documentary about Jewish women forced into slave labor during the Holocaust.
It's specifically focused on Jewish cultures and amplifying the marginalized voices of the females in that culture. It's inherently related to DEI for those reasons.
Fox said he used ChatGPT to help identify and eliminate DEI programs. The depositions are part of a lawsuit filed by humanities groups that say DOGE violated the First Amendment by canceling more than 1,400 grants used to fund arts, history, and education projects. On Friday, the judge ordered the groups to remove the videos they posted. The government said Fox was harassed and received death threats because of them. The groups filed an emergency request to reconsider, but it was denied, and a hearing is set for this Tuesday. NBC News obtained the videos from the Internet Archive, and Musk even amplified one of the clips on X. In one video, former staffer Nathan Kavanaugh said their goal was cutting spending.
I think it was more important to reduce the federal deficit from $2 trillion to close to zero.
Right. Did you reduce the federal deficit?
No, we didn't.
Before DOGE ceased to exist and Musk's relationship with President Trump ended in a public feud, the agency claimed $150 to $180 billion in savings, far short of eliminating the deficit. Julie Sirkin, NBC News.
To New York City and a miraculous ending to a shocking cab crash. And this one, you have to see to believe. Here's Valerie Castro.
Tonight, scary moments in New York City when an out-of-control taxi cab slams into 2 women standing on a sidewalk. The crash happening on a sunny Saturday afternoon. The pedestrians stopping at that particular spot on the sidewalk, lingering there for less than 30 seconds before the cab jumps the curb. According to one witness, the impact tossed one woman to the ground and threw the other down through cellar doors into the store's basement.
Her friend said, "Have you saw my friend?" So we tried calling her name, and then we heard a little whisper, "I'm right here, I'm right here." You couldn't even see her underneath the cab from the side.
Witnesses rushing in to help.
It was crazy, bro. Like, everybody's running, panicking.
The crash damaging the storefront and flower stand. Miraculously, police say both women were taken to the hospital and are expected to be okay, along with the driver and 2 passengers in the cab.
We had no idea what happened, and then came out. We saw someone was on the ground. We saw someone was under the car.
The crash is still under investigation.
Walking in Manhattan, no. It's crazy.
A weekend stroll no one could have predicted. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Still ahead tonight, a mystery outbreak making people sick and what experts say could be behind it. To a new health alert tonight as a rare and mysterious outbreak seems to be spreading through parts of the South. Kathy Park explains.
In the rapidly growing suburbs around Nashville, Tennessee, an unlikely danger has been unearthed.
When bulldozers come in and they turn over the soil, that germ gets lifted up from the soil, gets into the air, and then we breathe it in.
That microscopic fungus causes an infection called histoplasmosis, histo for short. At least 36 people have been sickened so far in Middle Tennessee. And one family says for them, it turned deadly.
I was probably in shock the first month, and then it's just been hitting me more. You know, it was my baby.
Gwendolyn Brown says her 39-year-old daughter, Alicia, had just moved outside Nashville last August. Not long after, she started getting sick.
Just feeling like no energy, so fatigued, and just really just in general feeling terrible all over.
After several doctor's visits and no relief, a trip to the ER finally revealed the cause: histoplasmosis. Days later, Alicia was gone. Did you know what histoplasmosis was prior to this?
Oh, no, never heard of it before. But when I did see it and I read up on it and I read the symptoms of it, that's when I thought that sounded like what my daughter was complaining of.
According to the CDC, the fungus itself is most likely to live in nearly half the country. At the center of this outbreak, spores are getting stirred up into the air across multiple counties as construction booms. And once inhaled, they can infect the lungs.
So playing outside, playing sports outside, involved in construction or lawn maintenance or any sort of time spent outside, that's certainly a risk factor in this area of the country.
Symptoms are similar to the flu: fever, cough, fatigue, and chills. For most, the infection is mild and treatable, but in rare cases, among the immunocompromised, the infection can become life-threatening. Gwendolyn says Alicia did have an underlying condition, and while she waits for autopsy results, she urges others to speak up if something feels wrong.
Ask to be tested, and if you get pushback, push back.
Kathy Park, NBC News, Knoxville, Tennessee.
We're not CNN,
A huge
MSNBC,
win on the
or
ice
Fox
for
News.
Team USA.
We are your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks Live, where all voices matter.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Came out to say that the strait is open, but at the same time close to the enemies and their allies. The same statement that we heard from the Iranian spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, who said that right now this is the wartime conditions that have imposed such a situation on the Strait of Hormuz. And he also mentioned that now it is not closed, but it is under the control of Iran's armed forces. And of course, on that, we also heard from the military side here in Tehran about the leverage that they want to use when it comes to this strategically significant choke point, seeing its role in the global economy and oil market in that regard. So this is a very delicate situation, I may say, and seeing the continued nature of the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis, as well as the quiddity related to actually the retaliatory strikes by Iran, on which we know that a 55th wave of retaliatory strikes is now being conducted, on which we've got this statement from IRGC. All in all, these are all indicative of a very extremely, I would say, complicated scenario. And most recently added to this complication was the attack that took place in Khark Island. And that is obviously very much important when it comes to oil exports of the country. We are dealing with actually a very geostrategically complex, intricate situation, and Iran tries to use all the leverages possible for its benefit.
Sadi, there in Tehran for us. Let's tell you about Donald Trump's been saying, because he's been warning NATO, and this is something which came out of an interview in the Financial Times in which he said, it's only appropriate that people who are the beneficiaries of the strait will help to make sure that nothing bad happens there, pointing out that Europe and China depend on Gulf oil far more than the United States. Trump warning, if there's no response, or if it's a negative response, I think it'd be very bad for the future of NATO. He said allies should provide whatever it takes, including minesweepers, troops and special forces to target threats along Iran's coastline. I want to bring in journalist Inzamam Rashid, who is overlooking the Strait of Hormuz in Dibba in the United Arab Emirates. Thank you so much for joining us. Give us a sense of what you're seeing in terms of that strait. Are you seeing any ships going through? And if so, can you tell what flags they are?
No, it's pretty still, and ships haven't really been passing through these waters for the last 8 days that I've been here, yes, you do see plenty of ships throughout the day, but they are anchored down, waiting to get the signal that they can finally pass through. Dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of vessels, Rashad, whether they are oil tankers, whether they are cargo ships, they are sat waiting to actually pass through. Just behind me, there are a few in the distance, and then to my left, there are many ships that are parked up a bit further down, away from the actual entrance of the Strait of Hormuz, and many of them decide to stay there because they're nearer to Fujairah city, but also it's away from any potential danger, any particular threats from Iran that we've witnessed over the last couple of weeks. They have not been allowing ships to pass through, and despite what the representative for the foreign ministry had said then in that press conference, he said that the countries that aren't involved in the aggression on Iran have managed to pass. That is not entirely true. Yes, we have seen some vessels, particularly those heading to China, some through to India as well, with Iranian oil have been passing through. But it's not entirely true that vessels that aren't involved in this conflict haven't been targeted, because we saw a Thai flag carrier was struck by ballistic missiles. There were 20 of the crew members that had to be rescued from there, 3 of them still missing at sea. And I've been speaking, Rashad, to some seafarers over the last couple of weeks or so, of those who are on the Strait of Hormuz waiting to pass through, and they've been telling me that they're scared, that they're worried, that they feel like they are sitting ducks, and in fact in some instances they feel the pressure to try and pass through. Usually around 20% of the world's oil passes through this very narrow stretch of water. It's around 200 million barrels of 20 million barrels, of oil every single day. And I think what we are seeing now is the world reacting, particularly Donald Trump, trying to rally together countries. He's been on the phone speaking to the Prime Minister of the UK. He's been urging NATO, as you mentioned there. We've had some response from countries saying that they aren't going to send warships to these waters, that they don't want to get involved militarily in these waters. Japan saying that it's something that they wouldn't do. Australia also saying that it is not in their interest. And many of these countries are actually using their oil reserves. And we've seen that 400 million barrels of oil from the IEA, those 32 countries, is now finally. So look, these remain very dangerous, very perilous waters because of the threat from Iran that they would potentially attack ships. But it's also incredibly quiet. Not seeing at all in any way the levels of normal times. It is just a handful of ships, of vessels, of oil tankers that are passing through, namely leaving ports in Iran and heading to the likes of China and India.
Isram Rashid there joining us there from Adiba, which is just near the Strait of Hormuz. Well, indeed, the situation in the Straits has sparked concerns of a potential recession. The global benchmark for crude is Brent. It's now at more than $100 a barrel, up from just below 70 before the crisis began. But you've got to ask how the price of oil is actually decided ultimately. Emma Boateng has this.
What do we mean when we talk about the oil price and how it affects us? At the core of the system are traders sitting in financial centers across the world. They buy and sell oil. They purchase crude from suppliers who are either from oil-producing countries or what's known as majors. They're oil companies with stakes in oil fields. Traders then sell the crude to refineries. When we talk about the price per barrel, we're referring to a standard price, a reference point traders use when buying and selling oil globally. It's called a benchmark price. Now, there are 3 main benchmarks for crude, usually within $5 to $10 of each other. There's Brent, mainly covering production in the North Sea and Africa. West Texas Intermediate, or WTI, for production in the Americas. And Dubai for production east of the Suez Canal. Now, Brent is the most widely used. Traders generally don't sell oil at the benchmark price. They tend to add a premium or discount when they're making a deal to make money. Several factors affect the price of oil, including industry demand, global events, and the amount of oil available. That's why the conflict in the Middle East is so significant. It's disrupted oil production in Gulf countries and shipments through the Strait of Hormuz. It's why countries have agreed to release their reserves. it's having a knock-on effect across the global economy. Now, the process of refining crude, known as distillation, creates several products, including fuel for the vehicles we drive, diesel for industrial transportation like trucks and ships, aviation fuel for planes, and oils that can be used to make plastics, fertilizer, and other everyday items. Traders buy these products from the refineries and sell them on to companies or even governments. They, in turn, sell them on to customers. If the price those companies pay to run their businesses goes up, then so does the price of fuel at the pump, the cost of an airfare, the cost of goods produced in factories, and the price you and I pay for just about everything.
Well, the Iran war is high on the agenda, as you'd expect, at a meeting of European Union foreign ministers in Brussels, discussing how the EU can play a role in supporting ships transiting through the strait. Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas is also warning against the US lifting sanctions on Russian oil.
We see the easing of sanctions on oil on Russia by U.S. is a dangerous precedent, because right now we need them to have less money for waging the war than more. And of course, the Strait of Hormuz being closed is also to the benefit of Russia to fund this war. So we need to do definitely more on this. We first have to discuss what the member states are willing to do in the Strait of Hormuz. And there's also discussion that there could be element when the big fighting is over. But of course, the needs to open the Strait of Hormuz are there right now. So we will discuss this today.
Well, Step Vassen is in Brussels. Step, I mean, it's not as though there's unanimity here in the EU. Certainly, we've got a lot of debate as to what should happen with sanctions on Russia and Russia's oil. Then, of course, we've got a multiplicity of views on how to deal with the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. What can you tell us?
Well, absolutely. But what is clear is that Brussels is increasingly feeling the pressure coming from the White House, from Donald Trump, to help him to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, especially after what he said in this Financial Times interview on Sunday, that NATO's future would be in very bad shape if there wouldn't be any help. But there are these divisions, and we heard the German foreign minister, just when he arrived here at this foreign ministers meeting in Brussels, being very reluctant to help in that sense, because one of the options on the table is to expand this so-called naval Aspides mission that has been ongoing since 2024 off the coast of Yemen because of the attacks of Houthi rebels. And there's 3 ships currently in the area, and this could be a new mandate to expand that mission to the Strait of Hormuz. That's one of the ideas, but the German foreign minister said this mission has so far been very ineffective, so he was quite reluctant. France is very much in favor. They have suggested this idea, so this will be a heated debate here. But at the end, of course, they all know that the Strait of Hormuz is crucial also for Europe, because the energy prices are going through the roof, so they will have to find some kind of solution. But if they're going to bow to the pressure by Donald Trump, this is, of course, a question.
Step, thank you. Step Vassen there joining us from Brussels. Now, authorities in Abu Dhabi say one person has been killed in a missile attack in the city's Al Bahia area. Earlier, a drone incident near Dubai airport set a fuel tank on fire. Flights were suspended, but now are resuming. Another drone attack on the UAE port of Fujairah has sparked a fire, prompting authorities to suspend the loading of oil. Zain Basravi has more from Doha.
We've had strikes across the broad spectrum of countries once again: Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, air raid sirens, drones, missiles. But it is the UAE that continues to get pounded hardest, perhaps because of its soft stance politically towards Israel, normalizing, allowing people to come in from there, or perhaps because of what Iran says, that the United States continues to have a heavy footprint there. But what we are seeing is continued bombardment of the Dubai airport since the early morning hours of today, setting a fuel tank there on fire, closing airspace for some time, stalling flights to and from the busiest commercial international airport in the world, causing disruptions We saw attacks in Abu Dhabi that did claim a life. What we understand is that perhaps debris fall, perhaps a direct hit, but a missile that was launched at Abu Dhabi did hit a civilian vehicle, or debris hit it, and one person was killed there. And just in the last hour or so, we understand the Fujairah export terminal, the oil export terminal at Fujairah port, is once again under attack. We understand that a couple of days ago on Saturday, there was a massive attack there that resulted in a fire at the oil export terminal that burned for the better part of a day. Firefighters taking all day to just put that out. And once again, 2 days later, after facilities had reopened, and after they started doing the work of refueling and exporting crude, once again, it has come under attack. So we see these consistent targetings of airports and energy infrastructure. And the reason Iran says it is doing it is because attacks against Iran are emanating from the UAE, attacks on Mehrabad Airport in Tehran, attacks on its own energy infrastructure. They say this is tit-for-tat retaliation against U.S. assets or interests in the region.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories. Authorities in Abu Dhabi say one person has been killed in an attack on the city's Al Bahia area. Officials say it happened after a missile landed on a civilian vehicle. Earlier, as we reported, a drone incident near Dubai Airport set fire to a fuel tank. Flights are now gradually resuming. Donald Trump says the U.S. is talking to Iran and that Tehran wants to make a deal. But Iran's foreign minister says his country has no interest in negotiations. Trump has also said that the NATO alliance could face consequences if member states don't help secure the strait. Iran has effectively shut down the key shipping route. Trump is urging other countries to join efforts to safeguard commercial vessels and reopen the waterway. Well, Hamid Reza Azizi is a visiting fellow at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. He joins us from Berlin, and Chris Doyle is a commentator on Middle East affairs and also the director of the Council for Arab-British Understanding, and he joins us from London. First of all, to you, Chris, I want to just get your take as to what's happening now. Where are we in this conflict? I know it's very difficult to know, given that we don't have any off-ramps, visible off-ramps, and actually, crucially, no destination, it would seem.
I think this conflict has settled into a war of attrition where no party really knows how to get out of it. Some are more keen to get out of it than others. And we see a president of the United States who, if anything, is looking rather desperate. When he gave the go order, he was no doubt expecting this to all be over in a couple of days by the shouting, that he would be able to compel Iran to surrender, total surrender. That was the words that he used. But this is not happening. And instead, Iran is demonstrating that it can basically impose considerable economic consequences on the global economy, which affects every other country. And now, Donald Trump, after having spent over a year belittling, ignoring allies, bullying them, not working with them, not sharing information, not involving them in the decision-making, is now demanding, that's the word he uses, that they, NATO allies and others, join in to open up the Straits of Hormuz. I'm not sure that they're willing to be bullied again. They've seen too much of this. And I think that they will insist on certain terms for their assistance. And it shows, really, that the United States, of course, is a major, major military, political, and economic power. But that strength is built upon those partnerships, these allies. And if you treat them like this, then you are diminishing your own power.
Hamid Reza, what's your take in framing this as well with a regime which perhaps and arguably Donald Trump thought would actually collapse as soon as you kicked the door in, if you were, and it stood up?
Well, I think it shows very well how miscalculated the whole campaign was. I mean, the assumptions behind this campaign, because it appears that the U.S. administration thought that, after a decapitation attack and also a shock and awe operation that targets basically top commanders and also some of the major military infrastructure of the country. In the day 1 or 2, the Islamic Republic would surrender. But why I'm saying it's a miscalculation, because it really ignores the way that the Islamic Republic was built and operated over the years. This is a very decentralized system, especially when it comes to the military command, and this is by design. And this was actually a product of the 8 years of war with Iraq, and then the US campaigns in Iraq and Afghanistan, which kind of raised the threat perception among the Iranians. They went to they opted for a system that would be operationalized even if the chief of command, the chain of command is disrupted. And after the 12-day war last year, they went for even further decentralization, to the extent that, as far as I can understand from the debates inside the country, provincial commanders, local commanders had, instructions when and how to act. And this is actually what we are seeing, a system that is still resilient, and more pressure doesn't seem to be effective at this moment.
Hamid Reza, would you say that this is actually unifying Iran and Iranians?
It's very difficult to say, because, we shouldn't forget that just over 2 months ago, there was a massive unrest in the country, and thousands of people were killed by the government. So this trauma is still there with the people. But, the more Donald Trump goes toward the direction of targeting civilian infrastructure, and we know that already in day 1, there was a kind of a massacre of the girls, school girls. More than 150 girls were killed. So now many people are asking, Trump said that he was going to come to help us, and now we are basically between a rock and a hard place. A regime that is suppressive, but a foreign country, an external power that is also killing us. So this is a very desperate situation. But and this is what I can say with 100% certainty, if plans like the occupation of the Khark Island or any territory is going to be materialized by the Trump administration, it will lead to a rally around the flag, and that would be a new phase actually in the war, I would say.
Chris, I mean, this is it, isn't it? Even if you see a regime collapse, the beliefs of the regime do exist, and even amongst a lot of Iranians, and you could have a Syria situation, but perhaps even 10 times worse than that, because ultimately you can bomb a country, but you can't bomb an ideology.
Well, you can't bomb an ideology, and I think it will also cement a very anti-American, anti-Israeli perception. Now, whether it's going to be particularly following the population or the ideology of the Islamic Revolution is another matter. But given that the United States, Israel, and others want to see a change of government in Iran, you are not going to get one. There's going to be embracing Washington. I think that is now less and less likely. There's going to be a bitterness and anger at what has been done to Iran. There will be an element of rallying around the flag. That always happens. And it's not as if we don't have examples from even recent history of where this has happened. It's not just Syria, but think of Iraq, think of Afghanistan, think of Libya, that you cannot bomb a country and imagine at the end of it that it's all going to be roses and everybody is going to thank you for it. That is not the way it works. And I think in this particular case, the complete lack of any strategy, lack of a strategy also to reach out to ordinary Iranians to say that actually we are on your side. How is the American administration, the Israeli administration, let's not forget that they're a participant in this war, doing that? How are they trying to work with ordinary Iranians to mitigate against the impact of this war? There is nothing that we have heard that speaks to that. And I think it's just another element of how appallingly conducted this war, how strategically inept it has all been.
Chris Boyle, thank you so much for joining us there, and also Hamid Reza Azizi joining us there from Berlin and London, respectively. Earlier, my colleague Sami Zaidan spoke to Iran's Deputy Health Minister Ali Jafarian. He outlined the extent of the damage American and Israeli attacks have caused to Iran's health system.
Till now, we have 30 medical facilities, mostly hospitals, damaged according in the effect of the attacks from the Israeli and the United States attacks to my country. 11 of these centers are now inactive, and we have also to evacuate 6 centers because of the proximity to some military centers. You know, these are in the neighborhoods, these are in the suburb of the cities. So there are hospitals there, there are other facilities there. And unfortunately, we have had 101 healthcare workers wounded in these centers, and 17 are killed till now due to the attacks to these health centers.
So do you believe the US and Israel are deliberately targeting medical centers and health workers?
I cannot say it exactly, but for some instances there is. For example, we had a sea ambulance in the Hormuz Island. It is attacked directly and is destroyed completely. We had the helicopter ambulance. It is attacked directly and is destructed. And many of these facilities are in neighborhoods, maybe some military centers or police office or something like that, are, you know, in the proximity to our centers. And our centers, especially our primary healthcare system, which is, you know, is a very wide system in the country, are damaged. We have had 153 health centers, primary healthcare centers, damaged till now.
Good afternoon, everyone. His Royal Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar, received a message from his counterpart.
Truth Talks.
Mr.
Breaking news.
With respect to the unfolding development following the aggression on Iran and the efforts being exerted for de-escalation and giving precedence to diplomacy. The foreign minister of Egypt also delivered the message while visiting the state of Qatar. His Royal Highness also received a phone call from the Egyptian president where he renewed the Egyptian condemnation of the hostilities and aggressions against the state of Qatar, expressing their preparedness to provide all forms of assistance. His Royal Highness, the Emir of Qatar, commended the position expressed by Egypt. His Royal Highness on Friday last telephoned the Sultan of Oman, Haytham bin Tariq, where he offered condolences for the royal family and the Omani people on the demise of His Highness Fahd bin Mahmoud Al Saeed, praying to God Almighty to accept him in His mercy. He also offered condolences for the death of 2 Omani citizens following the fall of 2 drones in Oman. Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman Al Thani, the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, on Sunday had a phone call with Faisal bin Farhan, the Saudi Foreign Minister. During the call, both the parties renewed their condemnation of the unjustified aggression by Iran on Saudi Arabia and other GCC countries, stressing the necessity for the immediate cease of hostilities and listening to the voice of reason. Over the past days, also received Mr. Johann Vadefol, the Foreign Minister of Germany, where they discussed the military escalation in the region and the dire consequences on the regional stability. They also condemned the Iranian attacks on Qatar and the irresponsible attack on infrastructure and other civil and utility facilities. Mr. Mohammed bin Saleh Al Khalifi received phone calls from the foreign minister of Bolivia, as well as where he expressed solidarity with the state of Qatar. Mr. Sultan bin Saad Al Maliki, the state minister for foreign affairs, had a video conference call with the joint ministerial meeting of the GCC with the United Kingdom, as well as the ministerial joint meeting of the GCC with both Jordan, Egypt, and Morocco. Amid the developments unfolding, the state of Qatar released a number of statements where they expressed welcoming the adoption of the U.S. Security Council resolution condemning the Iranian attacks on Qatar. We also condemned the attack on the Salalah port as an act of aggression and in violation of the international law as well. We also condemned the attacks by Israel on the south of Lebanon and their violation of the 1701 resolution. We also expressed condemnation of the attack of the UAE embassy in Kurdistan. Within the same context, the state of Qatar on Friday last presented a similar letter to Mr. Guterres, the UN Secretary General, as well as Mr. Witkoff, the UN, with respect to the developments of the Iranian attacks on Qatar, which is a flagrant violation of our sovereignty. Sheikh, the permanent representative to and presented the letter. With respect to the humanitarian assistance, Qatar, through the Qatar Development Fund on Thursday last, presented a swift assistance to the affected families in Lebanon amid the continued violation and aggression by Israel, which resulted in a massive influx of displaced citizens. Also, the Qatar Charity and other Red Crescent presented immediate and emergency aid to a number of thousands, more than 12,000 food baskets, in addition to other non-food basic supplies. These assistance comes within the context of Qatar's commitment to provide necessary relief aid in friendly neighboring countries, including Lebanon. That's what we all in this week's briefing, and I'll open the floor to questions. With respect to during the visit made by the Egyptian foreign minister, they suggested to reinvigorate the Arab Joint Defense Agreement as part of the agreement signed by the countries in the past. Also, we have certain reports that voluntary conscript could be a solution. And how do you comment on the Mr. Araghchi's of Iran statement where he proposed that a joint commission be formed in order to investigate attacks on Qatar and other friendly and regional countries? With respect to the discussions made by the Egyptian president as well as the Egyptian foreign ministry, touched upon the coordination between both the countries in respect of the defense systems as well as the joint Arab coordination. The particular agreement was not part of the discussion. However, coordination continues, namely the members of the League of Arab States, the Gulf of Cooperation Council, GCC, and as you may notice that this sentiment of coordination is going on a daily basis, and this comes natural at this point of time. We have the National Service Program. With respect to the second part of your question, we have the National Service Plan, and over the past weeks, massive efforts was made by the Qatari Armed Forces, and the Qatari brave army personnel have proven their mettle. We have demonstrated the highest degrees of preparedness as well as deterrence in the face of the Iranian attacks, and by the grace of God and by way of the massive efforts made by our armed forces personnel, Qatar did not suffer real damages. And with respect to the statement made by the Iranian foreign minister, The answer is simple. The Iranian attacks comes to a step, and there would be no need to form any joint commission to investigate. It is as simple as that. Qatar, as equally as like any other regional countries, distance themselves from further escalation or to be engaged in this war. Qatar yesterday was targeted with 5 drones. We will continue to defend our home territories, and we have the lawful right to respond. Any initiative is senseless if they are not coupled with true actions, starting with ending all the aggressions against the state of Qatar.
We saw evacuations in Doha over the weekend, Friday night, very early Saturday morning. Are you able to speak to what concerns there were about what would be targeted in attacks that prompted those evacuations? And then we've mentioned the visit of the Egyptian foreign minister. Is there an effort by Cairo to mediate in this conflict, and perhaps to mediate between Iran and the Gulf states rather than the US and Iran?
Thank you, Callum. Regarding the evacuations, as you might be aware, on Saturday at exactly 2 a.m., a missile launched on a residential, targeting a residential neighborhood in Qatar was intercepted. And as with all similar measures, immediately the alerts were put in place. As this missile was heading towards the residential area, a decision was taken to evacuate a lot of these residential areas that might have been targets of that attack. You might also have seen unofficial media outlets, Iranian media outlets, suggesting that certain companies, certain areas will be targeted. And we in Qatar take any threat seriously. We take the safety of people, citizens and residents in Qatar very seriously, and therefore we took the precautionary measure of evacuating these areas, and we will continue to do that if there is any perceived threat that might threaten the lives and the safety of our citizens and residents. The evacuations were done orderly, and the evacuees have now returned to their homes and their places of work, and we are confident that the mechanisms in place to protect people have worked, and this is part of it. And the evacuations, as I said, were a precautionary measure. On what you said regarding mediation, I think we have heard both sides say that there is no active mediation that is taking place right now, meaning the Iranians and the Americans. We haven't seen any official records of this. We are unaware of any official mediation that is taking place right now. Fadli.
This is breaking news on Morning Mic Drop on at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Today, we have been talking about coordination at the GCC level. How far have you reached? Previously, you stated that Qatar will continue to seek amicable and diplomatic efforts. However, you maintain the right to respond. First, with respect to the coordination at the GCC levels, as you may have seen, communication is ongoing almost on a daily basis, be it at the level of officials or the leaders and heads of states or the foreign ministers. The coordination and communications are ongoing on a daily basis, and we also appreciate the number of communication as well as the meetings held. Now, the entire Gulf is speaking in one voice to the whole world, to the Western leaders and the United States, and as well as other international and partners. This comes out of our shared position, rejecting the continued aggressions against our territories and the necessity to maintain a regional security and defense ecosystems. There is no doubt that the challenge we are faced as a result of these conditions, be it in terms of the energy sector or investments of the Gulf countries or the other visions, 2030 and other visions, all these shared challenges have proven that we as a one bloc are capable of standing up to and facing these challenges. We also demonstrated our ability as a true economic partners. That's why we continue to build on all these positive positions in terms of the solidarity expressed by the world country. With respect to the diplomatic efforts, Qatar is not an exception. The Gulf diplomacy has been active as well as has been the case in the past. We aim at de-escalating, ending the tension and reaching amicable and diplomatic solution. This does not necessarily mean we should waive our rights to stand up to all these violations. We have very clear message directed to the international community with respect to the Iranian attacks. Qatar Radio. With respect to the current escalation within the Strait of Hormuz, is Qatar playing a diplomatic role in resolving this exacerbating crisis, especially that the consequences on the continued shutdown on the supply chains. I start by answering the second part of your question. His Excellency, the Interior Minister, explained in an interview with CourtTV that by the grace of God, we maintain massive strategic reserves, which we have not even started to use, simply for the reason that we have other supply chains, be it inland or through other routes. And as we speak, we do not have any risk or threat with respect to the strategic reserves. And as you may know, that Qatar has been through a number of challenges. That's why we are totally prepared, and we have the total confidence that we are capable of dealing with all these logistic and strategic reserves. That's why I assure our citizens and the residents that we are fully prepared. However, if this crisis drags on endlessly, that means that all the resources, not only within the region, but in the whole world, will be affected. We have earlier spoken about the supply of urea, where Qatar's production represents 10% of the global production. It is part of the manufacturing of fertilizers, and that's why have a very dire and deep impact on the agriculture and agrarian sector throughout the world. This is only one example, let alone the gas and other energy products. Therefore, threat is not only on the supply chain, but on the entire global economy, the Qatari one included. And as we speak, our economy is robust, and we are fully prepared, and we have all the necessary strategic and logistic reserves. With respect to the first part of your question, the Strait of Hormuz represents a challenge and a threat to all of us. Qatar's position is quite clear. Hindering the maritime movement and threatening the maritime and transportation is dire in the entire world. The entire world depends on the maritime routes, be it in the supply of products, commodities, or energy supplies. That's why we cannot allow the strait to continue to be hindered.
Right, well, we have been listening to the Foreign Minister of Qatar's spokesman, Majid Al-Ansari. He has been talking a wide-ranging news conference there about the conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran. And this, of course, against this backdrop of a series of attacks, particularly in the United Arab Emirates, which Iran claims it's not responsible for. But it says it's not responsible for all the strikes on its regional neighbors. So what we have is also the foreign minister talking, the spokesman talking about, saying that Iran attacks and threatens civilian targets and does so deliberately. And those attacks and those threats have not stopped yet. And going on to say that we have at the moment also no sense of anybody or unaware of any mediation taking place between the United States and also Israel. And also addressing what's been happening with the Straits of Hormuz, the spokesman Majid Al-Ansari saying the conversation continue with different parties to guarantee safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, the Qatar foreign minister spokesman has been addressing the press, and he went on with this.
As I stated earlier, we have sufficient strategic and logistic reserves. we have normal routes for supply chains, be it inland on through other routes. And as we speak, we do not have any threats with respect to the strategic and logistic reserves. And as you may know, Qatar has been through a number of challenges over the past years. That's why we are fully prepared, and we have all the confidence that we are capable of responding to any crisis, this one included. That's why I assure all the citizens, residents, and our partners that we have full preparedness. And there is no doubt if this crisis drags on, all the sources and all the supply chains worldwide will be impacted. We have earlier spoken about the production of urea, where Qatar's production represents 10% of the global needs. It is a product used in the manufacture of fertilizers. That's why the entire agriculture sector worldwide will be impacted. This is only one example, let alone petrochemicals, energy, and other basic commodities. That's why the impact will not only be on the supply chains, but the entire global economy, the Qatari economy included. However, our economy is robust and fully prepared, and we do not have any concern. With respect to the Strait of Hormuz, it is a threat and challenge to all of us.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm hot.
The area is a threat to the entire maritime life. All the world states depend on the maritime routes and their food and other commodities. That's why we cannot allow for the Strait of Hormuz to continue to be shut, and we want the Strait of Hormuz to continue to be open for the exportation of commodities and goods to the whole world, and including the Gulf area.
Dr. Majid, since you've just been speaking about Dr. Majid, تحدثت عن مضيق هرمز. هل يمكنك التعليق على جهود الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب فيما يتعلق بتكوين تحالف لتأمين فتح الممر؟ قلت أن كل دول الخليج تتحدث
that you didn't want. And then thirdly, could you just give an answer in English, which you've done in Arabic already, to Mr. Arakchi's comment that they are not targeting civilian infrastructure, and he suggested this committee with the GCC to investigate. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, regarding the naval escort, I do not have an answer to that right now. I'm not aware of any discussions that are taking place on a serious note with us on that issue. But let me just reassert that for us, any threat to maritime security and to the freedom of navigation of vessels in international waters is a threat on all of us, and we have always taken a position of the necessity to keep it open, keep these corridors open, because the whole world depends on maritime security. The whole world depends on these shipments coming in from one place to another. It's not just the Gulf, and protecting the security of the freedom of navigation is very important to all of us. On the message to the US, I think the message has been conveyed, on the record and off the record very clearly. We need de-escalation in the region. We need to coordinate for regional security, and we need to make sure that we end the cycle of escalation that started in 2023. This is not, a standalone conflict. This is an accumulation of about 3 years now of escalation in the region that began on the 7th of October and in Gaza, and is continuing to this point. We need to work collectively to de-escalate, and I think the message has been relayed various times and various means in all these contexts with the same content, which is we need de-escalation and we need diplomatic solutions, and we need for wisdom to prevail in all that's happening right now. When it comes to what Mr. Arakchi has said, first of all, the denial of attacking civilian targets. Let me make it very clear. Since the Iranian attacks have started on Qatar, the threats and the attacks on civilian targets have not stopped, including last Saturday when a missile with the trajectory towards a residential area was intercepted, and threats came out of unofficial media outlets of Iranians claiming specific companies and specific geographies that will be attacked in residential areas and commercial areas in Qatar. These attacks have targeted our LNG facilities in Ras Laffan. They have targeted the industrial complex in Said. They have targeted the airport, Hamad International Airport. They have targeted, as I said, residential areas. And I find it very difficult to even respond to what Mr. Araqchi said in the light that these attacks are ongoing every day. And the threat to civilians is ongoing every day. The fact that we had to evacuate, civilians and students and faculty during the weekend is just one realization of what this means for the people who are living in these conditions. But we also assert that we have been able to this point, due to the bravery of the people in our armed forces, to withstand all of these threats and attacks without any real damage to the safety and security of Qatar. We have seen, of course, some of these attacks cause damage, especially when it comes to shrapnel and the interception of these missiles. But to this point, I would like from here to commend our men and women in uniform and the people who work in the security forces in Qatar for the round-the-clock, 24/7 work to make sure that all of us are safe here in Doha, in Qatar. On establishing a committee of any sort, it's a very simple thing. Iran is attacking our countries in an unprovoked way. These attacks are harming civilians. These attacks are killing people in neighboring countries, and there is no need for coordination. The only need here is for Iran to stop attacking the countries that are not attacking them, to stop attacking the countries of the Gulf, stop attacking the countries in the Arab world. This war, for us here in the region, we have taken a very clear position to stay out of this war, to not be part of this escalation, but Iran has decided to drag us into this escalation. And therefore, the very simple truth right now is that if they stop the attacks, then we can find a way out through diplomacy. But as long as our countries are being attacked, this is not the time to establish committees. It's the time to take a very principled position in protecting our countries and for them to stop attacking us immediately. Andrew?
Thank you, Dr. Majid. Andrew Mills from Reuters. Has there been a change in the types of attacks, the cadence of attacks, and the types of weapons that Iran has been using over the course of these now 2+ weeks?
Thank you, Andrew. I would leave it to the armed forces to discuss the technical details. But what I can tell you is that these attacks have already included 2 types of missiles, ballistic missiles and cruise missiles. They have included, drones. Shahid has been used as reported, but also other smaller drones. And they have included 2 Sukhois that were with heavy payloads coming into to Qatar. So the types have been, the type of attacks has been various. Probably you have seen that in the last couple of days, what we would, lay people would see as a lessening of intensity of attacks. But let me confirm that yesterday there were attacks using 5 different drones, and therefore the attacks have not stopped. And the interception rate, as you have seen, is it's almost all of them, more than 90% of them have been intercepted. So we're very proud of that. But I would leave the technical details to people from the armed forces.
As you've said many times here, conflicts like this end at the negotiation table. What is Qatar's message to the United States to get them to the negotiation table?
Well, first of all, obviously we don't discuss the details of the ongoing talks with various parties right now, but what I can tell you is that we have relayed the message to all parties on the record here from this podium, and other officials have spoken about it. This needs to end now, and it can only end if there are talks in place and there is diplomatic action in place. But right now we are being attacked by Iran. There are daily missiles and drones coming into our country, which basically means it's very difficult to envision a diplomatic solution without these attacks stopping. Other than that, of course, we are in close contact with our partners in the United States over the situation, over possible end to escalation, but I'm not aware of any current activity when it comes to active mediation.
Hi, Dr. Majid, Adil Halim from Euronews. The UK and France are already participating in defending Qatar and other Gulf countries. Are there other European countries joining, and what's your assessment of the security cooperation with Europe and the steps forward? And secondly, here in Doha, we haven't received a national emergency alert for more than 48 hours. But as you mentioned, the Ministry of Defense has put out updates on drone and missile interceptions the last 2 nights. Has there been a change in approach on how and when to alert the public?
Thank you. Regarding your second question, the alerts come when there is an imminent threat immediately, and that always happens, especially with missile attacks. With drone attacks, they are localized, and therefore there is not always a need to issue an alert. But the alerts have not stopped for any change of mechanism. The alerts are still ongoing in the same place, and we urge citizens and residents and everybody in Qatar to follow these alerts and follow the advice of the authorities when it comes to how to deal with these threats. On Europe, we're hugely appreciative, of course, of the European support in general throughout this crisis, as you have mentioned, with the joint squadron with the United Kingdom, with the help coming in from France, from Italy, from other partners in Germany, other partners in Europe. We are working very closely with them. The meeting that included European leaders, GCC leaders, and some other leaders, regional leaders, was very important for us to not only send a message, but also coordinate over positioning. The defensive posture in the region has been helped with our European partnerships, and I think what is taking place right now in this European position is laying the ground for an important, increase in our defense and security partnerships with Europe. And these are the times when your partners and your friends as assets, and this is what we have seen when it comes to Europe. أخيرا.
شكرا دكتور ماجد. مقبول خلف QMC النزاع الإسباني حول قطر. مع اتساع دائرة التوتر في المنطقة، هل ترى قطر هناك حاجة اليوم فتح قنوات الحوار غير مباشر
Qatar considering reopening channels of communication with the parties to avoid further escalation? And do you think the recent developments would cause the Gulf bloc to reconsider other options for defense cooperation? With respect to the indirect channels of talk, these are always open. Communications are always open. Our main concern and focus is centered on defending our country, defending our region against the Iranian daily attacks. Speaking of reconsidering a regional mechanism, defense mechanism, there is no doubt that under these circumstances, it is always necessary to reconsider and reassess our defense mechanism in order to boost and bolster our defensive capabilities. And we have stated from day one, if escalation is not countered with true diplomatic efforts, which aim not only de-escalation, but also finding amicable solutions, are all dire. Certain parties are violating our sovereignty. That's why the escalation continues. The same is taking place in Lebanon. It is quite common knowledge that this escalation will not bring peace or security. They will continue to pose threats to the security and stability. Israel is violating Lebanon's sovereignty on a daily basis, continuing to perpetrate crimes in Gaza Strip. They're also taking advantage of the current situation in West Bank and the Israeli settlers' attacks and assaults against the Palestinians. All this is still unfolding amid the ongoing war. It is a circle, a continued circle of escalation, which has not come to an end even in this day. Thank you for allowing us Al Arabi TV. Qatar has presented 8 letters to the UN and Security Council. Can these be considered as official complaints amid the continued Iranian attacks? And will you seek other international venues or other international organizations like the amid the damage and losses suffered in the economic sector, like the World Trade Organization. Also, will you speak to the Iranian not to target residential areas? The letters presented to Mr. Guterres and the Security Council, these are a standard procedure which is adopted when certain countries' sovereignty is violated. These violations should be documented and presented for the records within the UN venues. And Qatar, through our mission in New York, is doing the same. With respect to communication with other international organizations, you must have touched the Gulf efforts made where the condemnation statement were made public from day one. We will continue in this direction. However, as I said earlier, our main concern is to focus on defending our homeland and putting an end to the rising escalation. Sky News Arabia. Following the UN Security Council resolution, it is reported that a wider global coalition under UN Charter's Chapter 7 should be formed in response to this aggression. Any comment? Can you repeat your question, please? Following the resolution handed down by the Security Council where China and Russia abstained, it is reported that the Gulf GCC countries under Chapter 7 could form a wider alliance. Currently, there are no indications in this direction on the ground. Coordination is underway between the regional partners as we started by presenting these official letters, be it to the UN Security Council or other partners. Our main concern is to put an end to these violations. The form and format of coordination is different. Currently, I cannot provide specific comments on the nature of these formats. All I can say is that coordination is constant and underway, and we are dealing positively with the aim to put an end to these threats. Russian news agency. My question is on the Strait of Hormuz. Is there a diplomatic course of communication with the Iranian in order to allow the safe passage of Qatar's vessels? There is ongoing coordination with all the parties with the aim to maintain the Sound of Hormuz permanently open, not only for the Qatari vessels, but all the entire maritime movement. Coordination is underway with the aim to ensure that no threats are posed. However, this requires all acts of hostility come to an end in order to ensure the safety and security of all the vessels and the crews operating on vessels. In addition to that, there should be an international consensus on the way to provide security and protection to these vessels. This means there is no safe passage. Let me draw a distinction between two things. The ongoing attacks on Qatar resulted on the stoppage of the production of gas and other products, be it in Qatar and other regional countries. And the other matter is the safety and security of the maritime movement. It should be maintained at all levels, especially that now there is a possibility that maritime mines could have been planted within the Strait of Hormuz. That's why we are seeking a regional and global consensus on the way of providing protection and ensuring the safety of the entire maritime movement within the Strait of Hormuz. Al Jazeera TV. I also posed the same question with respect to the Strait of Hormuz. Today, certain discussion was initiated within the European circles for a coalition to provide protection to the vessels passing through the Sound of Hormuz. What is the role to be played by the state of Qatar in this alliance? As we speak, I do not have any knowledge of the ongoing discussions within the European circles. All I can assure is that Qatar is concerned with the safety and security of all the vessels passing through the Sound of Hormuz. Also, the safety of the maritime movement is very essential to the state of Qatar, as we are largely dependent on a great portion of all the products and commodities going through, in and out of Qatar. Any other questions? That's your turn, please. Thank you. Recent communication of yesterday between the GCC countries, the Kuwaiti Foreign Ministry, UAE's Mohammed bin Zayed's communication with Mohammed bin Salman. Do you think that, or do you expect further escalation following the attacks on Iranian's Kharg Island? Again, these communications are taking place on a daily basis between the heads of state and the GCC leaders, and by way of the amicable and friendly nature of between the GCC countries, these communications are quite normal. I believe these communications cannot be interpreted in unnecessarily. Secondly, in any war, the escalation is the natural result of the continued hostilities. That's why we have been warning from day one, if this war drags on without any efforts bringing to an end, escalations will continue to rise, escalation will mount, losses will also grow. And that's what we have been
Truth Talks.
Reiterating.
Breaking news.
Of a sufficiently aggressive character on the part of the Kiev regime, and a very dangerous one, because, I have already spoken about this, according to information in the possession of our intelligence services, just as the Nord Streams were once blown up, preparations are now underway in Kiev with the support of certain Western intelligence services for an operation to blow up Blue Stream and Turkish Stream. We have already informed our Turkish friends on this matter. We will see what happens in this area, but this is a very dangerous game, especially today.
We were watching your meeting. Can I ask two questions? Straight off the bat, as they say. You yourself just said about what is happening on world gas markets, and many countries are already practically in a panic from what is happening. Prices have skyrocketed, and it's unclear what will happen next with prices. It's unclear what will happen next with supplies. And here, of course, it inevitably comes to mind that Europe was banning our gas, and soon new bans are due to come into effect in April. Bans on short-term supplies of liquefied Russian gas. Then more bans.
Under contracts that were concluded somewhere in the summer of last year.
Yes, and then more bans after that. And today they have already started talking about perhaps shifting the dates of these bans, given what is happening in the world.
First of all, Russia always has been, and remains, a reliable supplier of energy resources for all our partners, including, incidentally, European ones. And we will continue to work in exactly this mode with those of our partners who are themselves reliable counterparties. With such partners, for example, as in Eastern Europe, as in Slovakia, as in Hungary, we supply them with our energy resources, both oil and gas, and intend to continue doing so in the future, if, of course, the leadership of these countries pursues the same policy as today, namely, they will be reliable partners for us. As for Europe, what is happening today on European markets is, of course, first and foremost, the result of the mistaken policy of European authorities in the energy sector. This is the abuse of the green agenda. This is the use of all these instruments for domestic political activity and achieving party or some group goals. Such a policy has nothing to do with the interests of the peoples of these countries. Now, prices have indeed risen both for oil and for gas. As for oil, it is understandable. This is connected, among other things, with restrictions on Russian oil. And additionally, everything that is happening now in the Middle East with the aggression against Iran, all of this overlaps with one another and leads to such a difficult, grave, frankly speaking, result for consumers. As for gas, the spike in prices on the European market is not even directly connected today with restrictions on gas supplies to the European market. After all, the main suppliers of gas have not reduced their volumes. Because who are the main suppliers today? It is Algeria, the United States, Norway, and Russia in part. No one has reduced supplies, yet prices have already shot up to $700. Why? Because of the general situation on world markets, including oil markets and, in this case, gas markets. Because of the general situation, because buyers have appeared who are ready to purchase the same natural gas at higher prices, in this case, due to events in the Middle East, due to the blocking of the Hormuz Strait, and so on. And if such premium buyers appear, then from the European market, I think, I am even certain, some currently traditional suppliers, all those, shall we say, American companies, will of course go where they are paid more. That is natural. There is nothing here. There is no political subtext here, only business, and that is all. Therefore, this is, I repeat once again, the result of the mistaken policy of European authorities, and over many years at that. In this regard, here is what I am thinking. Either way, as you just said, they plan in a month. The last date being the 24th, i.e. from the 25th, to introduce restrictions on the purchase of Russian gas, including liquefied gas. And in a year, in 2027, even further restrictions up to and including a complete ban. And now other markets are opening up, and perhaps it is more advantageous for us to stop supplies to the European market right now, move to those markets that are opening up, and establish ourselves there. And here too, I want it to be understood, there is no political subtext. But if they are going to close things off for us in a month or two anyway, then it is better for me to stop now myself and go to those countries that are reliable partners and establish ourselves there. But this is not a decision. This is, in this case, what you might call thinking out loud. I will definitely instruct the government to work through this question together with our companies.
Today, there is also very important news. Our gas tanker has been attacked again, this time in the Mediterranean Sea, seriously attacked. How can you comment on everything that is happening?
This is a terrorist attack. This is not the first time we have encountered things of this kind. What is surprising is only that this worsens the situation on world energy markets, on gas markets, including, in this case, primarily for Europe. It turns out that the Kiev regime is in fact biting the very hand it feeds from, namely the hand of the European Union. The European Union provides the Kiev regime with endless assistance, both weapons and money, while the Kiev regime creates one problem after another for the European Union. And as for the overall behavior, this behavior is of a sufficiently aggressive character on the part of the Kiev regime and a very dangerous one, because, I have already spoken about this, according to information in the possession of our intelligence services, just as the Nord Streams were once blown up, preparations are now underway in Kiev with the support of certain Western intelligence services for an operation to blow up Blue Stream and Turkish Stream. We have already informed our Turkish friends on this matter. We will see what happens in this area, but this is a very dangerous game, especially today.
We were watching your meeting. Can I ask 2 questions? Straight off the bat, as they say. You yourself just said about what is happening on world gas markets, and many countries are already practically in a panic from what is happening. Prices have skyrocketed, and it's unclear what will happen next with prices. It's unclear what will happen next with supplies. And here, of course, it inevitably comes to mind that Europe was banning our gas, and soon new bans are due to come into effect in April. Bans on short-term supplies of liquefied Russian gas. Then more bans.
Under contracts that were concluded somewhere in the summer of last year.
Yes, and then more bans after that. And today they have already started talking about perhaps shifting the dates of these bans, given what is happening in the world.
First of all, Russia always has been, and remains, a reliable supplier of energy resources for all our partners, including, incidentally, European ones. And we will continue to work in exactly this mode with those of our partners who are themselves reliable counterparties. With such partners, for example, as in Eastern Europe, as in Slovakia, as in Hungary, we supply them with our energy resources, both oil and gas, and intend to continue doing so in the future. If, of course, the leadership of these countries pursues the same policy as today, namely, they will be reliable partners for us. As for Europe, what is happening today on European markets is, of course, first and foremost, the result of the mistaken policy of European authorities in the energy sector. This is the abuse of the green agenda. This is the use of all these instruments for domestic political activity and achieving party or some group goals. Such a policy has nothing to do with the interests of the peoples of these countries. Now, prices have indeed risen, both for oil and for gas. As for oil, it is understandable. This is connected, among other things, with restrictions on Russian oil. And additionally, everything that is happening now in the Middle East with the aggression against Iran, all of this overlaps with one another and leads to such a difficult, grave, frankly speaking, result for consumers. As for gas, the spike in prices on the European market is not even directly connected today with restrictions on gas supplies to the European market. After all, the main suppliers of gas have not reduced their volumes. Because who are the main suppliers today? It is Algeria, the United States, Norway, and Russia in part. No one has reduced supplies, yet prices have already shot up to $700. Why? Because of the general situation on world markets, including oil markets and, in this case, gas markets. Because of the general situation, because buyers have appeared who are ready to purchase the same natural gas at higher prices, in this case, due to events in the Middle East, due to the blocking of the Hormuz Strait, and so on. And if such premium buyers appear, then from the European market, I am even certain, some currently traditional suppliers, all those, shall we say, American companies, will of course go where they are paid more. That is natural. There is nothing here. There is no political subtext here, only business, and that is all. Therefore, this is, I repeat once again, the result of the mistaken policy of European authorities, and over many years at that. In this regard, here is what I am thinking. Either way, as you just said, they plan in a month. The last date being
Truth
the 24th,
Talks.
i.e.
Breaking
from the
news.
25th.
Flights were suspended, but are now resuming. Third, the Saudi joins us now live from Tehran. Talk us through what the Iranians are saying here, saying they're responsible for some, but not all these regional attacks.
Yes, exactly. This is what we heard from the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, coming out with a very serious allegation about the role of Americans and Israelis copying some of the military equipments of the country to target some of the regional countries, some of the civilian infrastructures. But still, we have to keep in mind that if even prior to the initiation of these recent campaigns of airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis, the Iranian side came out with a clear message that in case of a U.S. attack on Iran, the response is going to be crushing, and it's going to include all the U.S. military bases across the region alongside the Israeli territories. And now the reality on the ground, as far as we receive statements from the armed forces of the country, is that Iran is targeting the U.S. military bases across the region. Meanwhile, Iran is saying that it's not going to negotiate, it's not going to accept any offer for ceasefire under the continuation of the airstrikes targeting different places across the country. And we know that right now we also hear reports from different cities, including here in the capital. A few hours ago, we heard sounds of massive explosions, most of them coming from the eastern parts of the country. We're dealing with a very delicate situation, the truth of the matter is. And of course, last but not the least, in response to the statements that the Qatari foreign minister raised, the Iranian side is saying this is not the regional countries at which the Iran is in a war, but the U.S. military bases in those countries.
Thank you, Tahir. Saudi there joining us there from Tehran. Now, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer says he cannot allow his country to be drawn into the conflict. US President Donald Trump has criticized Starmer for what he considers his insufficient support of Washington in the war against Iran.
We will protect our people in the region. Second, while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war. And third, we will keep working towards a swift resolution that brings security and stability back to the region and stops the Iranian threat to its neighbours. I want to see an end to this war as quickly as possible.
Richard Gaisford is outside number 10 Downing Street in London. Walk us through what the rest of what Starmer had to say for himself.
Yeah, I think it's clear that you're not going to be seeing any Royal Naval ships being deployed to the Strait of Hormuz anytime soon. The Prime Minister talking about wanting to work with partners on a viable and a credible plan. He kept saying it's not easy, it's not straightforward. And, you know, there is pressure there, of course, from Donald Trump, who has said that it won't be good for NATO if his allies don't step up to help. But the Prime Minister this morning talking about the fact that he has been standing by his principles. And really seems to be giving an inherent criticism of Donald Trump all the way through the press conference that we've just heard. He talked about the fact that the war should not be allowed to become a windfall for Vladimir Putin. Remember, Donald Trump has recently released some of those sanctions on Russian oil. He says, whilst it's clear that the US action is weakening Iran, he questions what comes next. The Prime Minister talking in this press conference about the responsibilities on him of committing British troops into the Middle East. He says that he needs to work on the basis that the British people share his values, share his principles, and need calm, level-headed assessment. He said troops would need to know that there was a legal basis and a clear plan for any of their involvement. The Prime Minister talked also about his phone call with Donald Trump. He says that they are good friends. There's a strong relationship. They remain strong allies. But again, he has reiterated to the US president that he is acting in the British interests. He is criticizing other leaders here in the UK in the opposition who he says would have jumped in where Donald Trump would have been followers, not leaders.
Richard, thank you. Richard Gaisford there outside at number 10. Well, we are going to have to take a very short break. Do stay with us. The news does continue at the top of the hour with Cyril Vanier. But next, though, is Inside Story as it examines the impact of the war in the Middle East, on China. This is Al Jazeera.
What's the impact of the war in Iran on China? The two countries are close trading partners, yet Beijing has largely stayed away from lending any support to Tehran. But what does China stand to lose in this latest conflict in the Middle East? This is Inside Story. Hello there, I'm James Bays. The war in Iran rages on, and China argues it should never have happened. Beijing is a major importer of Iranian oil, making it vulnerable to any disruption of the flow through the Straits of Hormuz. Given its huge oil reserves and its growing dependence on electric vehicles, China may not be affected in the short term, but what if the war drags on? And what exactly is keeping Beijing away from direct involvement in the conflict? We'll talk to our panel of guests in just a moment, but first this report from Imogen Kimber.
For a country like China, the world's largest energy importer and a manufacturing powerhouse, the war in Iran is an important reminder of the risks it faces from events beyond its control. Beijing imports around 33% of its oil from the Middle East, and about 30% of its liquefied natural gas passes through the Strait of Hormuz.
Maintaining security and stability in this region serves the common interests of the international community. China urges all parties involved to immediately cease military operations, to prevent further escalation of tensions, and to avoid regional instability that could have greater impacts on global economic development.
China and Iran established diplomatic relations in 1971, which continued through the Islamic Revolution. The two countries are also in the fifth year of a 25-year strategic partnership agreement that could bring up to $400 billion in Chinese investment to Iran, in exchange for energy supplies. However, despite deep political ties and significant economic interests, Beijing has steered clear of taking concrete action to support Tehran. So far, it has limited its response, largely to condemning the assassination of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. But China's eagerness to stay out of the conflict is now being put to the test. Beijing is also treading carefully because one of the biggest diplomatic considerations is an upcoming visit by the US president. At the same time, the war could create opportunities for China. First, the continued erosion of international norms surrounding sovereignty. Second, a prolonged conflict that diverts Washington's attention and allows China more space to consolidate its position across Asia. Xi Jinping is likely to continue portraying himself as a steady and predictable global leader, in contrast to Donald Trump. But now, with Trump asking countries, including China, to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz, it may be difficult for Beijing to maintain a balance. Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, let's discuss all of the issues raised there with our guest today joining us on Inside Story. In Shanghai, we have Sean Ryan. He's founder and managing director of China Market Research Group. In Washington, D.C., Barbara Slavin, distinguished fellow at the Stimson Center. And in Istanbul, Hassan Ahmadian, associate professor at the University of Tehran. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us today. Let me start with you, Hassan. You are there in Istanbul today, but just hours ago, you were under bombardment in Tehran. Let me start with the bigger picture and the historical picture from you. How close would you say China and Iran are and have been in recent years?
The relationship has been growing steadily over the past few decades, and especially recently with the United States and Europeans reneging on their JCPOA commitments and reimposing maximum pressure sanctions on Iran. The Chinese stepped in, observed their commitments in that deal, and basically helped Iran keep its economy above water. For the Iranians, China is a strategic partner. They have been on a strategic connection for over a decade now on different issues, including energy and otherwise, economics. And I think it has been really steadily growing fast as looked at from the Iranian perspective. And I think one issue has always been for both countries is how to shield themselves against the United States and its policies of sanctions and tariffs, etc. And both parties have seen themselves in the same boat time and time again, and that helped the two countries get closer over time.
So, Sean, how would we describe the nature of this relationship? I mean, there seem to be different dimensions, military, political, and economic, certainly. Would you say they're allies or partners, or in terms of economic, is one just a customer of the other?
Well, happy Chinese New Year, James. I think the relationship between China and Iran has been getting closer over the last 10 years, but it's really about survival. I don't think there's an axis of evil, as George Bush liked to call it. I don't think Iran, North Korea, and China, by definition, are evil. They've been getting closer together as out of a matter of survival. You know, you see the United States under Trump and Biden and under NATO, under Mark Rutte, have really been trying to destabilize the country's governments, have really been trying to contain their economic growth. So China basically has been saying, in order to push off the United States imperialism, we need to get closer to North Korea, we need to get closer to Russia, and we have to get closer to Iran. And importantly for China, they get about 20–30% of their oil from Iran. So I think China and Iran, it's a strategic economic partnership, but there are limits. I don't think that China is going to, send military aid to Iran to fight against the Israelis and the Americans right now. It's more a relationship about economics rather than military relationship, James.
So who gets the most, Barbara, out of this relationship? Does China get more from Iran, or is it the other way around?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that it's an asymmetrical relationship. Iran relies on China continuing to buy oil. I think even though it's perhaps, 10–15% of oil that China gets from Iran, it's 90% of Iran's oil exports that go to China. So without that, Iran simply could not survive. It could not, as Hassan said, keep its head above the water. But there are other aspects to the relationship. There have been military aspects. There were reports that after the June war, China provided material to Iran that was very useful in reconstituting some of its missile program. There have also been reports that China has given assistance to the Houthis in Yemen, who, at least in the past, have been Iran's allies against the West and against Israel. So there are military and strategic elements as well. There have been joint maneuvers with China. Going back years, China provided a lot of useful material to Iran when it was rebuilding its military after the Iran-Iraq war. And yes, I agree. I don't think China's going to send warships to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but it doesn't need to, because Iranian oil is flowing to China quite nicely. I mean, Iran is only blocking the oil shipments from countries that are affiliated with the United States and Israel. So it's an important relationship. It's also an old relationship. I mean, both very old cultures going back to the days of the Silk Road. I think there's a lot of mutual respect between China and Iran as ancient civilizations that, watch these newcomers like the United States come and go while they endure. So many, many layers, many levels of connection between China and Iran.
So Hassan, China buying 90% of Iran's oil. Iran's economy, as we know, has been in a very bad state. Is the relationship with China really the only thing that has been keeping Iran going in the last year or so?
No, I don't think it's the only thing, but it's one big part of it. Iran has relations. I'm not sure about the figure of the 90%. Of course, much of Iran's oil goes to Asia nowadays. We don't know if it's intended only for China or other places because, because of sanctions, everything is not transparent when it comes to oil and gas markets in Iran. And so there is no clarity there. But of course, China is one big trade partner for Iran. It's the biggest trade partner for Iran. And of course, without it, the Iranian economy could have had more problems dealing with its multifaceted challenges that it is facing. So the Iranians value the relationship in terms of trade and economics, especially, as I said, after the JCPOA violation and the reimposition of sanctions or the imposition of maximum pressure sanctions on the part of the United States. The relationship grew more valuable for Iran, specifically for its economic side. When it comes to the military side of things, there is no Iranian demand for China, or the Iranians never asked China to get involved. Actually, it's a sensitive nerve for Iranians to ask any international power to back them in a fight, because that would mean that they will be the underdog in a relationship that with another nation, that is, their independence will be put at question, which is a very sensitive thing in Iran and its political culture. And that's why the Iranians never asked the Chinese or the Russians or other allies to fight for them. But of course, the connection is there, and there are, of course, connections when it comes to economic, military and security as well.
Sean, as Barbara said, for now, even while the war has been going on, there has been oil going through the Straits of Hormuz in the direction of China. How worried, though, would China be long-term if the oil was to be cut off? Because there are other places, notably Russia, that China could get oil. And I think it's interesting that there seems to be a huge stockpile that China has to cushion it if there was to be a supply problem.
So obviously China has been hurt by the American, Israeli, and Iran tension on oil prices. Gas pumps have gone up about 3 to 5% over the last 2 weeks. But here's the things, James. China is 84% self-sufficient when it comes to energy. Last year, it was running 1,200 terawatts of solar power, about 1,100 terawatts of wind power, which covers about 20% of their overall energy needs. They're also sitting on mountains of coal, and they also have 28 billion barrels of oil. So while the oil price is skyrocketing in the rest of the world, especially in the United States, is causing prices at the pump to go up 20, 30% as the barrel hits over 100 US dollars, China has been saying for the last 10, 20 years, we need to become more self-sufficient on our energy needs because they've seen over the last 40 or 50 years, the United States is engaged in endless wars in the Middle East. They're always going after countries that have a lot of oil, whether it be Libya, Iraq, or now Iran. And so China has very smartly said, let's focus on, drilling in Xinjiang, drilling in the South China Sea, and really focusing on renewable energy. So I don't lie, right? China's getting hit by high prices, but they're better off than anywhere else in the world. Say a country like Japan, where over 90% of their oil needs come from the Middle East, and the bulk of that is coming through the Strait of Hormuz. So China's better off than just about anywhere else in the world, which is why their stock market hasn't collapsed like Japan and South Korea have in the last couple of weeks, James.
Barbara, the Straits of Hormuz we're hearing about all the time. It is a sort of maritime cul-de-sac, one way in, one way out. And as you've said, yes, the Iranian oil seems still to be getting out in tankers. It's being allowed to cross. But China also gets oil, does it not, from other players like Saudi Arabia. It gets gas from countries like Qatar. So the problems in the Straits of Hormuz are still going to hit China.
Yeah, I suppose so. But as Sean pointed out, China has been stockpiling oil, has vast reserves, which it can use to get through, a crisis if it is short-lived. Obviously, if this goes on for weeks and weeks, I think it's going to be very difficult even for China to escape punishment. But as I believe you mentioned, President Trump is supposed to go to China at the end of March. And I would assume and hope that perhaps this war would be over by then. If not, I think their discussion is going to be less about US-China relations and more about the war in the Persian Gulf, the war on Iran.
Hassan, we have so many of these social media messages from President Trump, but an interesting post in recent hours where he said, hopefully China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK and others that are affected by the artificial constraint, talking about the blocking of the Straits of Hormuz, will send ships to the area. What do you make of that? I mean, it sounds like a little bit of desperation from the US president.
It does. Actually, some lines above what you read, he says Iran is, its capabilities are 100% out. And so Iran has lost the war. The United States has won the war, yet he's asking others to come in and guarantee shipments in the Strait of Hormuz. I think that's as you said, is perceived in Tehran as signs of desperation. This can lead to further escalation. We shouldn't be we have to take that into account as well. But when it comes to Iran, the war of aggression started. Iran retaliated. The Strait of Hormuz.
And good morning to you. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now. And
are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
That is because Iran was targeted. So that part of it is very important. And I think the Chinese and Russians and others understand this. It's not Iran that started all of this insecurity in the region. And so I don't see them sending any, support in the way that the United States wants them to. Actually, the U.S. Navy is far away from the Strait of Hormuz because whenever it got close, it was attacked by Iranian missiles and drones, and so they went away in the first phase of the war. And so they're asking others what they themselves couldn't do as the starters of this aggression. So I don't see that really happening.
Sean, I mean, yes, China has good relations with Iran, but it also has good relations with other important players in the region, including the Gulf countries, large expat Chinese populations in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Is it going to have to choose China between the countries that it's friendly with in the region? Because now Iran is attacking those Gulf countries.
No, I don't think China is going to choose. It has good relations with Iran, but it is not considered a military relationship. And it also has good relations with Saudi Arabia and the UAE. So I think one of the keys from China is that they always have a non-interference policy when it comes to diplomacy. And I think other countries respect that. So they're not going to take sides in military conflagrations. They're going to try to come together and say, let's sort of iron things out peacefully through diplomatic means. But I want to follow up on your question to Hassan. I think President Trump blundered into Iran, and it's going to cause all kinds of problems for the United States for 50 years. You've seen that the U.S. have already moved Marines from Okinawa, Japan, into the Middle East. They've removed the THAAD missiles from South Korea against the protests of the South Korean president to the Middle East. So basically, he's criticized also Keir Starmer in the UK. He's criticized China. He's criticized India. So he's trying to criticize and bully all of these other nations, but he's at the same time hurting their security from a military standpoint, yet also saying, we need your help at the Strait of Hormuz to support our oil tankers. So everybody around the world is laughing at Donald Trump right now. And the United States, which hurts me because I'm actually American, even though I've been in China for 29 years, it's hurting the prestige and the credibility of the United States because we have a bumbling, blundering president who's not looking at 4D chess, who's looking at narcissism and maybe 1-2-minute thinking processes before he launches an attack on Iran, when I don't think even his own press secretary said there is no imminent threat from Iran into the United States mainland. So I don't know what we're doing, and I think most Americans agree with me right now.
Barbara, we've had some interesting comments that have come from China since the war started. Tough comments from the Chinese Ministry of Defense at the start, saying the US is a war addict throughout its over 240-year history. It's been at war for all but 16 years. And then much more measured comments coming from the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, saying the war should never have happened, but, and he's talking about the US and China now, they should treat each other with sincerity and good faith. That's all about that Trump trip, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, China has its own economic problems. It has much slower growth than it would like. This is an important trip that has obviously been planned for a long time. They're going to talk about tariffs. They're going to talk about control over, high-tech chips and rare minerals and all the rest of it. I mean, there's a massive agenda between the United States and China that has nothing to do with the Middle East. But the United States keeps shooting itself in the foot, in the head, in the heart with these kinds of military actions. I mean, Trump called it, I think, an excursion. Hardly. The US and Israel have started something that is very, very difficult to stop. I understand the motivations, which are to reduce Iran's conventional military capability. But we haven't even talked about what this will do to Iran's nuclear situation. There's the matter of 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium that is still in Iran. Not clear how that might be removed. So this is a war that should not have been started. I agree absolutely with Sean. It comes from a kind of hubris, a kind of sense that Iran was weak and therefore the United States could capitalize on that weakness and either bring down the regime or force it to capitulate. Neither has happened so far. And now I think Trump is scrambling to figure out how does he get out of this war with even a little bit of face, given the way it has gone and the enormous damage it's done to the American and the international economies.
Hassan, Barbara there mentioned the nuclear program. Of course, if we go back over a decade ago, the diplomacy on the nuclear program was international. The so-called P5 plus one, the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council in China. And China played a very important role. For Al Jazeera, covered that, and there were numerous meetings for many years taking place in Europe. And Wang Yi, still the foreign minister of China, was flying back and forth very regularly, taking part. Do they in Iran think that China, at the end of this war, has a diplomatic role to play again?
For sure, China is looked at as a partner, more reliable certainly than European and the United States. And of course, the ties that connect the two countries strengthen this perception within Iran. But at the same time, the files that you mentioned, eventually it's about what the United States is doing and what it wants to achieve. And I think because Iran was attacked 2 times now in a row in the middle of the negotiations, I don't see that much of appetite in Iran to discuss anything with the United States. The name of the game in Tehran is now defiance. It's not talking to the United States. Maybe after the war, after months, China and Iran can find a way to convene and look at future possibilities about these
Thank
very
you for
important
subscribing
issues, but I
to
don't see
Truth
that
Talk
much
Live.
of really
Be sure to like this video
diplomatic
now to keep our
pathway for
algorithm
Iran and
high.
the United States and the West. Which are the 2 parties that basically put these sanctions on Iran and have talked to it and then attacked it. I don't see that much of a pathway for that to work. So the Iranians, after the war, to my understanding, will focus on their look to the East more forcefully than they did before this. And the West, collective West, is less trustworthy, on a record low, I would say, compared to pre-war, different times that Iran had relations and discussions with them. So it's a very different situation within Iran when they look at the West and they look at China and Russia and other Asian countries.
Sean, I think one thing that I noticed is that Beijing has sent its Middle East envoy to the region, the same man who helped broker talks between Saudi Arabia and Iran back in 2023. Does China think potentially, particularly in a couple of weeks' time with Donald Trump in Beijing, that maybe because they will have contact with the US president and they have links with Iran, that they maybe can play a diplomatic role here?
Yeah, that's a great question, James. So China clearly wants to be the adult in the world and show everybody that it is a global superpower, but it's one that's peaceful and can try to broker peace, both with Iran and the United States and elsewhere. But I think importantly, as Trump blows up the US world order, you're seeing that China is trying to become the economic superpower and build up relationships with countries that even a year ago in Western Europe and Canada were saying that China was a threat and an enemy. And you've seen, James, in the last 2 months, Mark Carney from Canada, Macron from France, Starmer from the UK, Merz from Germany, they've all come to China to say, look, we need to have better relationships again. And so for a lot of those countries, it was actually the first time in 8 or 9 years that those presidents or prime ministers visited China. So you're seeing a real shift because of Trump's blustering and bumbling, that the world order is moving towards China. And so China wants to be seen as bringing peace to the Middle East, being a good partner of Iran, a good partner of Saudi Arabia and the UAE, but importantly, being a stable trading partner for the world and an alternative to the United States under Trump. It's really shocking how the world has pivoted towards China in a good way in the last year because of Trump bullying against Europe and Canada.
Barbara, isn't the problem that all of us face that President Trump, in a moment where it seems like escalation is taking place, considers himself to be the peacemaker and is not going to allow anyone else to have a role here? Very briefly, please.
Yeah, well, I think he is looking for a way out of this war. And if China were able to provide that, I'm not so sure he would reject it. I mean, I've just read that apparently Steve Witkoff, our negotiator for everything, has been trying to call Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, but Abbas Araghchi is not taking his calls. So if China can play a role, frankly, to end this war, I think that would be terrific.
Thank you very much to our guests, Barbara Slavin, Sean Ryan, and Hassan Ahmadian. If you want more context and analysis of the ongoing conflict, remember to take a look at our website, aljazeera.com. We'd like to hear your views too. Post them on our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. Or you can join the conversation on X. Look for us there at AJ Inside Story. I'll see you again here very soon. Stand by. Our coverage of the war
Thank you for
continues
subscribing
right now.
to Truth Talk Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
As the war on Iran escalates, Al Jazeera's correspondents are on the ground.
This is the first time that President Trump has spoken publicly live.
We projected 4 to 5 weeks.
All the while insisting that the United States has plenty of weapons left.
We have only just begun.
Still, he's not ruling out sending U.S. troops into Iran.
We expect to take additional losses.
Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action.
That is a price Americans say they do not want repeated.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
Wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
You are watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Cyril Vanier. Iran says it is not responsible for all of the strikes on its regional neighbors since the war began. More U.S. and Israeli strikes hit Iran. The deputy health minister tells Al Jazeera that medical facilities are being targeted. And Iran strikes back, launching a new attack that targeted central Israel, causing damage.
While taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer sets out his position on the Iran war, and he does not commit to sending ships to the Strait of Hormuz. That is after US President Trump warned NATO allies of a very bad future if they do not help reopen the critical waterway.
We're not CNN, MSNBC or Fox News. We are your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks Live, where all voices matter.
Into uncertainty. Iran's foreign ministry says that Tehran is not responsible for all the attacks across the Gulf and the wider region. It has accused the US and Israel of being behind some of the strikes.
They've copied a number of weapons used by Iran. Some even alleged that the Iranian drones can reach the United States western coast. I can assure you that the Iranian drones can't cover those long distances. All these false allegations are meant to pave the way for the false flag operations they intend to carry out. This is the case as the Zionist entity and the United States are doing their best to create a smokescreen in order to pave the way for any false flag operations.
Meanwhile, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said that the UK will not be drawn into the wider Iran conflict. He said Britain is working with allies to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Starmer's comments come after US President Trump urged his NATO allies to help reopen this critical shipping lane. The US and Israel have continued their attacks across Iran, and Tehran has retaliated, targeting central Israel. The attacks damaged homes in Rishon LeZion. Well, we're live in Tehran, in Doha, London, Brussels, and in Ramallah. We're going to begin in the Iranian capital. Tawhid Asadi is there. Tawhid, Iran fires drones and missiles at Gulf countries on a daily basis, but then also in public downplays those attacks. So what did you just hear from the Iranian Foreign Ministry on that?
Well, actually, not just from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, but also when it comes to the very gist of the matter, over the past few days, we have been witnessing and hearing this one message that Iran says it's not targeting the actually regional countries, but the U.S. military bases in those countries. And also we've got the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, the other day came out to say that we are not at a war with these regional countries. We are at a war with the American bases across the region. And of course, it goes without saying, from the Iranian perspective, they see it as a retaliation. We recently heard that Khark Island, actually one of the most geostrategically significant places for Iran when it comes to oil exports of the country, was targeted. Iran claims that these targets, these strikes, were all carried out within the regional countries, including UAE's territories. And even prior to the initiation of these campaign of airstrikes, Iran warned against a confrontation at the regional level in case of a U.S. attack to Iran. And they're also saying that in case any third country allows the usage of their land or airspace to conduct attacks on Iran, the repercussion for those third countries is going to be tough, and they're going to be targeted by the Iranians. Meanwhile, the IRGC, Revolutionary Guards, as well as the armed forces are also talking about the continuation of their retaliatory strikes. And Iran's first vice president came out very clearly to say that retaliations are going to be continued to make sure that the security of the country is guaranteed.
All right, let's get the Gulf perspective on that. Zain Basravi is in Doha. Zain, every country in the Gulf has been attacked by Iran, and it's been on an almost daily basis. What are they saying?
Well, the countries in the GCC simply do not accept Iran's logic here. Now, it is true that these countries have bases, they have U.S. assets, and all of that remains true, but the logic of attacking the sovereign soil of neighboring Arab countries is something that the GCC has simply rejected. They wholesale reject Iran's logic here, and they're livid about these attacks. And we just attended a press briefing this afternoon here in Qatar at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where Majid al-Ansari, the spokesman, had a theme running throughout the briefing. And he said, whatever has happened, whatever Iran's logic, the reality is that they just need to stop the attacks now. Nothing can move forward until that happens. Now, in terms of the comments that the Iranian government, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the IRGC has made about false flag operations and calling on Arab countries to investigate the incidents on their soil that Iran has denied carrying out. And it is just a handful that they do deny. They do accept the attacks that they have carried out. The ministry spokesman said, investigations are not needed. All that is needed is for Iran to stop these attacks. We will not tolerate or accept these attacks on our sovereign nations. And in terms of Iran denying hitting civilian targets, what he said was, since the retaliation began, threats and attacks have not stopped on civilian areas. They have targeted energy, industrial areas in Mesaid, energy infrastructure in Las Nafan, the Hamad International Airport in Qatar, residential areas here in Doha. He said it is difficult to respond to Iran's foreign minister, Araghchi, as threats and attacks are ongoing every day, and the evacuations that they have had to carry out on civilian neighborhoods in recent days here highlight what it means for the people living here when these threats come to their doorstep. So it is very clear what the Qataris say. Iran is attacking our countries, it is unprovoked, and it is harming civilian, and there is no need for coordination of any kind. All that is needed is for Iran to stop attacking these countries.
Tawhid, as we know, Iran has been able to greatly leverage its geographical position by blocking almost entirely the energy flows through the Strait of Hormuz. 2 weeks into the war, what are they saying about that?
Well, actually, we heard from the Iranian side and from the Foreign Minister Araghchi himself today that the Strait of Hormuz is open but closed to ships and oil tankers belonging or affiliated with the adversaries of the country. The echo of the same statement was also heard when it comes to the statements from the spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry, Ismail Baghai, who said that the Strait of Hormuz is open But right now, due to wartime condition, this is under the control of the armed forces of Iran. And actually, as it goes without saying, as you mentioned, this is a sort of leverage that Iran tries to employ to practice, in that we are dealing with the most geostrategically significant choke point when it comes to oil market and when it comes to the global economy in that regard. And in this already delicate situation, Iran tries to use that for its benefit. And this is something that we already heard from Iranian officials, that it's going to be either peaceful for all, or the response from the Iranian side is going to be crushing, and they're not going to let any ships or oil tankers to pass through this actually important choke point. Also, earlier, we got reports about attacks on some of these oil tankers trying to approach the Strait of Hormuz, despite Iranian warning, and they face the repercussion. This is what we hear from Tehran. And militarily speaking, they're saying that they are going to continue the same approach, the same trajectory, the same vantage point towards the Strait of Hormuz, as long as the confrontation goes on.
Right, more on the Strait of Hormuz. Let's get, once again, the Gulf perspective on this. Zain, for Gulf countries, they're in the eye of the storm. Their energy, their main source of wealth, is not getting out, again, because the strait is blocked. So 2 weeks into this, what are they saying about Iran cutting off their route to their customers?
Well, you can't change the geography, can you? You can't change the coastline of these countries. You can't change the physical proximity of these countries to Iran, through the Strait of Hormuz. So from that point of view, what the Qatari Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the briefing, what the spokesman said was that the key right now needs to be de-escalation on all fronts. That can't happen until Iran stops attacking. And they say they speak in one voice to the United States. Gulf Arab countries are speaking to the United States in one voice as well, calling for de-escalation. You can't discuss any peace talks or negotiation or opening up the Strait of Hormuz until and unless there is a de-escalation. Now, what Qatar is saying is really what the GCC is saying, is that they need to renew trade through the Strait of Hormuz. He said in the briefing, asked about whether or not Qatar would be supporting a committee or of countries that would give naval escorts to ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. He said he has no answer for that. Qatari policy on that has not been set yet. They will come forward, he said, possibly after Eid. But he said, for us, any threat to maritime security and freedom of navigation of vessels in international waters is a threat to all. It needs to keep open. The whole world depends on freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. So both Qatar and Iran realize that this is a pressure point. From Iran's point of view, they want to press that point right now. From Qatar's point of view, they need to release that pressure, de-escalate, and come to the negotiating table.
Zain Basravi in Doha, Tawhid Asadi in Tehran. Thank you very much to both of you. Now, Inzamam Rashid is a journalist reporting from the Strait of Hormuz. He says that ships currently need permission to enter the crucial waterway.
Ships haven't really been passing through these waters for the last 8 days that I've been here. Yes, you do see plenty of ships throughout the day, but they are anchored down, waiting to get the signal that they can finally pass through. Dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of vessels, Rashad, whether they are oil tankers, whether they are cargo ships, they are sat waiting to actually pass through. Just behind me, there are a few in the distance, and then to my left, there are many ships that are parked up a bit further down, away from the actual entrance of the Strait of Hormuz. And many of them decide to stay there because they're nearer to Fujairah city, but also it's away from any potential danger, any particular threats from Iran that we've witnessed over the last couple of weeks. They have not been allowing ships to pass through. And despite what the representative for the foreign ministry had said then in that press conference, he said that the countries that aren't involved in the aggression on Iran have managed to pass. That is not entirely true. Yes, we have seen some vessels, particularly those heading to China, some through to India as well, with Iranian oil have been passing through. But it's not entirely true that vessels that aren't involved in this conflict haven't been targeted, because we saw a Thai flag carrier was struck by ballistic missiles. There were 20 of the crew members that had to be rescued from there, 3 of them still missing at sea.
Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer says he cannot allow his country to be drawn into the conflict. U.S. President Trump has criticized Starmer for what he sees as insufficient support for Washington in the war with Iran.
We will protect our people in the region. Second, while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war. And third, we will keep working towards a swift resolution that brings security and stability back to the region and stops the Iranian threat to its neighbours. I want to see an end to this war as quickly as possible.
Richard Gaisford is outside 10 Downing Street in London. So, Richard, the UK is one of the countries that Donald Trump has called on specifically to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz and help open it for the flow of energy. What is the British Prime Minister going to do?
Well, there was no clear commitment for that this morning, Cyril, in the press conference we've heard. I don't think we'll be seeing British warships deploying to the Strait of Hormuz anytime soon. The Prime Minister repeating throughout this press conference that this is not an easy situation. It's not straightforward. He said he wanted to work with partners in the region and around the world to deliver a credible and a viable plan. And through that and through other things he said this morning, there seems to be really an implicit criticism of Donald Trump. We heard from the Prime Minister that he didn't want this war to become a windfall for Vladimir Putin. That, of course, after Donald Trump released some of those sanctions on Russian oil, he said that whilst it is clear that the US has weakened Iran, he questioned what happens next. Well, of course, Donald Trump has been putting pressure on Keir Starmer, other leaders to help in that Strait of Hormuz situation. The Prime Minister, though, saying this is not a NATO mission. And he talked about his responsibility for committing British troops into the Middle East. He said so far he has stood on his principles. He's happy to go on doing that. He believes that the majority of the British people share that position. And he said if he were to commit British troops, he would need to reassure them that everything was being done on a legal basis, that there was good, clear plans in place for them. He talked about that conversation too with Donald Trump he'd had on the phone in the last 24 hours. He said they remain good friends, strong allies. But again, everything he does, he told the president, has to be in the best of British interests. The Prime Minister also criticising opposition leaders here in the UK today, Cyril. He was saying that they would have jumped in with Donald Trump on this military action. He said that is not leadership. That is someone who just follows. And he's announced some £53 million to help the most vulnerable in British society with the added costs of this through oil charges.
Well, Richard Gaisford reporting from 10 Downing Street. Thank you very much. Step Vassen is with us. Step, we've also heard from EU leaders. You're in Brussels. Donald Trump wants other countries to help keep the Strait of Hormuz open. He name-checked the UK. He name-checked France. I know other countries in the European Union are, also being asked that question and asking themselves that question. What are Europeans saying?
Well, very similar, actually. Despite the pressure coming from Donald Trump, there's very little appetite here in Brussels to be dragged into this war, especially also because they feel completely left out of the loop. The German foreign minister said this morning that before he's going to do anything, actually, he wants to talk to the United States and to Israel what the exact objectives of this war are and also what the end game is, because what is on the table here in Brussels today with the foreign ministers meeting is any ways that they can offer to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but that doesn't mean that they're very keen on sending any warships very soon. The German foreign minister said that he was very skeptical about a plan which was launched by France actually to expand this so-called Aspides mission, naval mission, which is very close to the coast of Yemen. It's been operational since 2024 to support commercial vessels there. But the German foreign minister said it's very ineffective. So he was very reluctant to commit to that. But of course, for Europe, this strait is also of crucial importance. So they will have to find some kind of solution. But for now, it's not sending warships anytime soon, similar to what we've heard coming from London.
Yeah, something I want to ask both of you is regarding the consumer prices, because when the price of energy goes up, invariably consumer prices go up, daily life becomes more expensive, and that's a concern for leaders anywhere. It's a concern for leaders in the UK, concern in the European Union. I wonder what both of them, what all these leaders are doing. Richard, you touched on it earlier. What is Starmer saying about cost of living?
Well, he's obviously, that's a crisis that he's been dealing with since he came into power. It ran out of COVID through the Ukraine war, and now, of course, because of this conflict. This morning he's been focusing on those people that use heating oil to heat their homes. It is a minority within the United Kingdom. The majority of people would have direct electricity and gas supplies. Many, though, a couple of million or so, have tanks in their gardens that supply their homes with oil to heat them. And those prices have been shooting up. They're fairly reactive to the wholesale price. And he has said this morning he does not want to see big companies making huge profits off the back of hard-working people. So they are going to cap those costs. It's a difficult process for the government to get involved with. It's not as easy as working across those other energy bits of infrastructure, electricity and gas, but it is something that they want to do. They have been talking at all times throughout this conflict of people not profiting from it. And the government got themselves into just a little bit of trouble a few days ago when they criticised petrol retailers for putting their prices up, perhaps without really understanding how the market worked.
Step on your end, what are you hearing from European Union leaders or ministers about the cost of living?
Well, it's a very complicated situation here in Brussels because of the 27 member states having completely different policies also looking at the energy, and the energy prices are going through the roof. So there is an energy ministers meeting ongoing right now, and there are some measures on the table, and they're very similar to what we've seen in 2022 when the Ukraine war started and the energy prices also really increased. It's like state support maybe for companies, but also maybe for private citizens. Maybe the taxes on fuel, which are very high, particularly in countries like the Netherlands, to lower these, and also maybe capping gas prices. But it's not as simple to decide on one solution here because all the countries are very different. And back then in 2022, it has cost all these countries a lot of money because the EU came up finally with a package of 500 billion euros, mostly paid by Germany, but of course really felt by the taxpayers here in the European Union. So it's a real discussion about how much money the EU countries want to spend to lower these prices. And I think at the moment they're really hoping that this all will just be over soon.
Step Vassen reporting from Brussels. Richard Gainsford outside, just in front of 10 Downing Street. Thank you very much to both of you. Now, Iranian missiles have hit several targets across central Israel. Many homes have been damaged in the latest attacks. Israel's health ministry says at least 14 people have been killed and 2,745 more have been injured since the conflict began 2 weeks ago. Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim is covering developments in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, what more can you tell us about the damage in Israel?
Well, the latest barrage of rockets seems to be targeting the area in central Israel, close to the Ben Gurion airport. This is the main airport in Israel, and we've been hearing some officials saying that they're looking at operating flights from the airport very soon. So this seems to be in response to these Israeli attempts to normalize the situation inside Israel. According to Israeli media, 4 people have been injured, 1 lightly, and 3 had panic attacks as the impact was large. It made a car overturn in Rishon LeZion. That's an area very close, a city very close to the Ben Gurion airport. Now, when we talk about these salvos, the main concern in Israel is that these fragmenting warheads that splinter across a diameter of sometimes a few kilometers, that sometimes they have munitions that explode. This complicates the rescue process as well as limiting the damage that could be caused. And as we always say, the Israelis Israelis keep a very tight lid, a very heavy military censorship over who shares and what is being broadcast on to the public when it comes to the damage that has been caused by these munitions. Now, we talk about the Israeli attempts to normalize the situation. In the past few days, we've seen the Israeli Home Front saying that they are looking at easing restrictions. And today, in fact, schools were supposed to open gradually. Now, according to Israeli estimates, 50% of students in the areas that were supposed to return to school only joined that process. So we are talking about some sort of a confrontation or some sort of a pushback from certain mayors saying it's still not safe for them to go back to schools while the rockets are still falling overhead. Now, at the same time, we've heard from the Israeli defense minister saying that they are expanding the military operation, the offensive in southern Lebanon, the ground invasion that has been the talk of Israeli media for a while. They're saying that they're pushing more divisions into southern Lebanon. We might be talking about 50,000 soldiers participating in this operation altogether.
Nida Ibrahim reporting from Ramallah. Thank you very much. Let's bring in Ori Goldberg, an Israeli political commentator. Ori, you're in Tel Aviv. 2 weeks into this war, we're into the third week now. Israelis are taking rocket and drone fire from Hezbollah up north and missiles from Iran. Now, many are intercepted, but not all, as we just saw. How would you describe the mood at the moment in Israel?
As schizophrenic, because the missiles that are getting through are probably more numerous than have ever gotten through Israel's air defenses, regardless of the state of our interceptor missiles. Missiles are getting through. They are striking in the heart of the Israeli heartland, and that is very much felt. On the other hand, the more things that seem self-evident, like the fact that Israel has a perfect air defense system, turn out to be less than perfect, so do Israelis choose to regress back into a narrative of perfect victimhood and rectitude. We are right. We are doing the right thing. This is what has to be done. Otherwise, we won't live. But we are attacked constantly by a terrorist regime, by terrorist organizations. Any attack that we carry out is because we are forced to do so. That creates a very complete closed circle in which Israelis are living at the moment.
So when we spoke earlier in this war, I asked you some version of whether Israelis feel this war is worth it, despite the damage, despite nights in the bunkers and the sirens sounding and Israelis in the north having to leave their houses for many of them. And basically your answer was yes. For most Israelis, they do feel it's worth it because of the danger that they perceive from Hezbollah, from Iran. If I ask you the same question now into the third week of the war, do they still feel it's worth it?
Again, I'd have to say that they almost have a completely split personality. In terms of personal welfare, Israelis are at the end of their rope because there's a real dissonance within Israeli life because the state insists that everything is gradually going back to normal, but schools are closed. Businesses open when they like or when they don't. The public sector is attempting to impose, or rather superimpose, the semblance of normalcy, but nothing is normal. So Israelis are most definitely feeling the pressure and would very much like the war to stop. But on the other hand, the great majority of Israeli Jews support this war, not just because they feel it's necessary for their security, but because embarking on this war underpins the new Israeli security doctrine, which Israel has spent years in the making and has spent the last 3 years cementing. And that is that Israel will only be safe when Israel alone has the discretion to decide when, who, and for how long to attack. And if Israel pays absolutely no price for the consequences of its actions. That is the new definition of security here in Israel. If it sounds unattainable to you, I don't think that's an accident. It's unattainable intentionally. But as far as the great majority of Israelis are concerned, that is the goal. And until that is achieved, everything is worth fighting for.
You say when and how long to attack for. What is the Israeli public being told about how this war ends? You know, when this war ends and why it ends?
It's being told basically nothing. We've had people, mostly IDF spokespersons, who have said that, especially IDF Chief of Staff, General Eyal Zamir, infamously said, "This will take time, and it'll take as long as it takes." Now we're entering a part of the year that is full of national Israeli holidays and Jewish holidays. So some spokespersons are trying to pin a potential end to the war, to this round of hostilities, to a specific holiday. That is all bogus. Nobody really knows anything because, just like in Gaza, other than creating the sense, the certainty that Israel is allowed to do whatever it wants, whenever it wants, to whomever it wants, for as long as it wants, other than that, there is no end game. When Israel says it has to bomb various targets to ensure the destabilization of the Islamic Republic of Iran, for example, as we know from Gaza, the number of targets to bomb is endless. If human intelligence can produce enough targets to bomb, Israel will build algorithms that will produce an infinite number of targets to bomb. The decision is political, but politically, the grand prize is achieving what Israelis call ultimate discretion, and I'll add to that with ultimate impunity.
Yeah, the Israeli military has communicated to the public that they've hit, I think, around 7,000 targets so far, but they say they can hit thousands more, just to your point there. Ori Goldberg joining us from Tel Aviv this hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Israel is fighting its war on another front as well, and that's in Lebanon. The Israeli military says it has begun what it described as limited ground operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. There's already been fierce fighting in the town of Khiam. Zaina Khoder has more from Beirut.
Sounds of conflict. South Lebanon is a battleground. Israel's military is advancing.
The Israeli forces have begun a ground operation in Lebanon to eliminate threats and protect the residents of the Galilee and the north. The hundreds of thousands of Shiite residents of southern Lebanon who've been and are being evacuated from their homes will not return to their homes south of the Litani River until the security of the residents of the north is guaranteed.
Lebanon says Israel is trying to expand its occupation of territory. Hezbollah is pushing back with the heaviest fighting concentrated around Khiam, a town along the border. It's strategic high ground and on an important road junction, a gateway to advance to the Litani River, which at this corner is a few kilometers away. The river runs across southern Lebanon, and the Israeli military has treated it as a natural defensive line in previous conflicts with Hezbollah. And it believes controlling territory south of it makes it harder for the group to threaten Israel. They've ordered everyone south and north of the Litani to leave their homes. Those who stay are coming under Israeli fire, including paramedics. They too are being killed and their centers destroyed.
The Israeli occupation has unfortunately been claiming ambulances were being used for non-medical purposes. We affirm this is unjustified. These vehicles are transporting the wounded and the sick, and these nurses, doctors, and paramedics aren't going in those vehicles with their own lives at risk. All international laws and the Geneva Conventions protect these vehicles, yet they are being targeted.
The war is in its third week, and there's no window for diplomacy to end the hostilities that have killed hundreds of people and displaced nearly 1 million.
Israel has rejected Lebanon's offer to hold direct talks, saying the government must first stop Hezbollah's attacks. But Lebanon is not speaking in one voice. Speaker of Parliament Nabi Berri, who, like Hezbollah, represents the Shia community, says there can't be negotiations while Israel's strikes continue. In other words, no negotiations under fire. In a country like Lebanon, which is divided along sectarian lines, when there is no internal consensus, there is the risk of strife.
Hezbollah remains defiant, launching rockets and drones into northern Israel. It says it is ready for a prolonged war, but it's not clear how long it can sustain this fight after losing its supply line from Iran. Israeli forces have not indicated how far they will try to advance. They once controlled a buffer zone up to the Litani River before withdrawing in 2000. But this latest battle is only beginning to take shape. Zaina Khoder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our headlines this hour. Iran's foreign ministry says Tehran is not responsible for all the attacks carried out across the Gulf and the wider region since the war began. A spokesman, Ismail Baghai, says the U.S. and Israel may be behind some of the strikes and is urging foreign governments to investigate fully. Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson has pushed back against Iranian claims that it is not striking civilian targets in the region. Majid al-Ansari said attacks are continuing every day. Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer says he won't be drawn into the war with Iran despite President Trump's demands. Starmer says he is working with allies, including European partners, to find a way to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but did not commit to sending ships, which Trump has been calling for. And authorities in Abu Dhabi say one person has been killed in a missile attack in the city's Al Bahia area. Earlier, a drone incident near Dubai airport set a fuel tank on fire. Flights were suspended but are now resuming. Another drone attack on the UAE port of Fujairah has sparked a fire, prompting authorities to suspend the loading of oil. Well, Abbas Aslani is a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. He joins us from Tehran. Hamid Reza Azizi is a visiting fellow at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. He's in Berlin. Gentlemen, just moments before I came to you, all the phones in the newsroom and indeed across Qatar went off as the national alert system informed us that there was an elevated level of alert, which is code for Iranian missile or drone incoming. Seconds after we got that, we heard the interceptions. I could hear them from here. Everybody in Qatar pretty much heard them. And this speaks to what we heard today from both the Iranians and Gulf leaders. I want you to listen to Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson, Majid al-Ansari. He responded to a statement from Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, who denied that Tehran is targeting civilian or residential areas in the Middle East. Listen to this.
The denial of attacking civilian targets. Let me make it very clear. Since the Iranian attacks have started on Qatar, the threats and the attacks on civilian targets have not stopped, including last Saturday when a missile with the trajectory towards a residential area was intercepted and threats came out of unofficial media outlets of Iranians claiming specific companies and specific geographies that will be attacked in residential areas and commercial areas in Qatar. These attacks have targeted our LNG facilities in Ras Laffan. They have targeted the industrial complex in Said. They have targeted the airport, Hamad International Airport. They have targeted, as I said, residential areas. And I find it very difficult to even respond to what Mr. Araghchi said in the light that these attacks are ongoing every day and the threat to civilians is ongoing every day. The fact that we had to evacuate, civilians and students and faculty during the weekend is just one realization of what this means for the people who are living in these conditions. But we also assert that we have been able to this point, due to the bravery of the people in our armed forces, to withstand all of these threats and attacks without any real damage to the safety and security of Qatar.
Hamid Reza Azizi, I'd like you to address this contradiction, this dichotomy. You have Iran doing one thing, which is targeting Gulf countries, including civilian targets, and saying another. But nobody believes the official Iranian narrative that it's not targeting civilians. The Gulf countries don't believe it. The populations of the Gulf, I can speak to this, do not believe it. The U.S. doesn't believe it. Nobody believes it. So what's the point?
We're not CNN, MSNBC or Fox News. We are your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks Live, where all voices matter.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Well, what the Iranian officials claim, including the armed forces and the Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters, which has been kind of in charge of all the information regarding the war. What they claim is that they target areas where, as they claim, some American personnel, like military or intelligence personnel, are hidden. But of course, these claims are very difficult, if at all possible, to kind of ratify. But the thing is that the strategy behind this seems to be to increase the cost, to kind of continue maximizing the economic cost of this war for the global economy, and what I call globalizing the war. So this is actually in line with what we have seen in the attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. Basically, they want, and also, of course, in Israel, what you have reported earlier about this kind of people constantly, getting the alerts and going to the shelters. So they know that this situation is not going to be sustainable for the population of the region, and by doing this, on one hand, they want to increase the cost, as I said, and on the other hand, to pressure the Gulf leaders somehow to convince the United States to stop this war. So this is a kind of rather desperate strategy, if you want to frame it, but this is the way they have been conducting this war so far.
Abbas, if you agree with the argument, and I think you do because we've spoken before, but if you agree with the argument that Iran's strategy is to increase the pain and the cost of the war for its neighbors in the Gulf, but then even for the broader world through the increase of oil prices, if that is indeed the strategy, does Iran feel that it is currently working?
Well, I think if the war continues more, the consequences of such a kind of, let's say, conflict will increase as well. Because this is part of a multi-layered conflict, which is not limited to the military battle, but also comes the economic and geopolitical, aspect as well. Iran thinks that it can, inflict those costs and damages not to the regional, countries, but to the United States most specifically, in a way that it can somehow impact the calculus in Washington. And one of those is, the oil process, global energy market, and the economic aspect as a whole. And the latter is the fatalities among American forces. Iran wants to use this, let's say, couple tactic in order to stop not just this aggression, but also prevent any future attacks coming against the country. So the rapid cessation of the ongoing hostility is not the final target of Iran, but the aim is to make sure that there could be somehow a kind of deterrence in future that could, prevent and halt any future, let's say, intention by the US or Israel to initiate another aggression against the country.
Hamid Reza, back to you. Do you think that there is a point in this military campaign waged by the US and Israel against Iran where the degradation of Iran's military capabilities is such that Iran starts to change its behavior? Do you believe that that's going to happen or not?
Well, theoretically, yes, but we shouldn't forget that the degradation of military capabilities is happening as we speak on both sides. And this is something I think that the Iranian military planners have also counted on. What I hear, of course, I have no way to kind of make sure that to what extent these are true, but what I hear and what I see coming from the Iranian narrative is that they have been preparing for prolonged conflict of something like up to 2 months even. And the way that they are handling the conflict also indicates that there might be some interest in making this a war of attrition. So I think the central calculation here is that for example, the intercepting missiles that are used around the Gulf and also in Israel may kind of end sooner than the Iranian missiles. And the pattern of Iranian attacks also suggests this, because unlike the first day when they fired a very large missile salvo of more than 300 missiles, if I'm not mistaken, after that, especially in the past few days, there has been a pattern of kind of constant firing of missiles in smaller clusters, but trying to make sure that they can fire this during the day and also during as long as the conflict is going to take. And we shouldn't also forget that although the United States and Israel have been successful in taking out some of the launchers, for example, and targeting some of the major missile bases, but on one hand, the Iranians have decentralized the missile bases and also the missile command, and they have been increasingly relying on mobile launchers, which makes it more difficult for the other sides to detect and also to target. So this is a race against time, I can say.
Abbas, do you agree with this idea that Iran is essentially trying to outlast the U.S.? Yes, they may be rationing their missiles, but all that they need to do is send a few a day to keep the pressure up on all these neighboring countries and the U.S. and Israel, and really that can allow them to last a lot longer.
Well, this is part of, Cyril, a multi-front pressure campaign on the U.S. and its allies as well as Israel in order to stop the aggression. For Israel, Iran initially tried to somehow target the raiders in order to blind the air defense in Israel and across the region, then followed by renewed wave of missile and drone launches against Israel. And we talk about the United States. When it comes to Israel, Iran wants to somehow, through sustained missile attacks against Israel, to somehow not just to limit targeting those military facilities, but also push the society in a way that they reach a breaking point by, let's say, continued Syrian to Syrian situation, which has disrupted the normal situation there. And this could somehow impact the economic conditions and putting pressure on the Israeli government to reconsider their calculations when it comes to the ongoing strikes against Iran. Iran has been trying to somehow, Ali Reza said that it is the system in responding and firing those maybe missiles or drones could be somehow decentralized. What we are seeing a kind of also cohesion between different parts of the resistance front. And this is for the first time that they are trying to act in a synchronized manner, try to use advanced weaponry in order to maximize the amount of pressure on the other side and to stop the aggression.
Okay, you're saying, in other words, that Iran and Hezbollah over in Lebanon are now working in coordinated manner. I just want to make sure that our viewers understood what you were referencing there. Abbas Aslani, coming to us from Tehran, Hamid Reza Azizi, thank you very much to both of you. Now, Beijing says it is in contact with all sides regarding the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, once again calling for de-escalation in the Middle East. Donald Trump's previously suggested a much-anticipated summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping could be delayed. Trump also said that he believes China should help reopen the Strait of Hormuz since it receives about 90% of its oil from the region. Beijing actually imports between 40 to 50% of its oil from the Middle East. That includes roughly 14% from Iran. So Donald Trump's number was off, but it is still the case that, yes, Iran does receive much of its oil from the region. It also receives about 30% of its liquefied natural gas through the Strait of Hormuz. Katrina Yu reports from Beijing.
China is the world's biggest importer of crude oil, and about half of its seaborne shipments pass through the Strait of Hormuz, leaving it extremely vulnerable to any disruption there. Now, there are some reports that some Chinese ships are still being allowed to pass through the strait, but that is very few, and it won't replace the normal 6 to 7 million barrels of oil that China gets through there. Now, China isn't completely unprepared for this disruption. It has in recent months been building up its vast supplies of, or strategic reserve of oil. It has an estimated 1.2 billion barrels of crude oil, which equals about 115 days worth of imports. China also has existing oil piped through from Central Asia as well as Russia, so it could increase those flows or look further afield for more oil stocks, potentially from Brazil or from Angola. At home, China has also been trying to stockpile its energy resources. It's instructed refiners to limit its exports of gasoline as well as diesel, and also raise price caps on petrol. in the long term, China is also trying to increase its energy resources from renewable energy and lessen its reliance on oil, but that's going to take some time. Overall, China has a number of measures in place to buy itself time, and it's hoping that this conflict in Iran will wind down sooner than later, but it's for sure that it will struggle to really permanently replace the sources of oil or energy it gets from the Middle East, especially in the short term. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Booming demand for artificial intelligence is pushing up the cost of memory chips and consumer electronics worldwide. Now, tensions in the Middle East are adding another layer of pressure, raising the cost of manufacturing semiconductors, particularly at the heart of the global chip supply chain in Taiwan. Patrick Falk reports from Taipei.
At Guanghua Digital Plaza in central Taipei, computer repair shops have been grappling with surging prices for memory and other components. Some modules have increased by as much as 500% in just a few months. Shop owner Po Chuan Chen says he's had to update prices almost every day.
If prices keep going up, consumers may simply stop accepting it. Even if they urgently need it, they might still refuse to pay.
The AI boom is diverting manufacturers towards high-end server chips where profit margins are higher. But it's leaving fewer standard chips for personal devices. Now, the industry faces a second challenge. Semiconductor factories use a lot of energy. Rising oil and gas prices linked to war in the Middle East are increasing electricity costs for chip makers. Taiwan manufactures most of the world's advanced processors for consumer laptops and smartphones. And so when costs rise here, it quickly ripples through the global electronics market, from repair shops like you have here to stores selling computers and phones around the world. Production also relies on specialized materials, including helium, used to cool and stabilize equipment. Much of Taiwan's supply is imported from the Middle East. It remains stable for now, but shop owners warn the long-term effects could be significant.
Business will definitely keep going down. The question is how long this will take. Right now, the impact hasn't fully shown, but maybe in 2 months.
Even before the Iran crisis, analysts were predicting a double-digit slowdown in global PC and smartphone sales this year. Rising costs linked to the conflict could deter even more consumers from such purchases. Patrick Falk, Al Jazeera, Taipei.
And South African exporters are worried about fruit shipments that have been stuck at sea because of the Iran war. Farmers are watching developments closely as disruptions to shipping routes bring upheaval and uncertainty for one of the world's largest fruit exporters. Famita Miller reports from Cape Town.
The Middle East represents a $1.3 billion market for South African fruit growers. But weeks of tension brought on by Israel and the United States war in Iran means a lot of uncertainty. 90% of the fruit sent to the region by ship has been disrupted.
We actually have a direct service to the port of Jebel Ali, which is the main hub there. It's a duty-free port as well, which is actually special economic zone. So it's very good from our point of view. The goods arrive there duty-free. That's their bigger. Unfortunately, the port of Jebel Ali has been attacked as well. I don't think it's fully operational. So that is a major, major concern.
While the Jebel Ali port in the UAE was reopened after services were briefly suspended, the unpredictability for exporters remains, and the restrictions on oil exports from that region is having an effect.
Some of our export clients has indicated that there is an increase in transport cost. They're also struggling to reach certain markets. So the impact is cost at the moment, and market access seems to be more difficult.
Some produce that was shipped before the conflict is stuck at sea. Exporters say some shipping lines are not taking bookings for fruit that's now piling up.
What we're trying to do is we've diverted some of the fruit via India, some of it via Oman, some of it via Sri Lanka, but it's chaotic basically at the moment.
But diverting the produce is not always possible.
Fruit is packed according to the regulations at its final destination. So it's not always possible to divert shipments destined for the Middle East because a new destination may have different requirements.
Some of the fruit is returned to South Africa, but the local market can't absorb all of the produce. While the citrus industry is preparing to harvest and ship tons of fruit that is meant for the Middle East, there is worry about escalating costs and what comes next for a region that accounts for about 20% of South Africa's agricultural exports. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Cape Town.
This is breaking news on Morning Mic Drop
Other
on a Truth
stories
Talks
making
Live,
headlines around
where
the
your
world
voice
now.
matters.
At least 12 Palestinians, including a pregnant woman and a child, have been killed in Israeli airstrikes in central Gaza. Those attacks hit a home in the Nuseirat refugee camp and a vehicle carrying police officers. Israeli strikes have continued across the Strip despite the U.S. brokered ceasefire. Official figures say more than 600 Palestinians have been killed since the truce took effect in October. And with Gaza's power grid largely destroyed in Israel's war on the Strip, Palestinians have turned rooftops and tent poles into lifelines. Solar panels now power phones, charge batteries, and provide a few hours of light after sunset. But these fragile alternatives are under threat, as Hani Mahmoud reports from Gaza City.
Gaza only power plant has been repeatedly damaged and forced to shut down, largely due to fuel shortages. Much of the electricity transmission network has also been destroyed, leaving most of the Strip without a grid power for months. For many families, electricity is no longer a service, it's a daily struggle. In the absence of a grid power, solar panels have become the primary alternative. They are used to charge mobile phones for communication and emergency alerts, to power small lights inside tents and damaged homes, and to recharge batteries for medical devices and basic appliances. But supply cannot meet demand.
في إقبال لأنه أساساً فيش كهرباء موجودة في غزة نهائياً.
There is high demand for the charging station because there is basically no electricity in Gaza. Anyone who has access mostly relies on solar energy. It's the only source available. Of course, during bad weather, though, there is no solar power. As for the commercial generators, they are extremely expensive. 1 kilowatt costs around $8.
Residents also report Israeli strikes targeting rooftops with solar panels. Others say panels have been damaged by shrapnels and blast waves. Israel says it targets militant infrastructure. But families here say civilian energy sources are increasingly vulnerable. Even when panels remain intact, they depend entirely on sunlight. Storms, dust, rain, and heavy cloud cover sharply reduced output, cutting families off from light, communication, aid coordination, and news.
This iron consumes a lot of electricity. Right now, there are no other solutions. The situation is so difficult. Fuel prices are so high, the power plant is shut down, and we simply don't know what to do.
Without stable electricity, workshops close, refrigeration fails, medical equipment struggle to operate. In Gaza today, access to power is measured in minutes, not hours. And for many, even those minutes are no longer guaranteed. When Gaza lost electricity, it turns to the sun. But even now, this is not certain. Solar panels, once a symbol of resilience, are being damaged or destroyed. And when the clouds gather, darkness takes over completely. In today's Gaza, access to power means access to life. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, from Gaza City, Palestine.
Myanmar's parliament has convened for the first time since a military coup 5 years ago. The lower house has held its regular session and the upper house is scheduled to meet on Wednesday. Now, the military says that this marks one of the final steps in a return to democracy after this year's elections. But many in Myanmar say that those polls were deeply flawed and millions of people remain disenfranchised. This year's Academy Awards have been handed out in Hollywood. The offbeat thriller, One Battle After Another, was the night's big winner. And with the U.S. war in the Middle East, security was tighter than ever. From Los Angeles, John Hendren reports.
The 98th Academy Awards ceremony took place under unprecedented security in the shadow of war.
Tonight is an international event. If I can be serious for just a moment, everyone watching right now around the world, is all too aware that these are very chaotic, frightening times. We pay tribute tonight, not just to film, but to the ideals of global artistry, collaboration, patience, resilience, and that rarest of qualities today, optimism.
On the stage, Leonardo DiCaprio's latest film won one Oscar after another, though not for Best Actor.
One battle after another, Paul Thomas Anderson.
One battle after another, Paul Thomas Anderson.
One battle after another.
For a film where the on-screen battles were domestic. Outside, the celebration occurred in a 1.5 kilometer security buffer zone protected on the ground and in the air by hundreds of police and federal officers. The security concerns were highlighted by the war in Iran, heightened by a recent shooting at a university in Virginia and an attack on a synagogue in Michigan. Hollywood Boulevard is usually full of thousands of tourists, especially here in front of the Chinese Theater. But now it's full of fences and security officers. You can hear helicopters overhead, police helicopters. And police say they have no specific information about threats to the Oscars, but they're taking no chances with the war in Iran. Actor Javier Bardem wore a pin in Spanish that translates to no to war.
No to war and free Palestine.
In the name of our future, in the name of all our children, stop all these wars now.
In the end, the highest security Oscars in recent history concluded without international incident. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Hollywood.
Do stay with us. We're right back in a moment, and we'll be live from Tehran, from Doha, and from the key energy choke point that is the Strait of Hormuz. Stay with Al Jazeera.
And good morning to you. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Latest news
Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
With some of his hardcore supporters saying he's gone from America first to Israel first.
With detailed coverage.
The Sri Lankan Navy have been working in the seas to try and recover as many survivors.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
And bodies.
From around the world.
Bangladesh's new government may soon be facing serious economic challenges caused by a distant war.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Let me ask you this directly. Is Israel effectively leading U.S. foreign policy?
They want to do a Gaza-like effort on the main power centers in Iran to kill thousands of people, not just the core.
Upfront tackles the big issues, only on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera.
That's because the whole stadium's air-conditioned.
Wherever you
are. The seats, down to the pitch. Fans didn't give former Spanish.
It's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
It is 1300 GMT, and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
I'm Cyril Vanier. Iran says it is not responsible for all the strikes on its regional neighbors since the war began. What you're hearing right now, the national alert level that is going off in Qatar. Now, more U.S. and Israeli strikes hit Iran, where the death toll is now nearing 1,500. Iran's deputy health minister tells Al Jazeera medical facilities are being targeted. Iran retaliates after the latest U.S.-Israeli strikes, launching a new attack on central Israel. The U.S. president has warned NATO allies of a very bad future if they don't help reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz. And Israel says it has begun what it is calling limited and targeted ground operations in southern Lebanon.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm hot.
Plunging the region into uncertainty. Iran's foreign ministry says that Tehran is not responsible for all the attacks across the Gulf and the wider region. A ministry spokesperson indicated that Israel may be behind some of those strikes.
They've copied a number of weapons used by Iran. Some even alleged that the Iranian drones can reach the United States western coast. I can assure you that the Iranian drones can't cover those long distances. All these false allegations are meant to pave the way for the false flag operations they intend to carry out. This is the case as the Zionist entity and the United States are doing their best to create a smokescreen in order to pave the way for any false flag operations.
All right. Meanwhile, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said that the UK will not be drawn into All right, let's listen to the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Okay. All right, we had the slight slip up there. Our correspondents are live across the region. Now we are live from Doha, we are live from Ramallah, and we're live also in Tehran, the Iranian capital. And we're going to begin with Victoria Gatenby. Victoria, we've heard from the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesperson today. What did they have to say?
The main message, Cyril, from that press conference by Majid al-Ansari was that these attacks on Doha, on Qatar, on the GCC as a region absolutely have to stop. Iran, they cannot talk to Iran about any other issue that they want to raise. There can be no coordination, no negotiation until these outrageous, they say, attacks on this region stop. The timing of that statement was interesting, though, because in the last few minutes, we've just seen the threat level raised here again. We've had an alert on our phones. And about 30 minutes ago, the Ministry of Defense confirmed that they had intercepted a missile attack. And that just came hours after that press conference by Majid al-Ansari. He did talk about the claims by Iran that there have been false flag attacks. That's where Iran says that other countries have attacked areas in the GCC and then tried to blame Iran. He said, really, there need to be no more investigations on those topics until these attacks on Qatar, on the wider GCC, stop.
Well, Victoria, we heard from Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson, you alluded to it, and he responded to a statement from Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, who denied that Tehran is targeting civilian or residential areas in the Middle East.
The denial of attacking civilian targets. Let me make it very clear. Since the Iranian attacks have started on Qatar, the threats and the attacks on civilian targets have not stopped, including last Saturday, when a missile with the trajectory towards a residential area was intercepted, and threats came out of unofficial media outlets of Iranians claiming specific companies and specific geographies that will be attacked in residential areas and commercial areas in Qatar. These attacks have targeted our LNG facilities in Ras Laffan. They have targeted the industrial complex in Said. They have targeted the airport, Hamad International Airport. They have targeted, as I said, residential areas. And I find it very difficult to even respond to what Mr. Araghchi said in the light that these attacks are ongoing every day. And the threat to civilians is ongoing every day. The fact that we had to evacuate, civilians and students and faculty during the weekend is just one realization of what this means for the people who are living in these conditions. But we also assert that we have been able to this point, due to the bravery of the people in our armed forces, to withstand all of these threats and attacks without any real damage to the safety and security of Qatar.
Victoria, I'd like to address the Strait of Hormuz from the Gulf perspective, the Gulf point of view with you. They really are Gulf countries in the eye of the storm when it comes to exporting their energy to the rest of the world, because their economy, for all these Gulf countries, relies on sending oil and gas out to their consumers that are on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz, the same strait that Iran has largely blocked. What are they saying about that?
Yeah, that's right. Well, these attacks come day in, day out. We've just heard more interceptions over the skies of Doha as another presumably missile or drone attack has taken place. And as you say, the Strait of Hormuz is a key choke point and a key area of concern for countries who export oil and gas from this region. So that's something that the foreign spokesman was talking about in the press conference today, saying that those issues also had to be discussed, but that really his main message was none of this can be discussed until attacks like the ones we've just heard overhead in the last few minutes stop. Qatar, of course, a huge LNG, liquefied natural gas producer. It provides about 20% of the world's gas supplies. So it all comes through the Straits of Hormuz. So he was saying that they are directly affected, but this is not just an issue for Qatar, for oil-producing countries across the GCC. This is also an issue for the wider region and, of course, the world, because Asia, particularly Europe, rely on oil and gas supplies from this region. So he said that, you know, there had been a suggestion that a committee should be set up to escort cargo ships through the Strait of Hormuz. He said Qatar had not taken a decision on that yet, that might happen after Eid. But he said any disruption to maritime security was a huge issue for Qatar, for the GCC, but also the wider world.
All right. Victoria Gatemy reporting from Doha, monitoring developments really across the Gulf. Thank you very much, Victoria. And I'll bring in now journalist Inzamam Rashid, who is overlooking the Strait of Hormuz, this key energy choke point. Inzamam, it's good to have you on the program. Tell us what you're looking at today, what you're monitoring. And also, I have another question for you about the Strait, which is Iran says that they're allowing it to be used by countries of their choosing. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Cyril, look, it's quiet here, and it has been quiet here for a couple of weeks. There are very few ships passing through. I've not seen any go directly through the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz just behind me. You will maybe be able to see a few in the distance currently parked up, anchored down. There are dozens of them, if not hundreds. In fact, there's calculations that there could be around 1,000 around the entrances to the Strait of Hormuz. To my left, in that direction, you really get a sense in the evening, in particular, when all those vessels have their lights on, of just how many there currently are sat waiting to get a signal to pass through. And they aren't doing, because the Iranian military has de facto control over these waters. They say that they don't, or that they are allowing ships through, but it simply isn't the case. And I'll come on to that point very shortly. But usually around 20% of the world's oil passes through here. It's an incredibly busy shipping lane, 20 million barrels of oil every single day. That simply has not been the case. What we have seen, in fact, is boats and vessels be targeted by Iran, those who attempt to pass through, but also those that are affiliated to the US and its allies. Just the other day, we saw a Thai-flagged carrier be targeted by an Iranian ballistic missile. That meant that 20 of the crew members there had to be rescued, and 3 of them are still missing at sea. We've seen other attacks as well over the last couple of weeks, and there's a real fear amongst all of the seafarers on board some of those ships, but also the companies as well, that they don't want to pass through because of being targeted. You're right, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson just said in that press conference earlier today that the countries that aren't involved in the aggression on Iran have managed to pass and they won't attack them. That's not entirely true, because of that Thai vessel that I mentioned. They've got no role in this fight. They've got no role in this conflict whatsoever, yet it was specifically targeted. I just also want to mention as well, Cyril, is that the boats that are passing through, the ships that are managing to get through the strait, and it's about 10% or less than 10% than normal times, are actually vessels that are leaving Iranian ports with Iranian oil and transferring mainly to China. We know China is a huge huge purchaser of Iranian oil. It's their biggest client. And so Iran wants to keep that flow of oil going.
And Zamam, I want to make sure with you, because I have an interview on that later, and I want to make sure what we can establish as fact here. Is it the case that Iran's oil production towards China, which is roughly 10% of China's daily needs as far as oil purchases, so that's a lot, is it the case that Iran's oil to China is going through the Strait of Hormuz pretty much unimpeded?
Well, there's 2 points there. I think analysts would probably actually suggest that it could potentially be more than 10% of China's inbound oil that comes through. But yes, there are suggestions from maritime traffic. Analysts have been looking at the traffic passing through the Strait of Hormuz over the last couple of weeks, and they are seeing that Iran is allowing mainly Iranian flag vessels, some Chinese flag vessels as well, taking oil from Iran and transferring it to China. Because if you think about this, Cyril, by closing the Strait of Hormuz, Iran is essentially shooting itself in the foot. And I think this is where President Donald Trump thought they wouldn't do this, because they thought it would just have huge impact to Iran more than it would to the wider world. But Iran has gone and done this, and now they are controlling these waters. They know the perilous parts of these waters. They know the routes that they need to take. And as a result, they are still transferring their oil, a huge part of their business and money making for the country. And they're still managing to get millions of barrels over to China.
Inzamam Rashid, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Now, Tawhid Asadi is live in Tehran. So, Tawhid, Iran fires drones and missiles at Gulf countries, but then also downplays those same attacks. What did you hear from the Iranian Foreign Ministry on that today?
Well, actually, this is not the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, and the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also when it comes to other officials of the country, including the president, they are all coming with a sort of mixed message. First, they're saying that we are not at war with any of these regional countries, and the fact that we are targeting these territories is due to the existence of the U.S. military bases across the region. And of course, there is this message of warning coming from the Iranian side. Even before the initiation of these actually strikes, they came out to say that in case of Iran being attacked by the United States, any third country which in a sense lends a hand in any ways by just letting the Americans to use the territories or the airspace or any other means, there are going to be their targets. And that is right now being translated into real action. That is one side of the story. On the other hand, we know that the Iranian side has already came out to apologize to the neighboring countries, and that was something that we heard from Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian the other day. All in all, we have to keep in mind that we are dealing with a delicate situation, and Iran says it's a sort of tit-for-tat strategy when it comes to these retaliatory strikes. Recently, we've got this attack on Khark Island, which is one of the most significant points when it comes to oil exports of the country. And Iran said in response to that attack, it has targeted the countries from which these strikes, these missiles were launched, including UAE. And this is obviously part and parcel of Iran's strategy to conduct their retaliatory strikes. This is a statement that we hear. Also, we have to keep in mind the already delicate context, and on that, Iranians are saying they're going to continue their retaliation, and this is what we heard from the first vice president of the country. As long as they can make sure that the security of the country is guaranteed. And of course, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said we're going to continue as long as it is needed. But something interesting from Foreign Minister Araghchi was that that we say we don't want a ceasefire is not because we want the war to be continued, but because we want the war to be finished in a way that our adversaries do not come to think again about another aggression, another attack. This is something very much of concern for the Iranian side. In the past 9 months, we have witnessed at least 2 campaigns of strikes targeting the Iranian territories. And now Tehran is worried, not just about this war that is putting a lot of pressure on the military headquarters, a lot of damage on the residential areas, and a lot of other negative aspects for the country, but also about normalization of attack on Iran. And Iranians are trying to just deal with that situation.
Tawhid Saadi reporting from Tehran. Thank you very much. Let's bring in Hamid Reza Azizi, visiting fellow at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. Hamid Reza joins us from Berlin. So Iran has been successful so far in blocking the Strait of Hormuz. We're into the 3rd week of this conflict, and Iran is still putting a very big security pressure on all of its neighbors. It continues to fire drones and missiles on a daily basis at half a dozen countries at least. Does Iran right now, more than 2 weeks into this war, feel like its strategy is paying off, like it's working?
Well, what I can follow coming out from Iran, from the state and semi-state media, and also from the experts affiliated with the government, it very much looks like they are satisfied with the outcomes that they have achieved so far. And it's not just about increasing the pain. They very much tend to see it and frame it in a longer-term perspective. They refer to some recent developments, for example, U.S. allies, NATO allies refusing to join the United States in securing the Strait of Hormuz. They refer to some of their own, decisions, like allowing some Indian ships to pass in exchange for Iranian oil tankers being released by India. They refer to all of these, and they effectively believe that they are not only fighting this war in a way that will benefit them, but also they are redrawing the equations, the regional equations, in a kind of broader sense. So this is the perspective in Tehran, it seems, at the moment.
When it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, is Iran's strategy to create a 2-tiered system? The strait is open for some countries, provided they get authorization from Iran, and closed to Iran's enemies. Is that the idea?
That's the idea, plus some other suggestions. I don't know to what extent they have implemented that, but I saw frequent references to the potential for the ships to pass through if they agree to sell their oil in yuan instead of dollars. So again, within that kind of broader framework in which they see this conflict, they think that they can also, in a longer-term perspective, undermine the petrodollar system. And by the way, we shouldn't forget that they are increasingly speaking of 2 straits, not 1, and that means they are getting prepared somehow to let the Houthis, or basically ask the Houthis also to restart their attacks on the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and that's going to put even extra pressure. And again, from their perspective, looking at the picture, they really believe that they still have one or two cards that they can play to, if not win this war, at least end it on their own terms.
Stay with this topic. You say Iran believes that there's more they can do, more cards they can play. What are those? You mentioned the Houthis, so explain that one, and what might be the other ones?
Back in 2018, President Rouhani, who's believed to be moderate, of course, in Iranian standards, said that we have not just one strait, without mentioning that, but even at that time, it was interpreted very much as, referring to the simultaneous closure of the Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb Strait should a conflict erupt. And that's what we are witnessing at the moment, because just a couple of days ago, for example, high-ranking Houthi officials appeared on Iranian state TV saying that we are basically prepared and we are waiting for a green light. And we saw what they did in the course of the Gaza war to basically fire missiles and rockets towards the ships affiliated with the United States and Britain at the time, so they can simply expand this. And we don't know to what extent the Islamic Republic has been able to strengthen further their capabilities. So that's one area. And at the same time, I can see growing concern in Iran about a potential, albeit limited, but a ground invasion by the United States, for example, to take control of Khark Island. And what they are signaling is that if that happens, and because that's the main oil terminal and essential to Iran's oil export, then all the oil facilities around the region will be the target. So they still think that they can escalate further, as it appears.
Okay, Hamid Reza Azizi, visiting fellow at the German Institute for International Affairs, International and Security Affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Iranian missiles have hit several targets across central Israel. Many homes have been damaged in the latest attacks. Israel's health ministry saying at least 14 people have been killed, 2,745 more injured since the conflict began 2 weeks ago. Noor Day is covering developments in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, what more can you tell us about the damage in Israel today?
Well, I can tell you that in the past 20 minutes or so, we saw another Iranian missile attack targeting the central area, really focusing on Ashkelon, on the areas west and southwest of Jerusalem, including Beit Shemesh. We keep hearing about that location. There are several air bases and strategic assets near that town. We saw damage today, Sarah, not just in Rishon LeZion and in other areas in the larger Tel Aviv area, but we also saw some impact sites in Safad in the upper Galilee. So really the damage is being reported all across Israel. And now doctors and medical staff are being told by authorities that they must not leave the country. That an indication, one more indication rather, that Israel is bracing itself not for de-escalation, but rather for more weeks of war, as we've been hearing from military figures and military sources.
Noor, brief us on Israel's other war against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel is sending additional ground troops into Lebanon, it's said. What do you know about that?
That's right. That's the war that Israel decided to launch after starting that war with Iran, Sarah. And it is the one that really impacts about 1.4 million people directly, immediately, and every day. These are the residents of northern Israel, and they are up in arms. Some communities, like Kiryat Shmone, for example, are reported to be at half the population they were when this confrontation started because they have fled. Sirens do not stop. Now, there were reports since yesterday that the military and defense establishment will be asking for maximum mobilization of the reserve. The Israeli military is still phrasing this as a defensive operation. But what we're hearing from senior ministers, Sarah, is that the idea is for Israel to take Lebanese territory all the way to the Litani, and that area will be empty of the Lebanese. There will be no residents. There will be no people to worry about. That area, according to many in this coalition government, will be Israel's new buffer zone, new borders, if you will, just like Gaza. And that parallel is being drawn time and again by senior officials.
Noor Day reporting from Ramallah. Thank you very much, Noor. Beijing says it is in contact with all sides regarding the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, once again calling for de-escalation in the Middle East. Donald Trump's previously suggested a much-anticipated summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping could be delayed. Trump also said he believes China should help reopen the Strait of Hormuz since it receives, according to Donald Trump, about 90% of its oil from the region. Well, here are the numbers. Beijing imports between 40 to 50% of its oil from the Middle East, including roughly 14% from Iran. And about 30% of its liquefied natural gas passes through the Strait of Hormuz as well. Katrina Yu reports from Beijing.
China is the world's biggest importer of crude oil, and about half of its seaborne shipments pass through the Strait of Hormuz, leaving it extremely vulnerable to any disruption there. Now, there are some reports that some Chinese ships are still being allowed to pass through the strait, but that is very few, and it won't replace the normal 6 to 7 million barrels of oil that China gets through there. Now, China isn't completely unprepared for this disruption. It has in recent months been building up its vast supplies of, or strategic reserve of oil. It has an estimated 1.2 billion barrels of crude oil, which equals about 115 days worth of imports. China also has existing oil piped through from Central Asia as well as Russia, so it could increase those flows or look further afield for more oil stocks, potentially from Brazil or from Angola. At home, China has also been trying to stockpile its energy resources. It's instructed refiners to limit its exports of gasoline as well as diesel, and also raise price caps on petrol. In the long term, China is also trying to increase its energy resources from renewable energy and lessen its reliance on oil, but that's going to take some time. Overall, China has a number of measures in place to buy itself time, and it's hoping that this conflict in Iran will wind down sooner than later, but it's for sure that it will struggle to really permanently replace the sources of oil or energy it gets from the Middle East, especially in the short term. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Kingsmill Bond is an energy strategist at Ember Futures. He joins us from Oxford in the United Kingdom. Kingsmill, I want us to both listen together and with our viewers to listen to Donald Trump. He was speaking a few hours ago on Air Force One, and he made one point over and over again. His broad point, and we'll hear it from the president in a moment, but the audio is not great, which is why I'm sort of like paving the road for this. His broad point was that, hey, the U.S. isn't all that reliant on energy from the Middle East, but China is a lot more than the U.S. Listen to this.
China's an interesting case study. They get most of their oil, as you know, by far. They get a lot, about 90% through the strait. So I said, would you like to come in and we'll find out. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. They should come in my opinion. It never made sense for years. If you go back and look at what I've said years ago, I said, why are we maintaining the Hormuz Strait when it's really there for China and many other countries? Why aren't they doing it? Just remember that it's something that we don't need, and these countries don't need. And yet for years, it's like, for years we've been maintaining it.
Okay, we had to subtitle it, so that last line, I think, sums it up. Donald Trump saying, remember, it is something we, the American people, do not need, this energy from the Middle East. China needs it, and other countries need it. Therefore, they should be the ones, bearing the responsibility for securing the Strait of Hormuz. My question to you, how much does China need this?
So, as your previous correspondent said, China imports about 1/3 of its oil through the Straits of Hormuz. But let us not forget that this is a global market. It's a global oil market. So, in fact, in proportional terms, the cost of oil in Texas is rising quicker than it is in China because it's a global market. And what can China do? China can go out there and buy oil from anywhere else, and that increases the global price. And that means it's actually really damaging for everybody, everywhere across the world.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. You've started to address it. I want to make sure we understand. My next question was going to be, what's everyone's plan B? China's plan B if it can't get energy through the Strait of Hormuz, and America's plan B if energy prices continue to rise. What would you say?
So, I mean, at heart, this is simple economics. You're taking out 10 or 20% of global oil supply, and that just means the prices have to rise high enough so that people stop using it, and that will cause a lot of pain, sadly. That's in the short term. What's possibly much more interesting is what this will drive in the longer term, which is it's going to speed up the structural shift to electrotech solutions, to electrification, to buying electric vehicles, to deploying solar and wind. And I think this is Asia's Ukraine moment, where Asia figures out that they just can't go down the old path. They have to go down the electrotech path.
When you say electrotech, sorry, do you mean renewables?
So what we mean by electrotech is, on the one hand, deploying solar and wind to generate electricity, which was the great lesson that was learned after Putin's invasion of Ukraine by Europe. The other thing you do is you electrify end demand. And incidentally, what's very interesting about China is that China has reached peak oil demand. And that's because China's been deploying electric vehicles so quickly. So what we're going to see as a consequence of this is the much more rapid deployment of electric vehicles, electrification.
It's your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
So I understand what you're saying about the next step, right? The long-term countries like China and other parts of the world, which is you've just been proved to be highly dependent on fossil fuels, and that can hurt you in a moment of crisis. Therefore, switch as fast as you can to renewables. I understand that. But in the moment that we're in right now, what is the vulnerability of China relative to that of the United States? I'm taking you back to the beginning of the conversation, because this is Donald Trump's main point, saying this hurts China more than it hurts us. Therefore, it's going to compel them to action and to open up the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, I mean, as I say, America uses a lot more oil in total and per person than China does. And since it's a global market, actually, the United States is arguably just as exposed as China is. So, look, I think what will happen now is that China will find other solutions. And, you know, as Einstein noted, you don't solve a problem with the same approach that caused it in the first place. There's no point China joining in the American effort. China will take its own path in the same way as India is taking its own path and find a negotiated pathway to get their own energy from this region. And that's just one of a suite of solutions.
And in this moment, as China sees much of its energy blocked, so not the energy, by the way, that comes from Iran, that seems to still be, at least in part, flowing. But the energy coming from the Gulf countries, whether it's the gas coming from Qatar, whether it's the oil coming from Abu Dhabi, or much of the oil coming from Kuwait, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, all of that it's not getting right now. By the way, that whole bag of energy is worth almost half of China's daily import needs. What can China do right now? I mean, today, tomorrow, next week?
Well, China's going to do exactly what Europe did in 2022, and they're going to go out into the global market and buy this energy from somewhere else. And sadly, we know what happens. It's the people of the global south who suffer. So last time round, it was the people of Pakistan and Bangladesh who can no longer buy LNG because Europe bid up prices higher. If China wants this energy, then they will be bidding up prices higher. And it's actually the people who don't have resources who will be suffering the most.
Kingsmill Bond, energy strategist at Ember Futures. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our headlines this hour. Iran's foreign ministry has claimed Tehran is not responsible for all the attacks carried out across its neighbors and the wider region since the war began. Spokesman Ismail Bahai indicated the U.S. and Israel may be behind some of the strikes and is urging foreign governments to investigate fully. Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson has pushed back against Iranian claims that it is not striking civilian targets in the region. Majid al-Ansari said attacks are continuing every day. Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer says he won't be drawn into the war with Iran despite President Trump's demands. Starmer says he is working with allies, including European partners, to find a way to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but he did not commit to sending ships, which Trump has been calling for. And the New York Stock Exchange has just opened, kicking off another day of trading. Let's turn to Kristen Salumi, who is live for us in New York. Kristen, what are you seeing?
Well, I'm seeing a little bit of a bounce here on Wall Street, but don't get too excited. Don't be deceived, because we saw a lot of days start like this in the last week. Right now, the major stock indexes are up a little bit, less than 1%. But again, it's the trends you have to look at. And last week, the overall trend was down. And in fact, with the S&P 500, we've seen 3 weeks of steady declines now with all of the uncertainty in the Middle East. So what is propelling perhaps this upsurge this morning? It's hard to say. We had President Donald Trump challenging China and Europe to help with getting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, asserting the fact, as we've heard, that they're more dependent on oil from the Middle East and petroleum products from the Middle East than the United States is. And yet we haven't seen very many allies taking up that call. So at the same time, we're seeing the markets here respond favorably. Oil prices are down. In terms of the West Texas crude, the American benchmark, that is down, while the international Brent crude is up still at $100 a barrel. So again, what does this all mean? It means that the markets remain very volatile. We're seeing a little bit of an increase, but after what we've seen as a negative trend, and I would be prepared for anything today because it will any news line could send things in the other direction yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing, Kristen, the numbers live as you are looking at the same numbers. That arrow for the Dow Jones index is green. I haven't seen it green in quite a while. But your point is well taken, that really the main lesson from the last 2 weeks that it's been very volatile. It can be green one moment and red the next. Kristen Salumi reporting from Wall Street. Thank you very much. The Israeli military says it has begun ground operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. There's already been fierce fighting in the town of Khiam. Al Jazeera's Zaina Khoder has more from Beirut.
Sounds of conflict. South Lebanon is a battleground. Israel's military is advancing.
The Israeli forces have begun a ground operation in Lebanon to eliminate threats and protect the residents of the Galilee and the north. The hundreds of thousands of Shiite residents of southern Lebanon who've been and are being evacuated from their homes will not return to their homes south of the Litani River until the security of the residents of the north is guaranteed.
Lebanon says Israel is trying to expand its occupation of territory. Hezbollah is pushing back with the heaviest fighting concentrated around Khiam, a town along the border. It's strategic high ground and on an important road junction, a gateway to advance to the Litani River, which at this corner is a few kilometers away. The river runs across southern Lebanon, and the Israeli military has treated it as a natural defensive line in previous conflicts with Hezbollah. And it believes controlling territory south of it makes it harder for the group to threaten Israel. They've ordered everyone south and north of the Litani to leave their homes. Those who stay are coming under Israeli fire, including paramedics. They too are being killed and their centers destroyed.
The Israeli occupation had unfortunately been claiming ambulances were being used for non-medical purposes. We affirm this is unjustified. These vehicles are transporting the wounded and the sick, and these nurses, doctors, and paramedics aren't going in those vehicles with their own lives at risk. All international laws and the Geneva Conventions protect these vehicles, yet they are being targeted.
The war is in its third week, and there's no window for diplomacy to end the hostilities that have killed hundreds of people and displaced nearly 1 million.
Israel has rejected Lebanon's offer to hold direct talks, saying the government must first stop Hezbollah's attacks. But Lebanon is not speaking in one voice. Speaker of Parliament Nabi Berri, who, like Hezbollah, represents the Shia community, says there can't be negotiations while Israel's strikes continue. In other words, no negotiations under fire. In a country like Lebanon, which is divided along sectarian lines, when there is no internal consensus, there is the risk of strife.
Hezbollah remains defiant, launching rockets and drones into northern Israel. It says it is ready for a prolonged war, but it's not clear how long it can sustain this fight after losing its supply line from Iran. Israeli forces have not indicated how far they will try to advance. They once controlled a buffer zone up to the Litani River before withdrawing in 2000. But this latest battle is only beginning to take shape. Zaina Khoder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Well, General Joseph Votel is Distinguished Military Fellow at the Middle East Institute. And, sir, you are a 4-star general in the United States Army and former U.S. Central Commander. We are now 16, 17 days into this war. I'd like to start by asking you your assessment of how this military campaign is going.
Well, thank you. It's good to be with you again. From a military standpoint, from the standpoint of the U.S. and Israeli military coalition collaboration here, I think it has gone pretty well. I think we've taken away a large amount of Iran's warfighting capability. Certainly, it's not all gone. We're continuing to see attacks that are being launched by Iran that are having impacts not just on the U.S. and Israel, but on other partners around the region. So we're going to have to continue to focus on that piece. I don't think that's unexpected at this point. And of course, all of this is coming at a cost. There's a lot of damage to loss of civilians. Certainly we've lost service members in this. And there's been a lot of damage to infrastructure on all sides here. So from a military standpoint, this is going well. But of course, we're still looking for what the strategic end state will be.
General, a follow-up on this, because you will understand that intuitively, a lot of viewers, they see Iranian missiles and drones hitting targets really across the region, across half a dozen Gulf countries. This is happening on a daily basis. Some drones are getting through the Israeli defense systems and actually damaging Israel. There have been injuries and there have been deaths. And all of this, continuing on a rolling basis every day. So you're telling us that from a technical, from a military standpoint, this is a picture, and this is not a gotcha question, by the way, but I just want to make sure we all understand and we can set reasonable expectations for viewers and for people who live in this part of the world. You're telling us from a military standpoint, this is actually success.
What has been successful is that the United States and Israel have largely taken away the vast majority of Iran's ballistic missile capability, and they've certainly affected their drone capabilities. And as I mentioned, it's not all gone. There is still a threat here that you just correctly highlighted. So I'm not minimizing that, but what I'm telling you is this is not unexpected. The majority of attacks that are coming out of Iran right now are drone attacks, and drones, the types of drones that they are using are very easy to hide. They're very mobile. They can be moved around, and so the effort that the United States in particular has really been focused on over the last several days, or actually longer than more than a week, has really been focused on taking away these retaliatory capabilities of the Iranians. It is unfortunately taken a little bit of time. Again, that's not unexpected, but from in terms of the U.S. objective of trying to significantly limit Iran's ability to project power beyond their own borders, we have neutralized or destroyed a lot of that capability. There still are very small amounts that are left that are unfortunately continuing to have impacts across the region.
So what is the reasonable expectation that people can have? I mean, is there a point when you would expect all the drone threat to stop, like all the drones are destroyed, the drone making capabilities are destroyed, or is that an unreasonable expectation?
Well, I think it's unreasonable to project a specific date on this. I think with the amount of strikes the United States and Israel continues to conduct against these targets, there's no question about the focus on them. But again, this is the last 10% is oftentimes the most difficult portion to get after. And I think we have to recognize that Iran feels this from an existential standpoint. So they are going to do everything they can to preserve these capabilities, continue to attack, continue to try to broaden and extend the conflict, because they know that this plays against the United States and against the Israeli campaign. So I can't here tell you it's going to be a few more days or a few more weeks. It'll be done when it's done. These types of asymmetric threats, like we saw with improvised explosive devices in Iraq and Afghanistan in the past, take time to eliminate. And right now, the military forces are focused on doing everything they can to minimize that.
And what about reopening the Strait of Hormuz? Because Donald Trump has said two things. He has said, we have destroyed their navy and we have crippled them militarily. But it doesn't take very much for them to be able to close the Strait of Hormuz. He has said a short-range missile here and there, a mine here and there, and that's all it takes, really, for this small waterway to be shut. So what does that mean from a military standpoint? Is there, yes or no, a way to keep that waterway open and safe from Iranian threats?
Well, I think, yes, there is. Certainly the United States, or as the president has indicated, international partners may be able to come into this and help with minesweepers to make sure that we can confirm that the waterways, the transit routes are free of mines. That's an important aspect of it. And of course, the continuation of military operations to ensure that, shore-based threats can't be brought to bear against shipping that are moving through the strait. So there is a way of doing that. But of course, right now the United States and Israel are really focused on the campaign against capabilities within Iran. So while it isn't that we are ignoring the threat in the strait, it's that we are prioritizing the effort to get after these capabilities on the ground. So yeah, there's a military way of doing this, and there's probably many of your viewers have heard listening to stories about this. It does take time to get that in place. There are right now some competing demands for those resources, but we have done this in the past, and we may end up doing it here in the future. Our president has asked for assistance from the international community in terms of trying to keep that open and allow the flow of oil and natural gas and other products from the Gulf out to the broader world.
General Joseph Votel of the Middle East Institute, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Britain's Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, says he cannot allow his country to be drawn into the conflict. U.S. President Trump has criticized Starmer for what he sees as insufficient support for Washington in the war with Iran.
We will protect our people in the region. Second, while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war. And third, we will keep working towards a swift resolution that brings security and stability back to the region and stops the Iranian threat to its neighbours. I want to see an end to this war as quickly as possible.
Richard Gaisford is outside 10 Downing Street in London. So, Richard, the UK is one of the countries that Donald Trump has called on to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. Has the British Prime Minister made up his mind as to what he's going to do?
Well, no doubt that Keir Starmer is under huge pressure from Donald Trump to get stuck into that situation in the Strait of Hormuz. But this morning, really, it became clear that he would not be sending a British warship anytime soon into that area to mount patrols. The Prime Minister saying this is not easy. It's a difficult decision to make. He wants to work with a range of partners on creating a viable and a credible plan. And throughout much of what he said this morning, Cyril, in this press conference, it did seem like there was an implicit criticism, really, of Donald Trump. He said that this war should not become a windfall for Vladimir Putin. And that, of course, referencing the fact that Donald Trump has released some of those sanctions on Russian oil temporarily. He said that whilst it's clear that America has weakened Iran, the Prime Minister then went on to question, well, what happens next? And he talked about the personal responsibilities he had in terms of sending troops into the Middle East, the questions he had to ask of himself and would be asked by others. He said it would have to be done on a clear legal basis. There would have to be a clear plan in place. And he said, really, this is not a NATO mission. That perhaps referencing the fact that Donald Trump had said in an interview that actually it would not be good for NATO countries if they didn't get involved. So an odd situation for the Prime Minister here, playing very much more to a domestic audience in this press conference. And he was talking about the cost of living crisis, the things that the government were trying to do to offset some of these rises we're seeing because of the conflict.
Yeah, the ripple effects of the Middle East conflict being felt across the world. That's an example right there in the UK. Richard Gatesford, thank you very much. We've also heard from EU ministers. Al Jazeera's Step Vassen is in Brussels covering that. So Donald Trump wants other countries to help keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Step, what are Europeans saying?
Well, very similar things, despite the pressure, increasing pressure actually from Donald Trump, and also some threats about the future of NATO. There's very little appetite here in Brussels to get dragged into this war. And one of the reasons is also because, according to the foreign minister from Germany, there has been very little information. They have been basically kept out of the loop. So what he said, the foreign minister, is that first he wants to talk to the United States and to Israel and ask them what is the exact objective of this war? What is the end game before they're going to send any ships towards the Strait of Hormuz? And actually the defense minister from Germany had the strongest language coming from Europe. He said, what does Trump expect from a handful of European vessels that the powerful US Navy cannot do? This is not our war. We have not started it. This was Boris Pistorius. But at the same time, of course, the Strait of Hormuz is important for Europe. The energy prices are going through the roof. So they are discussing here in Brussels with the foreign ministers any kind of action they could take, more defensive than anything else. But they're looking at an expansion of this mission that they had at the Red Sea, at the coast of Yemen, the Aspides naval mission, maybe to expand it to the Strait of Hormuz. But Germany is very reluctant. France is more interested in it. And what we heard from a NATO official, because NATO is definitely not involved in any way, but individual members of NATO are talking to the United States to provide maybe some kind of security in the Strait of Hormuz. So there are basically two options. It could be a defensive EU expansion of this mission, or a coalition of the willing that are going to go and help out. But so far, there's a lot of reluctance here.
Something we're monitoring very closely. Step Vassen in Brussels. Thank you very much, Step. And joining us from Tehran now is Abbas Aslani, Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. Abbas, do you think Iran feels that its strategy is working? And I ask you this because they have been able to effectively shut the Strait of Hormuz, not to all countries, but at least to countries that it wants to for which it wants to elevate the cost of this war. And Iran is still able at this point to launch missiles and drones to at least half a dozen countries across the region. So do they feel that their strategy is working?
Cyril, Iran thinks that if this goes on, this can work even more, be more effective. Tehran wants to somehow export the cost of the war to engage and include, the allies of the United States in the region and beyond the region, in order to create a global incentive for a ceasefire, not an interim one, but a lasting one that will include, preventing any future aggression against the country. In addition to that, Iran is also seeking to establish a new security arrangement that will secure the intended goal, which is to make sure that Iran will not be subject to a Lebanon-style model, from now and then, an aggression being initiated by Israel or the United States against itself. And we are not seeing a conventional and symmetrical exchange from Iranian side, but Tehran wants to exhaust American and Israeli forces in order to outlast their operational patience. And this is part of the strategy here in order to make sure that as it goes on, it becomes more effective and it creates cost, which will be enough in order to stop those, future attacks coming.
Abbas, is there more that Iran can do, or has it thrown its biggest punch at this point?
Cyril, Tehran is saying that it's got new cards and it can open new fronts, as it was stated by the new leader. They can include, Bab el-Mandab or even Suez Canal in order to somehow raise the level of, this pressure against the global energy market. Iran has not yet used, their Yemeni allies, but one of the most potential, let's say, cards is the Bab el-Mandab and Suez Canal, or including Yemeni allies, which can impact oil prices and global energy market. And Iran has been trying to, every time initiate a new stage of its missile or drone strikes, and the bank of targets and the scope can also increase in proportion to the attacks coming from the American and Israeli side. This can include other infrastructure or other facilities in case that the U.S. wants to even escalate this conflict even further.
Why haven't the Houthis jumped into this fight yet?
There could be many reasons. They have been expressing willingness and readiness to engage, but I think one could be to somehow work it as a deterrent that the other side doesn't, climb the escalation ladder. But in case that if the U.S. somehow engages in targeting Iran's, let's say, energy infrastructure, or let's say civilian infrastructure more, Iran can be resorting to that option. And this can also be working as a kind of, let's say, deterrence against any regional action against Iran.
All right, Abbas Islani reporting, joining us from Tehran. Thank you very much, Abbas.
Pleasure, sir.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our headlines this hour. Iran's foreign ministry has claimed that Tehran is not responsible for all the attacks carried out across its neighbors and the wider region since the war began. Spokesman Ismail Baghai indicated the U.S. and Israel may be behind some of the strikes and is urging foreign governments to investigate fully. Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson has pushed back against Iranian claims that it is not striking civilian targets in the region. Now, that claim not landing well from Gulf countries. Majid Al-Ansari, who's the spokesperson for Qatar's foreign ministry, said a short while ago that attacks from Iran are continuing on a daily basis. Britain's Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, says that he will not be drawn into the war with Iran. This despite demands from the U.S. President Donald Trump. Starmer says that he is working with allies, and that includes European partners, in order to find a way to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Ultimately, we have to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to ensure stability in the market. That is not a simple task. So we're working with all of our allies, including our European partners, to bring together a viable collective plan that can restore freedom of navigation in the region as quickly as possible and ease the economic impacts.
Do stay with Al Jazeera. We'll be right back in just a moment, live from across the region and the Gulf with our continuing coverage.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
We are not joining the US and Israeli offensive strikes.
The position of the Spanish government can be summed up in 4 words: no to the war.
I have condemned the massive military strikes by the United States and Israel, and I also condemn the subsequent attacks by Iran.
The attacks on energy facilities that has happened on both sides is a dangerous precedent. It will cause repercussions throughout the world.
We can now see a regional conflict with unintended consequences.
Stay with us for the latest developments on Al Jazeera.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Let me ask you this directly. Is Israel effectively leading U.S. foreign policy?
They want to do a Gaza-like effort on the main power centers in Iran to kill
thousands of people, not just the court.
Upfront tackles the big issues only on Al Jazeera.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the U.S., Iran, and Israel. I'm Cyril Vanier. Drone attacks in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha. Iran says it is not responsible for all the strikes on its regional neighbors. More U.S. and Israeli strikes hit Iran, where the death toll is now nearing 1,500. Iran's deputy health minister tells Al Jazeera that medical facilities are being targeted. And Iran retaliates after the latest U.S.-Israeli strikes, launching a new attack on central Israel. The U.S. president has warned NATO allies of a very bad future if they don't help reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz. And Israel says it has begun what it is calling ground operations in southern Lebanon. It's been more than 2 weeks since Israel and the U.S. launched their attack on Iran, plunging the region into uncertainty. Iran's foreign ministry says that Tehran is not responsible for all the attacks across its neighbors and the wider region. A ministry spokesperson indicated Israel may be behind some of those strikes.
They've copied a number of weapons used by Iran. Some even alleged that the Iranian drones can reach the United States western coast. I can assure you that the Iranian drones can't cover those long distances. All these false allegations are meant to pave the way for the false flag operations they intend to carry out. This is the case as the Zionist entity and the United States are doing their best to create a smokescreen in order to pave the way for any false flag operations.
Well, those denials from Iran come after a morning of sustained attacks on the United Arab Emirates. Authorities in Abu Dhabi say that one person was killed in a missile attack in the city's Al Bahia area. And earlier, a drone incident near Dubai airport set fire to a fuel tank. Flights were suspended, but are now resuming. Iranian missiles have hit several targets, also across central Israel. Many homes have been damaged in the latest attacks. Israel's health ministry says at least 14 people have been killed and 2,745 more people have been injured since the conflict began 2 weeks ago. There have been more U.S. and Israeli attacks on the Iranian capital. Red Crescent teams and emergency personnel have been searching through the rubble of a building in Tehran. More than 1,400 people have been killed in Iran since the conflict began. Victoria Gatenby is in Doha. Victoria, you're monitoring developments across the Gulf country, which continues to come under Iranian fire, whether it's from missiles or drones on a daily basis. What are you seeing?
Yeah, well, GCC countries are continuing to call for de-escalation and dialogue. They say that this is not their war to fight, that they are adopting a defensive posture, not an offensive one with Iran. So we heard in the press conference earlier by the Qatar foreign ministry spokesman that they want de-escalation. They want these attacks on Qatar to stop immediately. They call them outrageous. They call them a betrayal. He said that there could be no negotiation, no consideration about what Iran wanted to talk about until the attacks on Qatar and the GCC stopped. Having said that, just an hour ago, a couple of hours after that press conference was held, we heard yet again 2 missile attacks being intercepted. The Ministry of Defense have confirmed that all the missiles were intercepted, but it's interesting timing given that that press conference happened a couple of hours ago. In terms of the wider GCC and diplomacy, Arab leaders say they have been warning for years, really since Israel's war on Gaza, about the regional instability in this region. They're calling for de-escalation and diplomacy. Diplomatic activity here, well, the Egyptian foreign minister has been meeting with Qatar's emir and also the prime minister and foreign minister of Qatar. Now, the Egyptian foreign minister has mooted the idea that really the GCC has to have a more kind of collective security posture. The foreign ministry spokesman really saying that that wasn't discussed in their meeting. They concentrated on the immediate attacks that they're having to deal with from Iran as a region. So calling
for de-escalation and dialogue, but it seems from what we've just witnessed in the last hour that Iran is not ready yet to change strategy.
Tawhid Asadi, you're in Tehran. So you heard Victoria's reporting. Gulf countries continue to condemn Iran for its attacks on the Gulf and across the region, and they continue to call on Iran to stop those attacks. Meanwhile, you've been following latest statements from the Iranian Foreign Ministry, amongst others. What are you hearing from them?
Well, actually, the latest comes from Iranian Foreign Minister himself, Abbas Araghchi, who came about this very recent situation. And of course, I'm citing him. He said that we don't say that we say that we don't want war doesn't mean that we say that we don't war is not because we want sustained war, but because we want the war to be finished in a situation in a way that our adversaries do not think about the repetition of aggression and attack once again. So this is a sort of concern that is out there for Iranians now that they are in the middle of a full-fledged all-out war scenario, and now that they are saying that they are ready for a long-time war, for a war of attrition. They are worried that in case of a ceasefire, there is a possibility for next rounds of attacks to be coming. And on that, we know that the Iranian Foreign Minister said that right now negotiation or ceasefire is not being considered in Tehran, and that is exactly coming from the same reason. And of course, added to that is this context, this background that we have to keep in mind. The Iranians were actually in the middle of a negotiation back in June, when the country all of a sudden faced an attack. And this time again, that was dancing with the same old tune. They were planning to have further rounds of talks and negotiations with the Americans, with the UN nuclear watchdog, but all of a sudden again, they faced another campaign of strikes. This time, the scope is not comparable to the previous time. So there is a sort of pragmatically calibrated conservatism inside these when it comes to these actually possibilities to be considered for negotiation. And we hear not just from the foreign ministry, but also from other officials of the country that they are all saying that right now negotiation is not on the table. Meanwhile, there is this regional controversy, and Iran is trying to address that as well. They are, first, it was the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, coming out to apologize to the regional countries. And of course, the gist of the matter, again, repeated by different Iranian officials, is that we are not at war with regional countries. We are at war with the U.S. bases, which are located in the region. And they had this warning given ahead of these recent round of confrontations. They said that in case any third country gives the green light to the Americans or Israelis to use their airspace, to use their land territories to target the Iranian territories, the response is going to be retaliatory. The response is going to be a tit-for-tat strategy. And now, with this tension ramping up to an unprecedented level after the U.S. president invited other countries to get in, again, we hear this from Iranian spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that in case of any country, either regional or beyond that, getting involved to this already escalated situation, the repercussion is going to be for those countries who are getting involved.
Tawhid, you know what we're going to do? We're going to play for our viewers what both the Iranians and the Gulf officials have said, starting with the Iranian foreign minister, who says that Tehran has not asked for a ceasefire or exchanged any messages with the U.S. Abbas Araghchi has also given his response to President Trump's call for other countries to support securing the Strait of Hormuz. Listen to this.
The Americans are asking other countries to come and help them so that the Strait of Hormuz remains open, which, of course, from our perspective, it is open. It is only closed to our enemies, to those who carried out unjust aggression against our country and to their allies.
The denial of attacking civilian targets. Let me make it very clear. Since the Iranian attacks have started on Qatar, the threats and the attacks on civilian targets have not stopped, including last Saturday when a missile with the trajectory towards a residential area was intercepted, and threats came out of unofficial media outlets of Iranians claiming specific companies and specific geographies that will be attacked in residential areas and commercial areas in Qatar. These attacks have targeted our LNG facilities in Ras Laffan. They have targeted the industrial complex. In Said, they have targeted the airport, Hamad International Airport. They have targeted, as I said, residential areas. And I find it very difficult to even respond to what Mr. Arakchi said in the light that these attacks are ongoing every day. And the threat to civilians is ongoing every day. The fact that we had to evacuate, civilians and students and faculty during the weekend is just one realization of what this means for the people who are living in these conditions. But we also assert that we have been able to this point, due to the bravery of the people in our armed forces, to withstand all of these threats and attacks without any real damage to the safety and security of Qatar.
So off the back of that, you were just listening to the spokesperson for the Qatar Foreign Ministry. Let's bring in back in Victoria Gatenby and discuss that a little bit more. Victoria, the Qatar, and this mirrors what other Gulf countries have been saying, they are, of course, very angry at the repeated attacks from Iran on their territory. We just heard that. Their second biggest problem, you could argue their biggest problem, is actually the Strait of Hormuz, which is choked off and blocked by Iran. And that prevents these energy-rich countries from exporting their oil and gas, which is their entire means of sustenance for their economy, to their consumers around the world. What are they saying about that?
Well, yeah, and that's one of the points that the foreign ministry spokesman was making in that press conference, that they can't change the geography of this region. Qatar is a neighbor of Iran. It shares the world's largest gas field. It has to find a way of working with Iran once this is over. So one of the reasons they've always up to now kept diplomatic channels open is because they've had to have a relationship with them. Now, the Strait of Hormuz is, as you say, crucial to not only Qatar, but all the oil and gas exporting countries in this region. It's a chokehold at the moment. They cannot get oil and gas out. And that is, he admitted, a huge problem, not only for this region, but for the wider world. Europe, Asia relies on the gas that is supplied by this region. Qatar has one of the world's largest gas fields. It provides 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas. And at the moment, it's paused its production because it says it has to protect its workers and its vital infrastructure. It cannot get any cargo through that Strait of Hormuz. Similar problem to the oil-producing countries. They've got the same problem. So he was saying, there is a committee, talk of a committee being established to possibly coordinate the escorting of cargo ships through that strait. He said Qatar had not made a decision on that yet, that he might have more information on that after the Eid holidays. But he really made the point in the press conference that this, yes, is a problem for Qatar and the other GCC countries whose wealth is built on oil and gas, but it's also a wider problem for the whole world.
Victoria Gatenby in Doha, thank you very much. Tawhid Asadi in the Iranian capital, Tehran, thank you. Now, the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran is threatening Dubai's reputation as a safe global financial and tourism hub. More than 1,800 Iranian missiles and drones have targeted the UAE, with most of the attacks aimed at Dubai. The city's stock market has fallen by 21%. The real estate index lost roughly 1/3 of its value so far. Thousands of flights have been canceled due to strikes on or near Dubai International Airport, which is the busiest in the world. In 2025, the airport handled around 95 million passengers, but traffic has now dropped to less than half of its normal level. Tourism has largely come to a standstill. More than 80,000 hotel and short-term rental bookings have been canceled so far, costing the city billions of dollars in lost revenue on top of rising defense costs. But Giorgio Cafiero is the CEO of Gulf State Analytics, and you join us, sir, from Washington, D.C. It's good to have you on the program. First of all, why is Iran attacking the UAE even more than all the other Gulf countries? I don't want to diminish the attacks on Kuwait, on Qatar, on Bahrain, on Saudi Arabia, but Iran has attacked the UAE with particular ferocity. Why is that?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on your program. No doubt, just to sort of repeat the point you were making, the UAE, more than any other country, including Israel, has been attacked by Iran most intensely since February 28th. I think that the UAE's position in the Israeli normalization camp has quite a bit to do with this. I think Tehran has obviously seen the Abraham Accords as a huge threat, really seeing the UAE as a country responsible for the Israeli footprint in the Gulf region. And Iran definitely sees the UAE-Israel relationship as a grave menace to the Islamic Republic. And there are probably many factors we could get into, but above all else, I think this is really the key factor that we need to focus on.
So it's the UAE's recognition for Israel, you would say, is the main reason. How deep is this? Sorry, go ahead.
Excuse me, just to be clear, it's beyond just recognizing Israel and having embassies and consulates that are open. It's also about intelligence sharing, military cooperation. It's really those defense and security dimensions to the relationship, much more than just simply a diplomatic relationship that Tehran sees as such a huge threat.
Right. So the nature and the strength of the ties then. Okay, I understand. We've given some of the headline numbers in terms of damage done to the UAE and to Dubai specifically. How deep would you say the cut is, the wound is?
Well, I think that above all else, the damage done to the brand of the UAE, specifically the brand of Dubai, is what's most painful for the country right now. As you've mentioned, for many, many years, for decades, the image and the reputation of Dubai as an extremely safe city and as a very stable and prosperous part of the Middle East has been so important to the reputation of Dubai that has contributed to it becoming such a popular tourist destination, a city that attracts so much investment and has been such a hub in the international economy. There's no doubt that all of these missile and drone attacks against Dubai and other parts of the UAE have done a lot to really undermine that image. I think the question is, when this war ends, what will the UAE be able to do to sort of restore that image and to rebuild that brand? I think the longer the war goes on, it's going to be more difficult. But at least in the interim, I think the UAE is trying to really focus on its message about having an economy that's very resilient, even amid the regional security crisis.
Yeah, I did want to ask you about the resilience. Do you think this damage to the reputation, to the money that flows to Dubai, the tourism, all of it, do you think this can be reversed? Do you think there's a scenario where we look back on this, whether it's in a few months or a year from now, and we say, well, the UAE has largely overcome all of this?
Sure. And talking not only about the UAE, but the Gulf at large, also considering the other 5 GCC states, I think there's so much that these countries have to offer. There's so many reasons why we can be optimistic about them succeeding in terms of developing their international tourism sectors. I do think it's certainly possible that these countries, including the UAE, will be able to recover, but it's going to be difficult to do so. There's no doubt that the past 2.5 weeks or so have really undermined the image of the Gulf as a stable and safe part of the world.
Giorgio Cafiero, CEO of Gulf State Analytics, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Israeli military says it has begun ground operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. There's already been fierce fighting in the town of Khiam. Zaina Khoder reports from Beirut.
Sounds of conflict. South Lebanon is a battleground. Israel's military is advancing.
The Israeli forces have begun a ground operation in Lebanon to eliminate threats and protect the residents of the Galilee and the north. The hundreds of thousands of Shiite residents of southern Lebanon who've been and are being evacuated from their homes will not return to their homes south of the Litani River until the security of the residents of the north is guaranteed.
Lebanon says Israel is trying to expand its occupation of territory. Hezbollah is pushing back with the heaviest fighting concentrated around Khiam, a town along the border. It's strategic high ground and on an important road junction, a gateway to advance to the Litani River, which at this corner is a few kilometers away. The river runs across southern Lebanon, and the Israeli military has treated it as a natural defensive line in previous conflicts with Hezbollah. And it believes controlling territory south of it makes it harder for the group to threaten Israel. They've ordered everyone south and north of the Litani to leave their homes. Those who stay are coming under Israeli fire, including paramedics. They too are being killed and their centers destroyed.
The Israeli occupation has unfortunately been claiming ambulances were being used for non-medical purposes. We affirm this is unjustified. These vehicles are transporting the wounded and the sick, and these nurses, doctors, and paramedics aren't going in those vehicles with their own lives at risk. All international laws and the Geneva Conventions protect these vehicles, yet they are being targeted.
The war is in its third week, and there's no window for diplomacy to end the hostilities that have killed hundreds of people and displaced nearly 1 million.
Israel has rejected Lebanon's offer to hold direct talks, saying the government must first stop Hezbollah's attacks. But Lebanon is not speaking in one voice. Speaker of Parliament Nabi Berri, who, like Hezbollah, represents the Shia community, says there can't be negotiations while Israel's strikes continue. In other words, no negotiations under fire. In a country like Lebanon, which is divided along sectarian lines, when there is no internal consensus, there is the risk of strife.
Hezbollah remains defiant, launching rockets and drones into northern Israel. It says it is ready for a prolonged war, but it's not clear how long it can sustain this fight after losing its supply line from Iran. Israeli forces have not indicated how far they will try to advance. They once controlled a buffer zone up to the Litani River before withdrawing in 2000. But this latest battle is only beginning to take shape. Zana Khadr, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
South African exporters are worried about fruit shipments that have been stuck at sea because of the Iran war. Farmers are watching developments closely as disruptions to shipping routes bring upheaval and uncertainty for one of the world's largest fruit exporters. Famita Miller reports from Cape Town.
The Middle East represents a $1.3 billion market for South African fruit growers. But weeks of tension brought on by Israel and the United States war in Iran means a lot of uncertainty. 90% of the fruit sent to the region by ship has been disrupted.
We actually have a direct service to the port of Jebel Ali, which is the main hub there. It's a duty-free port as well, which is actually special economic zone. So it's very good from our point of view. The goods arrive there duty-free. That's their bigger. Unfortunately, the port of Jebel Ali has been attacked as well. I don't think it's fully operational. So that is a major, major concern.
While the Jebel Ali port in the UAE was reopened after services were briefly suspended, the unpredictability for exporters remains, and the restrictions on oil exports from that region is having an effect.
Some of our export clients has indicated that there is an increase in transport cost. They're also struggling to reach certain markets. So the impact is cost at the moment, and market access seems to be more difficult.
Some produce that was shipped before the conflict is stuck at sea. Exporters say some shipping lines are not taking bookings for fruit that's now piling up.
What we're trying to do is we've diverted some of the fruit via India, some of it via Oman, some of it via Sri Lanka, but it's chaotic basically at the moment.
But diverting the produce is not always possible.
Fruit is packed according to the regulations at its final destination. So it's not always possible to divert shipments destined for the Middle East because a new destination may have different requirements.
Some of the fruit is returned to South Africa, but the local market can't absorb all of the produce. While the citrus industry is preparing to harvest and ship tons of fruit that is meant for the Middle East, there is worry about escalating costs and what comes next for a region that accounts for about 20% of South Africa's agricultural exports. Famita Miller, Al Jazeera, Cape Town.
Let's take a look at other headlines around the world. A cleanup operation is underway in Kenya after widespread flooding. At least 66 people have now been confirmed dead, with 12,000 others displaced. Half of those who died have been in Nairobi, where poor drainage has been a long-running issue. Waterways and floodplains are often obstructed by unregulated buildings. The Interior Ministry has also identified 37 neighborhoods at high risk of flooding across the country. Myanmar's parliament has convened for the first time since a military coup 5 years ago. The lower house has held its regular session. The military says that this marks one of the final steps in a return to democracy after this year's elections. But many in Myanmar say that those polls were deeply flawed and millions of people remain disenfranchised. Others are still committed to the armed struggle against the military, including a former monk who gave up his monastic robes for combat fatigues.
My name is Comrade Seattle. I am a fighter from the Royal Peacock Column. I became a novice monk when I was 9 years old and was ordained as a fully fledged monk at the age of 20. During the military coup, I heard that the military junta violently cracked down on protesters using RPGs and machine guns. They bury and cremated people who were still alive and injured. I made the decision that I had to revolt against the military. If fighter jets or artillery are in the area, I want children to develop the habit of seeking shelter in underground bunkers, because underground bunkers are the safest place. I have no internal conflict in my mind. As a citizen, I must take responsibility for my country. I must do what is right for the nation. The military junta shows no mercy and acts inhumanely toward the people. So, I will not hesitate to fight them whenever necessary.
This year's Academy Awards have been handed out in Hollywood, and the offbeat thriller One Battle After Another was the night's big winner. But with the U.S. war in the Middle East, security was tighter than ever. From Los Angeles, John Hendren reports.
The 98th Academy Awards ceremony took place under unprecedented security in the shadow of war.
Tonight is an international event. If I can be serious for just a moment, everyone watching right now around the world is all too aware that these are very chaotic, frightening times. We pay tribute tonight, not just to film, but to the ideals of global artistry, collaboration, patience, resilience, and that rarest of qualities today, optimism.
On the stage, Leonardo DiCaprio's latest film won one Oscar after another, though not for Best Actor.
One battle after another, Paul Thomas Anderson.
One battle after another, Paul Thomas Anderson.
One battle after another.
For a film where the on-screen battles were domestic. Outside, the celebration occurred in a 1.5 kilometer security buffer zone protected on the ground and in the air by hundreds of police and federal officers. The security concerns were highlighted by the war in Iran, heightened by a recent shooting at a university in Virginia and an attack on a synagogue in Michigan. Hollywood Boulevard is usually full of thousands of tourists, especially here in front of the Chinese Theater. But now it's full of fences and security officers. You can hear helicopters overhead, police helicopters. And police say they have no specific information about threats to the Oscars, but they're taking no chances with the war in Iran. Actor Javier Bardem wore a pin in Spanish that translates to no to war.
No to war and free Palestine.
In the name of our future, in the name of all our children, stop all these wars now.
In the end, the highest security Oscars in recent history concluded without international incident. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Hollywood.
And up next, Talk to Al Jazeera interviews Jan Egeland from the Norwegian Refugee Council about the growing refugee crisis in the Middle East, and that'll be followed by our continuing coverage of the U.S.-Israel war on Iran. Stay with us.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
This is the second time that we negotiated with Americans and they decided to attack us right in the middle of negotiation.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
Donald Trump has just launched America into a full-scale conflict without a plan, without authorization for Congress, or even a debate in full view of the American people.
With tensions escalating, stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
A weekly look at the world's top business stories.
What does this mean for them if the price of oil stays at somewhere around $60 a barrel next year?
From global markets and economies.
What does the debt crisis look like for ordinary families in Africa?
Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
Always
Wars are often reduced to strategy. Front lines, targets, deterrence. But for civilians trying to survive the bombs, war is something else entirely. It's the sound of families forced from their homes in the dark, the sight of cities emptying under relentless bombardment, and the reality of aid workers scrambling to reach people before the systems that sustain life begin to collapse. With the escalating war between the US, Israel, and Iran, and violence spreading across the Middle East, aid agencies are raising the alarm. Jan Egeland is the Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, one of the largest Western humanitarian organizations still operating in Iran. What his teams are witnessing there points to a crisis expanding far beyond the battlefield. And Egeland says US and Israel are violating international law by failing to observe proportionality and distinction between civilians and military targets. At a moment when the region is once again consumed by conflict, the question is not who wins the war, but how people survive it. Jan Egeland, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, talks to Al Jazeera. So Jan Egeland, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, thank you so much for talking to Al Jazeera. First of all, thank you. We're witnessing this war raging in the region, a war started by the US and Israel. What has it done to population stability across the Middle East?
It's been devastating, and it's not enough known to the world that millions are fleeing from the intense bombardment in Iran, in Lebanon, but also elsewhere. It's a regional war. It's often portrayed as some kind of a geopolitical, military, strategic chess game. But it shouldn't be. It's realities for families who are desperate, traumatized, and who are fleeing for their lives.
You mentioned that millions are fleeing. You're one of the few organizations, the few international humanitarian organizations that operate in Iran. So you might see things that not everyone else sees. How many people have been internally displaced, first of all, inside Iran by the US and Israeli attacks?
But no one has the exact figure. I've heard 3 million. It could be more. Iran is a huge place, 90 million plus inhabitants. Tehran, which is under intense bombardment day and night, has 10 million inhabitants. It's a huge place. Millions seems to have now left Tehran, but also many other cities. We have 110 aid workers on the ground, where we are, as you say, one of a handful groups. We're the biggest Western aid group in Iran. 110 aid workers also flee, many of them with their families, but we have 8 relief centers in as many provinces, and we see how the needs are growing.
I don't mean to belittle your efforts, of course, but 110 aid workers, and you just mentioned that we could be talking about over 3 million people displaced. Is that a number that 110 aid workers can help with? Is there a feeling that you're overwhelmed?
Of course, we're overwhelmed, we're overstretched, and we're underfunded. The main aid work is done by the national organization, by the local organizations.
But shipping has been disrupted, flights have been disrupted. Are local organizations or international organizations like yours even able to bring supplies in that are desperately needed?
At the time, we're not. But of course, we have stocks in the country. We can purchase within Iran. But
how long will those stocks last, though?
To...
Sorry to interrupt, but how long are those stocks going to last?
It could be weeks, but we would have to go also to the local markets, the regional markets. Iran is a middle-income country. It has supplies. It's not Somalia. However, the longer this goes, the more disruption there will be to everything also internally. You cannot have thousands of air raids on heavily populated urban areas without a cascading effects where public services fail, where supply lines fail, where shopkeepers are killed, where shops close, where the markets fail, and thereby our aid work is becoming infinitely more difficult.
So what happens after a few weeks when those stocks finish?
That the suffering explodes, really. At the moment, people are fleeing, many in their own cars, out of the main cities, first and foremost Tehran, but also many other places. They go to smaller places because they believe it will be safe there. They are then shocked to see that the smaller places are also bombed. And it's not just military and the nuclear targets this time. It's everything that has to do with the governmental services, with the regime, if you like.
We're talking about millions, 3 million plus people having been displaced in Iran. When you add to that some of the numbers from sources, credible sources about displacement in the region, like the Global Report on Internal Displacement, talks about 11 million in Sudan, over 7 million in Syria, almost 5 million in Yemen, over 3 million in Palestine, 1 million in Iraq, 1 million in Lebanon, or around 1 million in Lebanon. What is the bigger picture? Are we heading towards a region of displaced populations?
We do, and it's and the entire Middle East affected, but is also beyond. You didn't mention Afghanistan. Afghanistan is next door to Iran. Afghanistan, governed now by the Taliban, is in its own war with Pakistan. The border crossings where we work between Iran and Afghanistan have been bombed. It's hard for people now to flee from Afghanistan to Iran and from Iran to Afghanistan, and there are people going in both directions. It's traumatizing for entire nations and populations.
And coming back to Iran, though, international human rights organizations cite reports of Israeli and US attacks on medical centers, some 10 medical centers, a school which killed, as you know, 165 schoolgirls and staff members, according to local Iranian reports. Amnesty International talks about how US and Israeli strikes are putting prisoners, including children, at risk. There have been reports of strikes on sports centers, 18 boys and girls being killed while playing volleyball. Are you concerned that the US and Israel are violating international humanitarian law?
Yeah, because it is not proportional. I mean, there are three rules for warfare. Your warfare has to be proportional, not excessive. This seems to be disproportional. There has to be distinction between civilian and military targets. But when you have so many thousands of air raids, of course, there will be cascading effects for the civilians, and you have to show precaution. That's the third principle. And there's not enough precaution when a girls' school is bombed because it belonged to an area that once was owned by the Revolutionary Guards. So all of this to say, we need a ceasefire. We cannot continue like this. And it's not just in Iran, it's also in Lebanon. But as you will know, there is also indiscriminate missiles going the other way from Iran, from Hezbollah, into the Gulf countries, into Israel, that is completely indiscriminate. It could go anywhere, really. It has to end. We need a ceasefire.
Yeah. Of course, we've heard the US president deny that the US was responsible for the attack on the girls' school, although US media investigative reports have pointed or indicated otherwise. You mentioned the Iranian attacks on Gulf countries, which have hit civilian infrastructure, airports, civilian installations. Are you worried about the effects of these attacks on the stability of civilian life and the violation of international humanitarian law there too?
Absolutely. I mean, that is completely indiscriminate. I mean, on the other way, it's disproportionate. There is not enough precaution. It's too excessive. It seems that what goes the other way is completely indiscriminate. And it could on both sides massively hit water supply, electricity, and have this breakdown of services in urban areas.
What would that mean? Could that lead to massive population upheaval in the Gulf?
Well, it would mean that people would not have safe drinking water. It would not have. It would mean that people would be suffering. It would mean that the healthcare would suffer. It could be epidemic disease. I mean, that's of course the worst scenarios. We're close to that, I think, now in Iran and in Lebanon, because of the ferocity of the bombardment. But the missiles going the other way could hit things that are illegal under international law. You cannot and should not and must not hit civilian infrastructure that is needed for the survival of the civilian population.
And as you mentioned, we've seen Iranian missiles and drones also take civilian casualties, cause civilian deaths and injuries in Israel. When you look at the bigger picture of this, people are wondering, is the international order, is international law dead at this point?
No, it's not dead. I'm old enough to remember the War of the Balkans, where the same argument was. It was made. It's the end of humanitarian law as we know of it, of international law. Now it's the law of the jungle. But of course, we're now in a deep crisis for geopolitical cooperation, for conflict resolution, for conflict prevention. It seems that men with power and guns believe they can solve problems the military way. And it's nearly
But is it different, Jan, with all due respect, is it different this time than the Balkans when you have the leader of a nuclear-armed superpower threatening on Truth Social, quote, military consequences to Iran at a level never seen before, and threatening to, quote, make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation. Death, fire, fury. I mean, doesn't that make you worry that we're at a new level?
We haven't seen that level of language before. No, true. I mean, of course, the bombing of Iraq during Saddam Hussein was also called something with fury and shock and awe and so on. That was the whole point of it. Overwhelming military force is one thing that one has been discussing again and again. My point is, what did they achieve in Iraq after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars, or in Afghanistan after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars, and the Taliban is back? And I think that's a key point here also. How come it's easier to spend a couple of $1 billion per day in this current conflict? Because that's what they're spending, the West and Iran and the Gulf countries. But we cannot give them millions to save lives among civilians, women and children. We're completely underfunded in our life-saving work in these countries.
Can any humanitarian, any coalition, even alliance of humanitarian organizations deal with a scenario in which nations are bombed until they can never be built back? Is that something within, I mean, do you plan for stuff like that when you read these kinds of comments?
Well, no, well, we do as much, we're humanitarians. I have meetings day and night now with my colleagues within the region on how can we search, how can we bring in new teams, how are we able to do supplies from outside? Can we use cash transfers? Iran is under sanctions. The Western sanctions against Iran makes it more difficult for us to help the victims of this conflict, those who could even be sympathizing with the aims of the West. It's a lot of cascading effects here, but we're waking up every morning to try to do our utmost, and we try to tell the decision makers, we need a ceasefire and we need a surge in saving lives. Maybe we could stop spending billions and billions on something which has never really worked, which is to bomb regime change, to bomb solutions to intricate problems. The language on all sides here is very disruptive. Who's talking about rebuilding, protecting humanity, make humanity great again? That would be my message.
Focusing then on the humanitarian effort on the ground, and you mentioned Lebanon. Our correspondent has been reporting on how even after people have moved from areas like the southern suburbs of Beirut after the issuance of Israeli forced evacuation orders, and they go to other civilian areas, we've seen attacks follow them. Are you worried that this pattern of Israeli attacks is preventing displaced people from finding refuge anywhere?
Yeah, I've seen that myself in Lebanon, that, Shia women, children, grandmothers fleeing from southern Lebanon to elsewhere are met with a lot of suspicion by the local population there, because they know Israel is really bombing anything that could be associated with Hezbollah, which makes it impossible for these people to really find refuge.
What happens to them? And can you help them? What is it that you can do? So this is something you've seen yourself.
In Lebanon, we have a bigger machine than we have in Iran. Several hundred aid workers were supporting dozens and dozens of collective centers, and also receiving Lebanese who flee into Syria, because it's a sign that it's really bad in Lebanon that people flee into war-ravaged and not rebuilt Syria. But that's where many end up. We are, however, again, overstretched, underfunded. There is too little attention to saving lives and too much attention on military escalation that will make everything worse.
You know, I was reading about an incident and I thought about how it impacts the work of organizations like yours. On March the 6th, reports talk about on March the 6th, Israeli forces disguising themselves in ambulances while they launched a raid into Nebichit in Lebanon. Does that undermine the sense of safety that humanitarian workers from organizations like yours feel when you go in with clearly marked vehicles?
And it's a war crime to be misusing ambulances. There's been claims on both sides that the other side are camouflaging themselves. with as aid workers or health workers or ambulance workers with the Red Cross symbol, which is a protective emblem for aid. That it's a war crime. What part of our problem is, of course, that there is impunity now for too many of the crimes committed by all sides. And what happens is that you end up in some kind of a mud wrestling game where it's seen as you can do whatever it takes to win because the other side is so terrible. Well, if you become like them, who's the good and who's the bad guy in these fights? I see only bad guys now fighting each other in too many of these scenarios.
Are you concerned, Mr. Egeland, that we're seeing a pattern of Israeli attacks that attempt to create a buffer zone through permanent forced displacement in southern Lebanon?
Well, in southern Lebanon, we've seen incursion after incursion after incursion. I remember being a young UN soldier in southern Lebanon in 1978. That was among these Israeli incursions. Again, it hasn't solved any of the issues. And of course, Israel is hit by missiles from Hezbollah's side. What all of this screams at is a diplomatic, negotiated settlement where the international sponsors of the parties help bring about agreements. It's not going to be these military campaigns that saw more hatred, more generations who feel that they have to seek revenge. I think that's part of the problem across the Middle East.
We must talk about Gaza as well. We're 5 months into a shaky ceasefire in Gaza. Much of the population, though, still displaced. Why? What is stopping perhaps organizations like yours from trying to help people back into a more settled lifestyle in their communities again?
I think Gaza, where I've been many times over the years, is an example of a job only half done, not even half done. Yes, the big war is over, but there is no solution to the underlying problems there, and new problems have come. My organization, the Norwegian Refugee Council, and 40 other fine international groups, American, European, and others, are being banned by Israel from doing work in and from Israel, which makes it impossible for us to enter Gaza and to have people going in and out and supplies going in and out.
I wonder what you think, where you think this is going. In a report of February the 19th, the UN raised concerns over, quote, ethnic cleansing in Gaza and the West Bank because of what it said was, I apologize for that noise, that is actually a warning that we get here when there is incoming missiles or drones suspected. And just to clarify for our viewers, of course, this is happening as we record this show, Wednesday, March the 11th. We'll try and continue, though, with our interview. So as I was saying, the UN, in a report of February the 19th, raised concern about ethnic cleansing in Gaza and the West Bank. Are you worried? Are you seeing a pattern of ethnic cleansing?
Yeah, I mean, we don't necessarily call it that, but what I see...
What do you call it then?
Well, I see de facto annexation by the occupying power Israel of increasing parts of the occupied West Bank. And of course, they are now keeping under military control part of the little Gaza crammed place for Palestine is under Israeli military rule, and they're still completely destroying every infrastructure possibility for the Palestinians there. So it's just horrific what's happening, and the Gulf countries that can speak to to Israel and have the ear of Netanyahu, and the US and Germany and others need to do more to say, if it's wrong for Russia to occupy Ukraine, that we all agree on, how come it's tolerated that Israel use occupation as some way of stealing land for their settlers, the thugs that are organized and beat up Palestinian women and children every day? The hypocrisy is astounding.
Where do the population go? Whether we call it de facto annexation or ethnic cleansing, we've had one US plan at one point talk about the removal of Palestinians from Gaza. Where does the population ultimately go, especially in places as well, we mustn't forget, like the West Bank, which international human rights organizations have cited Israeli attacks, settler attacks, as depopulating Palestinian centers and neighborhoods?
People are crammed together in smaller and smaller and more crowded ghettos, towns, urban areas, and the land is taken over by settlers or military Israeli organizations. The Bedouins, who have been 50 years outside of Jericho, are now forced to leave their livestock, which is often stolen. I've seen it with my own eyes, by criminal settler gangs, and they end up as miserable recipients of our aid in some town somewhere, and they have to live their life that they've had for hundreds of generations as Bedouins across these areas.
Got to ask you a final question about maybe the largest displacement situation in the region, which of course is Sudan. Okay, I just got to mention, if you're hearing those sounds of explosions, we assume that is attempts to intercept anything incoming. So apologies for the noise there. But yeah, the situation in Sudan. Over 11 million people displaced. Is anyone able to deal with that? Is there hope for that situation?
I was recently in South Kordofan in Sudan. It's now the worst conflict area and possibly the worst famine situation in what is the worst humanitarian crisis in the world, Sudan. We're scaling up. We have only a few weeks before the rainy season when roads become impossible. I mean, we cannot go there. So we're working with 40 local groups to scale up.
Can you scale up in time before the famine spreads?
Where we will go from 100,000 to 500,000 people that we will try to help.
Jan, how many lives are at stake? Just to put it in perspective for people, how many lives are at stake right now in Sudan?
Oh, in Sudan, it's 20 million people who urgently need assistance, and we're perhaps reaching half of them. So I must say, we as humanitarian workers feel increasingly alone with the civilian population in the midst of these crossfires, because we're really so overwhelmed and we feel there is not enough resources, nor attention, nor support for our work.
It's been a pleasure talking to you. Jan Egeland, the Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council. Thank you for talking to Al Jazeera.
Thank you. My pleasure.
I'm Folie Batibo. I'm a presenter. I've always wanted to be a journalist because I'm a very inquisitive person. And a pivotal moment was when I did an internship, a show that sought to reunite families separated by conflict in Sierra Leone and Liberia. That's when I realized that we as journalists could make a difference in people's lives. And here at Al Jazeera, we try to make a difference. We make sure their stories are told and their voices are heard.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm hot.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talk Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Fuliba Thibault. The Strait of Hormuz is open but closed to our enemies. The warning from Iran's foreign minister. Tehran is also accusing Israel of being behind some of the attacks in the region. The state of Qatar demands Iran stop attacking Gulf countries immediately and calls for diplomacy to prevail. Also this hour,
while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war.
the UK Prime Minister and EU leaders set out their position on the Iran war and refused to commit to sending ships to the Strait of Hormuz. And Israel says it's begun what it's calling limited and targeted ground operations in southern Lebanon. The Strait of Hormuz is closed to our enemies, the words of Iran's foreign minister as the war between his country, the US, and Israel enters its third week. Disruption of the vital shipping passage continues to cause chaos in energy markets. Several European countries have rejected President Trump's calls for military support to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says it will be closed to Washington.
On
the first day, they carried out a massive wave of attacks and demanded unconditional surrender. And now, after roughly 15 days since the war began, they are turning to others for help regarding the security of the Strait of Hormuz, to those whom until yesterday they considered enemies. Of course, from our perspective, it's open. It's only closed to our enemies, to those who carried out unjust aggression against our country and to their allies.
Meanwhile, there have been more attacks on Gulf countries. In the UAE, a drone incident near Dubai airport set fire to a fuel tank, and authorities in Abu Dhabi say one person was killed in a missile attack there. There have been 2 rounds of attacks on Doha. Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Ministry spokesman says Iran is targeting civilian facilities.
Let me make it very clear. Since the Iranian attacks have started on Qatar, the threats and the attacks on civilian targets have not stopped. These attacks are ongoing every day, and the threat to civilians is ongoing every day. The fact that we had to evacuate, civilians and students and faculty during the weekend is just one realization of what this means for the people who are living in these conditions. But we also assert that we have been able to this point, due to the bravery of the people in our armed forces, to withstand all of these threats and attacks.
Meanwhile, Iran's foreign ministry says Tehran is not responsible for all the attacks carried out on its neighbors since the war began. Spokesman Ismail Bagay accused Israel of being behind some of these strikes and is urging foreign governments to investigate fully.
They've copied a number of weapons used by Iran. Some even allege that the Iranian drones can reach the United States western coast. I can assure you that the Iranian drones can't cover those long distances. All these false allegations are meant to pave the way for the false flag operations they intend to carry out. This is the case as the Zionist entity and the United States are doing their best to create a smokescreen in order to pave the way for any false flag operations.
Well, we have a team of correspondents covering all the latest developments. We are live in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank this hour, at the White House in Washington. First, we begin in Tehran. Tauhid Asadi is in the Iranian capital for us. Tauhid, tell us more about what the Iranian Foreign Ministry has been saying, especially regarding these attacks. It blames on Israel, the attacks on some of the Gulf countries here. It blames on Israel. What evidence is it providing to support this?
Well, actually, this is a very important claim put forth recently from the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, saying that there is an Israeli hand when it comes to these attacks, and Iran is not responsible for all these attacks. He also claimed that some of the Iranian military equipments have been copied and used, and that is in a sense, according to him, to increase the pressure against the country. But still, we know that we heard a lot of other important lines from the Iranian Foreign Minister himself, Abbas Araghchi, and of course, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and now from the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani. And I can refer to some of the highlights. First, Iranian Foreign Minister says, we are not interested in a sort of sustained, continued war, but we want to finish the war in a way that the adversaries of the country could not think about another strike, another aggression against the country. This is out of a concern that Tehran has regarding the normalization of attacks on the country, seeing what happened since the past 2-3 weeks, and of course the events that happened back in June when they started another campaign of strikes. Also, we heard from him that the United States now resorts to former enemies of the country to deal with the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. And also, Iranian Foreign Minister says that the Strait of Hormuz is open but closed to the adversaries of the country. Similarly, we received this related statement from the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, coming out to say that this is just due to the wartime conditions, and this is right now being controlled by the armed forces of Iran, seeing this tough circumstance. All in all, we can rest assured that the country is trying its best to use this leverage of Strait of Hormuz when it comes to this geopolitically intricate situation.
Indeed, Iran seems to be using the Strait of Hormuz as leverage, as you say there. But when the foreign ministry says that some countries won't be allowed to pass the strait, are there countries that are allowed right now to use this passage? And which countries are those?
Well, we know that the latest says there are reports coming that those countries with good relations with Iran, they have been given a chance to go through this passage. But it's still, from what I can hear from Tehran's side, they're saying that those countries who are related or those countries who have any sort of collaboration with the United States and Iran's adversaries are not going to be given a chance. And in that, we know that also that status of being an adversary could be also a matter of different interpretations. For instance, Iran says any third country who gets involved in attacks against Iran is going to be recognized not as a friend. Of course, recently we know that Khark, an important island from which a huge part of Iran's oil exports happened to go out, was targeted. And the Iranian side said that the attacks happened from one of the neighboring countries, UAE. And of course, from the very beginning, they said that in case of a U.S. attack on the country, if the third countries allowed the United States to use their territories to conduct attacks against the country, there are going to be tough repercussions for them. And that's part of that repercussion, I can say, as a matter of interpretation.
Okay, Tauhid, thank you very much for bringing us the latest there from Tehran. Meanwhile, Iran's military central command has sent a message directly to President Donald Trump. In his first statement in English, Iran's army spokesman said the outcome of the war will be determined on the battlefield.
A message to the President of the United States. The outcome of war cannot be determined by tweets. The result of a war is determined in the field, the very place where you and your forces do not dare to approach, and you can only talk about it in your tweets. It's better to name this war as epic fear instead of epic fury.
Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett in Washington. So a message there in English directed to President Trump. How will this go down there?
Well, we're waiting to hear from the U.S. president directly. He called an impromptu press conference for the East Room of the White House. It will take place sometime in the next hour. What we know is that the U.S. president has been very vocal over the weekend on social media, which is perhaps what that spokesperson was referencing. And particularly when it comes to not only the potential for escalation with Iran, saying that so far he has withheld from hitting its main oil infrastructure, but could do so in the future, but also has been extensively pressuring U.S. allies, NATO and Asian, to join the coalition to help escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz, which is effectively closed. So we're watching carefully to see what exactly the U.S. president might do in this upcoming press conference.
And what is the Trump administration, Kimberly, saying about timelines or red lines for restoring shipping through the Strait of Hormuz? And how clear are those to the American public today?
Well, it's not clear to the American public, and it's also not clear to the allies that have so far said they will not be sending ships. The U.S. president, in his social media tweet, pressured 7 different countries, including the UK, France, even China. But what we know is there have already been firm no's from nations like Japan, as well as Australia, severe hesitation on the part of the remaining, and complete disregard for the request on the part of China. So the U.S. president may be using this upcoming press conference as a way of continuing to escalate his pressure campaign on those nations. He's intimated that he believes that those that rely on the Strait of Hormuz for their oil exports, or rather imports, should in fact be defending it. So it's not clear, again, what the U.S. president plans to say, whether he intends to respond directly to the Iranian military, whether he intends to pressure the nations he believes should be helping to defend in a war that the U.S. president and Israel started, or if he has something else on his mind in the agenda. We're watching carefully to see.
And of course, we will check in with you once that press conference begins in Washington. Kimberly Halkett at the White House there. Now, Israel's President Isaac Herzog, for his part, has condemned Iran for what he says is Tehran's use of cluster munitions in strikes on Israel. Herzog has been visiting communities affected by recent missile attacks in the suburbs of Tel Aviv. Investigators there say several warheads split and struck multiple locations, resulting in extensive damage. Herzog warned that Iran's retaliatory actions will only bring it more destruction. That's as air raid sirens continue to be activated in parts of central Israel on Monday. Let's get an update with Noor O'Day, who's in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Tell us about what's been happening today, Noor, and how Israelis are coping with the constant sirens and the new sense of vulnerability far from the northern border.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of questions right now, Foley, about Israel's ability to intercept all of those larger, more modern ballistic missiles from Iran, specifically those with cluster warheads or those that travel at supersonic speed. And this is what we saw today in Safad, in the Upper Galilee, in Rishon LeZion, in areas near the Ben Gurion Airport, in the northeast, in the northwest of the country, in Jerusalem, occupied East Jerusalem and West Jerusalem, in Bet Shemesh, which is near strategic assets in Israel, and on. Damage, debris, fires, damage to property, all because of those missiles, because even when they're intercepted, they create a lot of damage. And this is nerve-wracking for Israelis across Israel, more so for those in the northern communities, Foley, because in addition to sirens from Iranian missiles, they must contend with a raging war front at the north with Hezbollah.
And tell us more about what's been happening on that northern front. Israel has said it's sending additional ground troops into Lebanon. To what end? And is this the beginning of that feared ground operation?
Well, right now, military experts estimate that what the Israeli military is doing is testing the ground, carrying out incursions, engaging Hezbollah fighters in battles, sustaining some injuries among the soldiers in the process. The Israeli cabinet is expected to vote and possibly approve a request by the military for maximum mobilization of the reserves. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of troops, and the narrative in Israeli defense circles is that Israel must take southern Lebanon, everything south of the Litani, now that it's been emptied of its Lebanese population, use it as a buffer zone, as a no-go kill zone, as the Israeli Minister of Finance called it or referred to it. And really the reference, the parallel folly is being used time and again with the yellow line in Gaza, that this is the Israeli doctrine. An area outside of the territory of Israel must be used without its population as a buffer zone for Israel to be safe, to restore calm to communities in northern Israel, some of which have already lost half of their population because they fled the sirens, the destruction, and the danger.
Noor, thank you for that. Noor O'Day, live for us in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Well, let's discuss these latest developments now in this war with our guests. Joining me here in the studio, Salman Sheikh is a founder of the Sheikh Group, a peace-building organization, and Ross Harrison is a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C., and the author of a new book titled Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy. Thank you both for being here. Thank you for flying in from Paris and you from Washington. We appreciate your time. Salman, let me start with you and what you make of the Iranian Foreign Ministry and their claims that Israel could be behind some of the attacks in the Gulf region that we've seen in the last 2 weeks or so. They made that claim at the beginning of the conflict. They're doubling down on it. Is that being taken seriously by leaders in this region?
No, I've been speaking extensively to Gulf officials here and elsewhere. There's no real evidence. There's no evidence of that. What there is evidence of are attacks, as I think you've heard the Qatari senior advisor to the Prime Minister say earlier today, very extensive targeting of civilian infrastructure and civilian targets. In fact, the majority are towards that. And these then are despicable acts. They should be condemned. And because we now should be in the realms of international law, they should be condemned as violations of international law.
Well, why do you think the Iranians are saying this right now?
Well, they talked about a smokescreen, didn't they?
Yeah.
So the smokescreen spreads across the region. And in the sort of fog of war, they can make these kinds of claims. But again...
But is it also a way for them to say that, we're still, in a dialogue with Gulf countries? This is not us, this is somebody else. We still want to engage in diplomacy and dialogue with you.
Well, yes, that's the choice of the Gulf countries. Now, there are varying opinions amongst Gulf actors, and we have to be clear about that. But here in Qatar, the Omanis and others, Saudi Arabia is key in all of this. They have made the decision that we will only pursue defensive actions to try and stop what's coming in and still try and pursue dialogue. And I think that's very important. That is where the rest of the world has to rally, not coalitions, military coalitions of naval ships and that to try and secure without agreements. The agreements have to be forged between these Gulf actors and Iran and also the wider international community.
Ross, you've written about Iran. You know this country very well. What do you think are the factors that are shaping the internal calculations right now? And how in sync is Iran's political leadership with its security apparatus, the security leadership right now?
Yeah, Folly, it's hard to really ascertain exactly how intact the decision-making process is in Tehran and how that interfaces with the security decisions that are being made. But I do think it's important to understand that there is, to some degree, a broad grand strategy here on the part of the Iranians that addresses the fact that they clearly have a disadvantage when they cannot compete militarily with the United States or with Israel. They've had time to prepare for this conflict. They've had decades to prepare for the conflict, but in particular, since the June 2025 war. And what they have decided to do and learn from their past is to not attack, yes, they're attacking Israel directly, but what they're trying to do is widen the conflict to the degree so that their opponent, which was the United States, cannot deal effectively with all the contingencies that are facing the United States.
Right.
And that's kind of what's happening. You're seeing the United States sort of scramble for a description of what the objectives are of the war and what the strategy is.
But given that the U.S. and Israel are continuing to heavily bomb Iran, including, multiple Iranian cities like Isfahan, we saw 24 hours ago, what political space, if any, does the Iranian leadership have today to reconsider its current strategy?
Well, I think it's basic. It's really in a moment where it's going to follow the strategy that we've already seen, which is try to create as much pain, inflict as much pain on us indirectly through our Gulf Arab allies, and with the basic objective of surviving. If they can survive this war and they can recreate deterrence, then they have won, and that'll be the test of their strategy.
Okay, Salman, I want to read to you what we heard earlier from Majid Al-Ansari, the spokesperson of the Qatari Foreign Ministry here in Doha, who was speaking to reporters. He said that Qatar's coordination with Egypt and other Arab countries is part of a broader Arab coordination and should not be interpreted as coordination under the framework of the Joint Arab Defense Agreement. He stated that Qatar has distanced itself from the Iran war, but retains the right to respond to the Iranian attacks on the Gulf country if necessary. What's your reading of this? Qatar distancing itself from the war. What are the Qataris?
Well, from the start, they don't want to fall into the trap of joining Israel and the United States in what is seen as an illegal war.
But is that a position that's tenable if the Iranian strikes continue?
Well, so far they've shown this strategic patience, and I believe there's still the commitment to that. As I said earlier, there is a debate and a serious discussion going on between Gulf actors, but more than that, what has happened is that they've been helping each other. So the question of armaments, of interceptors, of food coming through, that is all being highly coordinated, as well as, of course, the threat itself. Mm-hmm. This then still gives them the basis to play that vital role of being interlocutors with the Iranians. The question is, which Iranians? Mm-hmm. And I think there's quite a debate going on there. This is a new and evolving situation. Mm-hmm. And also to persuade President Trump, you cannot bomb your way out of this problem. That has to stop because of the impact that it's having on these societies here, but also the broader global economy.
Salman, what is the extent of the coordination with countries like Egypt today and others in this region? And are we going to see a reshuffling of regional alliances as a result of this conflict, perhaps pulling the GCC and the wider region more closely together?
Well, as Sheikh Hamad bin Jassim, the former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, said, he's talked about a Gulf Arab NATO. It's quite clear that they have to come together and they have to set a set of alliances around which other international actors. If you look at NATO, for example, that was based on a treaty, that was based on the protection of Europe, but also with external partners. And so I don't think it's a crazy idea now, because of the one fundamental thing: the American security umbrella is not impenetrable. In fact, they've noticed how the United States has led this war and has also not been able to protect them. What has been interesting in terms of other actors is the role that Europeans can play. European soldiers and airmen are flying and working side by side with Gulf actors in order to intercept and to stop the kind of attacks that are happening.
Ross, do you agree with that Europe has a bigger role to play here, despite the reservation that some countries have had, in regards to President Trump's calls for this coalition, naval coalition, to protect the Gulf of Hormuz? Do you think there's a role for Europe?
Well, Folly, they certainly have interests here, obviously, in terms of they're getting a higher percentage of their energy from the Middle East, particularly with Russia being mired in the Ukraine war and with energy dynamics having shifted since the 2022 invasion. But I think they're also wary of falling into a trap that if they, like Salman mentioned, the GCC countries are wary of falling into a trap and responding and going on the offense. I think the Europeans are also quite concerned. They're concerned about NATO, but right now, NATO having been degraded, I think they're quite concerned that actually getting involved at this stage of the war, that it will actually lead them to greater security concerns. But after the war, I agree. I absolutely agree. They have to be part of any kind of security arrangement.
Well, we're not after the war right now, in the immediate. What do you see as what it will take for Iran to consider negotiations once again? Are there discussions, do you think, in Iranian political circles right now? We don't know what's happening between the politics and the military side of things there. Of course, there's been a talk of, perhaps differing views and a differing stance. But is there, what will it take, basically, for Iran to consider stopping the war today? Yeah. Because they seem to be saying, we're the ones who will decide when this war ends.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a very interesting insight. I think what what we see is that the Iranians are concerned about going back to the status quo that existed after the June war. At the end of that war, they agreed to a ceasefire that was basically issued or promulgated by Donald Trump. And they believe that that ceasefire was a trap for them, that at the end of that war, they had lost deterrence. At the end of that war and all the events that occurred after the October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel. And so they're determined now that when this war ends, that they, number one, will have survived. That's the first. And the second piece is they will have recreated deterrence, inflicted enough pain that the Israelis and the Americans 6 months from now, 9 months from now, 2 years from now, will think twice about repeating what occurred just a few weeks ago. That is their bottom line, their red line. When that will happen and how they will come to that decision is something that's open.
Briefly, very briefly, Salman, Qatar says there's no active mediation right now between the US and Iran, despite previous Qatari efforts. Is that really the case, or is there diplomacy going on behind the scenes?
No, there are attempts, but there is no serious diplomacy going on right now. And this is a very critical moment, because if we get, it's still the tit for tat, particularly around the Strait of Hormuz, I'm afraid what you're going to have is fire being met with fire. And then we're into a whole different ballgame. Right now, diplomacy can, but here I would say to the earlier point, European actors will join if there is an agreement around how you guarantee security in the Strait of Hormuz. And that, of course, will need the Gulf actors, and it will also need some sort of a dialogue with the Iranians.
Gentlemen, thank you both very much for joining us here on Al Jazeera. Very good to get your views on the situation in the region. Salman Sheikh from the Sheikh Group and Ross Harrison from the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you, Folly.
Thank you.
This is breaking news on Morning Mic
Well,
Drop
let's
on
find
a
out more
Truth Talks
about
Live,
what European
where your voice
actors
matters.
Saying the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the UK will not be drawn into a wider war in Iran, but would rather collaborate with allies on a plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Firstly, we are working with others to come up with a credible plan for the Straits of Hormuz to ensure that we can reopen shipping and passage through the strait. Let me be clear, that won't be, and it's never been envisaged to be, a NATO mission. That'll have to be an alliance of partners, which is why we're working with partners both in Europe, in the Gulf, and with the US. It's important that we continue that. It is not straightforward, and you can see that historically when there've been other conflicts that have affected the straits. But I do think that working with others, including the US, is the way to go forward. And I had a perfectly good discussion with President Trump about that.
Richard Guest has more from outside 10 Downing Street in London.
Keir Starmer is under huge pressure from Donald Trump to get stuck into that situation in the Strait of Hormuz. But this morning, really, it became clear that he would not be sending a British warship anytime soon into that area to mount patrols. The Prime Minister saying this is not easy. It's a difficult decision to make. He wants to work with a range of partners on creating a viable and a credible plan. And throughout much of what he said this morning, Cyril, in this press conference, it did seem like there was an implicit criticism, really, of Donald Trump. He said that this war should not become a windfall for Vladimir Putin. And that, of course, referencing the fact that Donald Trump has released some of those sanctions on Russian oil temporarily. He said that whilst it's clear that America has weakened Iran, the Prime Minister then went on to question, well, what happens next? And he talked about the personal responsibilities he had in terms of sending troops into the Middle East, the questions he had to ask of himself and would be asked by others. He said it would have to be done on a clear legal basis. There would have to be a clear plan in place. And he said, really, this is not a NATO mission. That perhaps referencing the fact that Donald Trump had said in an interview that actually it would not be good for NATO countries if they didn't get involved. So an odd situation for the Prime Minister here, playing very much more to a domestic audience in this press conference. And he was talking about the cost of living crisis, the things that the government were trying to do to offset some of these rises we're seeing because of the conflict.
And Germany's Defense Minister Boris Pistorius has rejected demands by the US president for military support in the war against Iran. He dismissed Donald Trump's threats that refusing to get involved will be detrimental to NATO.
What does the world expect? What does Donald Trump expect from, let's say, a handful of European frigates in the Strait of Hormuz that the powerful American Navy cannot accomplish there alone? That's the question I ask myself. And before we make a decision outside of NATO territory, by the way, we would need both an international framework and a mandate from the German parliament. I would think about that very carefully before we take that step, and I see absolutely no reason to do so. It's not our war. We didn't start it. We want diplomatic solutions and a swift end.
Joining us to discuss the European stance further now is James Moran, who's a former EU diplomat who served as a European ambassador in the Middle East. Thank you so much for joining us, Ambassador Moran. So a strong stance there from Germany and the UK also, but are Europeans all going to be speaking in one voice in the face of this threat from President Trump that NATO faces a very bad future if allies don't help reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Are they on the same page?
Well, good afternoon to you and your viewers. Yeah, I think both Prime Minister Starmer and Defense Minister Pistorius have put their finger on something here. There is an overwhelming view in the European Union that this is an illegal war of choice on the part of Israel and the United States, and Europe should have absolutely nothing to do with it, at least so far as offensive actions are concerned. And I think there's very, very strong consensus for that in the mainstream of European Union thinking. On the other hand, Europe is paying the highest price for the threats against the Strait of Hormuz. And Putin, who is the main adversary for Europe, is getting most of the benefit in terms of higher oil prices. So a lot of talk here now, and it's going on today here at a meeting of European foreign ministers about how Europe could possibly contribute to protecting the Straits of Hormuz. The problem is how to do that strictly defensively and not get dragged in, as Prime Minister Starmer was saying, I think earlier, not getting dragged into a war of aggression.
And yeah, and exactly. And how is this going to play out between member states that are more Atlantist and hawkish, like Poland or the Baltics, and those who are more cautious about another U.S. Military engagement in the Middle East, like Germany and Spain, for example?
Yeah, we'll see later on this afternoon. But I think that for the time being, it will mainly be about talking rather than walking. There is the possibility in the longer term, once the hot war is dialed down, of European ships being deployed to the area. There is the Operation Aspides, currently in the Red Sea, which is there to protect European shipping against attacks from the Houthis. I'm not sure whether militarily it would be appropriate so far as Hormuz is concerned, but things like that will be featuring in discussions right now. But it's pretty unlikely that there will be a clear decision now for Europe to join in. And I think we'll have to wait a bit for the war to move on to the next phase before we will see that.
But how do you see Europe getting involved in the future? If it was to get involved, what form would that involvement take?
Well, I think that there is a possibility, if there were to be a proper international framework within which to operate, and it's not NATO for sure, it's way out of NATO's territory, it's way outside of NATO's mandate. But if there could be an arrangement perhaps of the sort that we saw in the Black Sea at the earlier days of the Ukraine war, when under the United Nations and the European Union and others, the export of Ukrainian grain was secured against attack back then. Something like that might prove to be a model, but not right now. It seems that the war is far too hot. We don't know where we're heading in this war. We'll have to wait and see.
You say this would be outside of NATO's mandate, but when President Trump says NATO faces a very bad future if allies don't help reopen the Strait of Hormuz, does NATO not have a choice but get involved?
Look, I think it's very often the case that Mr. Trump confuses things, and he's confusing things here. This has nothing to do with NATO. This operation is, as I said, an illegal war of choice launched by Israel, certainly not a member of NATO, and the United States. It's way outside of NATO's purview. You'd never get consensus in NATO for it to be involved, but individually, European nations may well eventually become involved, given that their interests are at stake.
Ambassador Moran, thank you so much for sharing your views with us. Thank you for joining us on Al Jazeera. James Moran, former EU diplomat, joining us from Brussels.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're watching Al Jazeera live from Doha. A reminder of the latest developments in Israel's U.S. war on Iran. The Strait of Hormuz is close to our enemies, the words of the Iranian foreign minister, as the war between his country and the U.S.
Thank you for
and
the
Israel
super
enters
chat.
its third
Please
week.
support independent media
Disruption
like
of
Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
It's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
It's your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Shipping passage continues to cause chaos in energy markets. The UK's Prime Minister, EU leaders, and Japan have refused to commit to President Trump's calls to send military ships to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And Germany says it is concerned by the developments in the region and in Lebanon in particular, and has warned that a major Israeli ground offensive would significantly worsen the already tense humanitarian situation in the region. The Israeli military says it's begun ground operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. There's already been fierce fighting in the town of Qiyam. Zina Hodder reports from Beirut.
Sounds of conflict. South Lebanon is a battleground. Israel's military is advancing.
The Israeli forces have begun a ground operation in Lebanon to eliminate threats and protect the residents of the Galilee and the north. The hundreds of thousands of Shiite residents of southern Lebanon who've been and are being evacuated from their homes will not return to their homes south of the Litani River until the security of the residents of the north is guaranteed.
Lebanon says Israel is trying to expand its occupation of territory. Hezbollah is pushing back with the heaviest fighting concentrated around Qiyam, a town along the border. It's strategic high ground and on an important road junction, a gateway to advance to the Litani River, which at this corner is a few kilometers away. The river runs across southern Lebanon, and the Israeli military has treated it as a natural defensive line in previous conflicts with Hezbollah. And it believes controlling territory south of it makes it harder for the group to threaten Israel. They've ordered everyone south and north of the Litani to leave their homes. Those who stay are coming under Israeli fire, including paramedics. They too are being killed and their centers destroyed.
The Israeli occupation has unfortunately been claiming ambulances were being used for non-medical purposes. We affirm this is unjustified. These vehicles are transporting the wounded and the sick, and these nurses, doctors, and paramedics aren't going in those vehicles with their own lives at risk. All international laws and the Geneva Conventions protect these vehicles, yet they are being targeted.
The war is in its third week, and there's no window for diplomacy to end the hostilities that have killed hundreds of people and displaced nearly 1 million.
Israel has rejected Lebanon's offer to hold direct talks, saying the government must first stop Hezbollah's attacks. But Lebanon is not speaking in one voice. Speaker of Parliament Nabi Berri, who, like Hezbollah, represents the Shia community, says there can't be negotiations while Israel's strikes continue. In other words, no negotiations under fire. In a country like Lebanon, which is divided along sectarian lines, when there is no internal consensus, there is the risk of strife.
Hezbollah remains defiant, launching rockets and drones into northern Israel. It says it is ready for a prolonged war, but it's not clear how long it can sustain this fight after losing its supply line from Iran. Israeli forces have not indicated how far they will try to advance. They once controlled a buffer zone up to the Litani River before withdrawing in 2000. But this latest battle is only beginning to take shape. Zana Khudr, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Now, speaking earlier on Air Force One, U.S. President Donald Trump has said China should be responsible for managing the Strait of Hormuz.
China's an interesting case study. They get most of their oil, as you know, by car. They get a lot, about 90% from the strait. So I said, would you like to come in and we'll find out. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. They should come in my opinion. It never made sense for years. If you go back and look at what I've said years ago, I said, why are we maintaining the Hormuz Strait when it's really there for China and many other countries? Why are they doing it? Just remember that it's something that we don't need, and these countries don't need. And yet for years, we've been maintaining it.
Well, Beijing imports between 40 to 50% of its oil from the Middle East, including roughly 14% from Iran, and about 30% of its liquefied natural gas passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Katrina Yu has more from Beijing.
China is the world's biggest importer of crude oil, and about half of its seaborne shipments pass through the Strait of Hormuz, leaving it extremely vulnerable to any disruption there. Now, there are some reports that some Chinese ships are still being allowed to pass through the strait, but that is very few, and it won't replace the normal 6 to 7 million barrels of oil that China gets through there. Now, China isn't completely unprepared for this disruption. It has been, in recent months, been building up its vast supplies of, or strategic reserve of oil. It has an estimated 1.2 billion barrels of crude oil, which equals about 115 days worth of imports. China also has existing oil piped through from Central Asia as well as Russia, so it could increase those flows or look further afield for more oil stocks, potentially from Brazil or from Angola. At home, China has also been trying to stockpile its energy resources. It's instructed refiners to limit its exports of gasoline as well as diesel, and also raise price caps on petrol. In the long term, China is also trying to increase its energy resources from renewable energy and lessen its reliance on oil, but that's going to take some time. Overall, China has a number of measures in place to buy itself time, and it's hoping that this conflict in Iran will wind down sooner than later, but it's for sure that it will struggle to really permanently replace the sources of oil or energy it gets from the Middle East, especially in the short term. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
While the war in Iran is threatening Dubai's reputation as a safe global financial and tourism hub. More than 1,800 Iranian missiles and drones have targeted the UAE, with most of the attacks aimed at Dubai. The city's stock market has fallen by 21%, while the real estate index has roughly lost 1/3 of its value so far. Thousands of flights have been cancelled on or near Dubai International Airport. Last year, the airport handled about 95 million passengers, but traffic has now dropped to less than half of its normal level. And more than 80,000 hotel and short-term rental bookings have been cancelled, costing the city billions in lost revenue. Well, we spoke earlier to Giorgio Cafiero, who's the CEO of Gulf State Analytics. He says Iran's attacks on the UAE are damaging for brand Dubai.
For decades, the image and the reputation of Dubai as an extremely safe city and as a very stable and prosperous part of the Middle East has been so important to the reputation of Dubai that has contributed to it becoming such a popular tourist destination, a city that attracts so much investment and has been such a hub in the international economy. There's no doubt that all of these missile and drone attacks against Dubai and other parts of the UAE have done a lot to really undermine that image. I think the question is, when this war ends, what will the UAE be able to do to sort of restore that image and to rebuild that brand? I think the longer the war goes on, it's going to be more difficult. But at least in the interim, I think the UAE is trying to really focus on its message about having an economy that's very resilient. I think that the UAE's position in the Israeli normalization camp has quite a bit to do with this. I think Tehran has obviously seen the Abraham Accords as a huge threat, really seeing the UAE as a country responsible for the Israeli footprint in the Gulf region. And Iran definitely sees the UAE-Israel relationship as a grave menace to the Islamic Republic. Just to be clear, it's beyond just recognizing Israel and having embassies and consulates that are open. It's also about intelligence sharing, military cooperation. It's really those defense and security dimensions to the relationship, much more than just simply a diplomatic relationship that Tehran sees as such a huge threat.
The war has taken its toll on citizens across Iran. Small business owner Farhad Sharifi has seen his income affected severely. His family and many others in the Iranian capital, Tehran, have been forced to adapt to a new way of living.
Since the day the war started, our mall has been completely closed. When the mall is closed, it means the shops are closed. When the shops are closed, we can no longer go to work. And even if we want to go, it's of no benefit. No one comes for mobile phones in these conditions. We don't have an income for now. We are using our savings. And every morning when I wake up, I start playing games with my kids. Now, either we go to the parking area or stay at home. We play together until the end of the evening when we want to sleep. Sometimes we check the news to see what has happened.
We're not afraid because we've already experienced the 12-day war and the 8 years of the Iran-Iraq war. Life must go on. Whatever situation arises, we have to deal with it.
Whenever a strike happens, I tell my own child it's just thunder, but they understand that I'm not telling the truth. When I say it's thunder and the sound of the strike comes, they ask from the window, "Well, Dad, where's the rain? Why isn't it raining?" Their reaction is usually like this. But we don't want to give the child too much stress in these conditions, and we don't want the danger to leave a mark on their mind.
Personally, I would like a ceasefire, and it has always been my prayer that people reach peace, return to their homes and their own lives. And since the Iranian New Year is ahead of us, I truly hope it will not be a year of war, that it will be peaceful, and that people can return to the normal course of their lives.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talk Live.
Let's now take a look at
Be
some
sure
of the
to
day's
like
other
this
news
video
and
now
Russia's
to keep our algorithm high.
Overnight attacks on Ukraine have killed at least 3 people across the country. Officials in Zaporizhzhia say 1 woman was killed and 3 others wounded. Ukraine's Air Force says Moscow has stepped up long-range drone and missile attacks in recent months, mainly targeting energy facilities. In Gaza, at least 12 Palestinians, including a pregnant woman and a child, have been killed in Israeli air attacks across the center of the Strip. The attacks hit a home in the Nuseirat refugee camp and a vehicle carrying police officers. Israeli strikes have continued across Gaza despite the U.S.-brokered ceasefire. Official figures say more than 600 Palestinians have been killed since the truce took effect in October. Now, with Gaza's power grid largely destroyed in Israel's war, Palestinians have turned rooftops and tent poles into lifelines. Solar panels now power phones, charge batteries, and provide a few hours of light after sunset. But these fragile alternatives are themselves under threat, as Hani Mahmoud reports from Gaza City.
Gaza only power plant has been repeatedly damaged and forced to shut down, largely due to fuel shortages. Much of the electricity transmission network has also been destroyed, leaving most of the Strip without a grid power for months. For many families, electricity is no longer a service, it's a daily struggle. In the absence of a grid power, solar panels have become the primary alternative. They are used to charge mobile phones for communication and emergency alerts, to power small lights inside tents and damaged homes, and to recharge batteries for medical devices and basic appliances. But supply cannot meet demand.
في إقبال لأنه أساساً فيش كهرباء موجودة في غزة نهائياً.
There is high demand for the charging station because there is basically no electricity in Gaza. Anyone who has access mostly relies on solar energy. It's the only source available. Of course, during bad weather, though, there is no solar power. As for the commercial generators, they are extremely expensive. 1 kilowatt costs around $8.
Residents also report Israeli strikes targeting rooftops with solar panels. Others say panels have been damaged by shrapnels and blast waves. Israel says it targets militant infrastructure. But families here say civilian energy sources are increasingly vulnerable. Even when panels remain intact, they depend entirely on sunlight. Storms, dust, rain, and heavy cloud cover sharply reduced output, cutting families off from light, communication, aid coordination, and news.
This iron consumes a lot of electricity. Right now, there are no other solutions. The situation is so difficult. Fuel prices are so high, the power plant is shut down, and we simply don't know what to do.
Without stable electricity, workshops close, refrigeration fails, medical equipment struggle to operate. In Gaza today, access to power is measured in minutes, not hours. And for many, even those minutes are no longer guaranteed. When Gaza lost electricity, it turns to the sun. But even now, this is not certain. Solar panels, once a symbol of resilience, are being damaged or destroyed. And when the clouds gather, darkness takes over completely. In today's Gaza, access to power means access to life. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, from Gaza City, Palestine.
The conflict in Sudan has seen an increase in the use of drones as the war approaches its fourth year. Recent fighting has been mostly focused around the southern Kordofan region. The use of drones has led to more civilian deaths. Hiba Morgan reports from Khartoum.
This video, released by the Sudanese army, shows a drone strike on a Rapid Support Forces air defense system in West Kordofan state last month. And here, plumes of smoke rises after an RSF drone strike on an army position in the city of Delenj in South Kordofan. Drones have become a major part of the war between the Sudanese army and paramilitary RSF in the past year. From drones that explode upon contact to strategic drones used for surveillance and strikes. Here, this army soldier says they've shot down an RSF drone in Al-Lubaid in North Kordofan. The use of drones has allowed for each side to inflict losses on the other with minimal loss to their own forces. The use of drones has reshaped the conflict, which started as an urban warfare in the capital Khartoum. The front line, once marked by where fighters were and where confrontations happened, has now become blurred, with drone strikes targeting not only military targets, but schools, hospitals, and service facilities. Earlier this month, an RSF drone strike hit a school and a hospital in North Kordofan state, killing at least 17 people, according to local authorities. And army strikes on RSF-controlled West Kordofan has killed at least 150 people, according to the UN, which says more than 200 people have died in drone strikes this month alone. That brings the total from the start of the year to more than 500 people killed in drone strikes. Many more have been injured. And with both sides determined to gain control of more and more territory in Sudan's western and southern regions, civilians who've been caught up in the conflict that's nearing its fourth year continue to lose their lives. Hiba Morgan, Al Jazeera, Khartoum.
Myanmar's parliament has convened for the first time since a military coup 5 years ago. The lower house has held its regular session. The military says this marks one of the final steps in a return to democracy after this year's elections. But many in Myanmar say those polls were deeply flawed and millions of people remain disenfranchised. Others are still committed to the armed struggle against the military, including a former monk who gave up his monastic robes for combat fatigues.
My name is Comrade Seattle. I am a fighter from the Royal Peacock Column. I became a novice monk when I was 9 years old and was ordained as a fully fledged monk at the age of 20. During the military coup, I heard that the military junta violently cracked down on protesters using RPGs and machine guns. They bury and cremated people who were still alive and injured. I made the decision that I had to revolt against the military. If fighter jets or artillery are in the area, I want children to develop the habit of seeking shelter in underground bunkers, because underground bunkers are the safest place. I have no internal conflict in my mind. As a citizen, I must take responsibility for my country. I must do what is right for the nation. The military junta shows no mercy and acts inhumanely toward the people. So, I will not hesitate to fight them whenever necessary.
Booming demand for artificial intelligence is pushing up the cost of memory chips and consumer electronics worldwide. Now, tensions in the Middle East are adding another layer of pressure, raising the cost of manufacturing semiconductors in Taiwan. Patrick Falk reports from Taipei.
At Guanghua Digital Plaza in central Taipei, computer repair shops have been grappling with surging prices for memory and other components. Some modules have increased by as much as 500% in just a few months. Shop owner Po Chuan Chen says he's had to update prices almost every day.
If prices keep going up, consumers may simply stop accepting it. Even if they urgently need it, they might still refuse to pay.
The AI boom is diverting manufacturers towards high-end server chips where profit margins are higher. But it's leaving fewer standard chips for personal devices. Now, the industry faces a second challenge. Semiconductor factories use a lot of energy. Rising oil and gas prices linked to war in the Middle East are increasing electricity costs for chip makers. Taiwan manufactures most of the world's advanced processors for consumer laptops and smartphones. And so when costs rise here, it quickly ripples through the global electronics market, from repair shops like you have here to stores selling computers and phones around the world. Production also relies on specialized materials, including helium, used to cool and stabilize equipment. Much of Taiwan's supply is imported from the Middle East. It remains stable for now, but shop owners warn the long-term effects could be significant.
Business will definitely keep going down. The question is how long this will take. Right now, the impact hasn't fully shown, but maybe in 2 months.
Even before the Iran crisis, analysts were predicting a double-digit slowdown in global PC and smartphone sales this year. Rising costs linked to the conflict.
Significant choke point when it comes to the global energy market and other perspectives. So Iran is, in a sense, trying to use this leverage to actually, in order to maintain its own benefits in this situation. And prior to that, we've got Ali Larijani, the National Security Council's secretary, coming out to say that it's going to be either as straight for peace for all, or we are not going to, basically what he says or what he means is that, you know, Iran is not going to allow any passage. And we also had reports earlier from a couple of days ago that some ships, some oil tankers, which tried to approach the Strait of Hormuz and just not paying attention to the warning by the Iranian side, they were targeted. And Iran says it's going to continue that. But speaking of the entirety of the context, we know that we don't see any sign of de-escalation at this point. The first vice president of the country said retaliations are going to be continued to make sure that the security of the country is maintained. And of course, we had the similar statement from Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. All in all, They are worried not just about the continuation of the war, but about something else, which I call normalization of attack on Iran. Over the past 9 months, it is the second time that all of a sudden the country faces a confrontation, this time much more extended compared to the previous time. But in both times, the country was in the middle of a diplomatic engagement to settle down the issues. And now it seems that Tehran is quite disappointed about any negotiation to settle down the issues. And Iranian Foreign Minister on that came out today to say that ceasefire or negotiation is not on the agenda as long as these airstrikes are going on, and we will decide how long it goes, and we will stop whenever it's needed.
Tawhid, thank you for the update.
We're not CNN, MSNBC or Fox News. We are your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks Live, where all voices matter.